2 minutes late.
There you go. Opening music. La 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 la.
La,
There you
la,
go.
la, 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 la.
Yes, I wrote that just now. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been interesting.
But I bet you love that, don't you?
What that?
The montage.
Oh, this. Oh, yes. What a lovely girl.
Yeah, I mean, I'll play it at some point, but I'll probably play it and then want it, but then know full well.
Yeah, no, this is why I recommend actually don't.
Yeah,
go and try it.
I mean, I actually, although I don't play it a lot, I do like my Kronos too, and I keep going back to it ever so often. I don't. To be fair, I don't like the piano action because it's not very adjustable. Hi, Rob.
Greetings.
But actually, the synths that are in there, I really like. So, and I wouldn't want to sell that. And to be fair, for me to buy one of them, I would have to sell the Kronos because I couldn't afford to. I couldn't justify both.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I let the
Oasis go. Yeah,
to a very, very happy Neil this afternoon.
I bet he was.
Yeah, it looked like the expression "dog with two dicks" barely covers it, I think. What was interesting, I went through the drive, and like I said to Robbie yesterday, and there's I'd recorded, played Africa into it, the whole thing, drums, everything, right? I'd forgotten I could play that. But I surely haven't played it for what, 10, 15 years or something, but then completely forgotten. It occurred to me that I'm really, really not doing enough playing.
Yeah. I'm not doing enough piano playing.
Yeah.
Because
now I've stopped learning new stuff and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just
I've stopped teaching, so I'm not playing enough guitar and I'm not playing enough piano because there was no point continuing teaching because we literally could be, we could have a completion date next week, so there was no point me actually taking on any other pupils. So I aren't playing enough. And the one thing you do when you're in a lesson, you are at least playing. You're not, I might not be playing to any particular standard, but at least I'm sort of demonstrating things and showing things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I play keyboards every single day, but it's testing things, and it's not quite the same.
It's not the same, is it?
Process, no.
Yeah.
But
so I need to sit there for a couple of hours, play guitar, and sing some songs to myself, and then do exactly the same with piano.
Oh, I had some of your tracks going on in the background.
Oh, lovely.
On was it Thursday?
The new album.
Yeah, while I was working on the thing. Where do you buy it? Where do you buy it?
Where do you buy it? You don't need to buy it. You've already bought it.
Have I?
Yeah. Because you are my one subscriber on Bandcamp, you get everything that we release for free.
Oh,
so
I'm going. Where's the fucking buy button?
You don't need buy button. Kent, stop buying Simmers Music stuff because you pay £3 a month and you get everything for free.
I get it now. Yeah.
So what did you think?
Plonker, Rodney.
Yeah. It's very different. It wasn't anything like I thought it was going to be.
All right.
And it was very.
My stuff is never like what people expect.
And it's really dark and almost.
It is dark.
Yeah.
I did struggle with balancing it without it being too dark because it gets very dark towards the end. With the screaming banshee woman, but
yeah. No, it's nice. It's nice to have in the background while I'm working. And actually, it was very apt because I was working on a memory moog.
Dark.
And that's the music you play when you're working on a memory moog. Yeah. It really fits.
The best thing when we went down to Frome last time, we played it on the way down, which was in the dark.
Yeah.
And the sequencing was slightly different at that point. But I didn't listen to it for the first time all the way through on the way down. We only listened to it once, and then we did it again on the way back in the dark. So it's obviously an album. If you're in a car, play it when it's dark.
Yeah. And then turn it off when you break down in the
Yeah.
woods.
Yeah.
Oh, mate. So how's your day been, Robbo?
Lots of writing today.
Really?
Yeah. Did a whole bunch of stuff on e-drums for our new section. And then wrote about something I can't talk about, but you'll find out what it is on Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
Well, our time, 1:00 Wednesday morning. But it's very good. It's very good. I quite like it.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been doing lots of writing and making the most of having the house to myself until about 3:00.
It's quite nice when you got the house to yourself, I think. I always think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it. Put some music on and watch Rands in the background, listen to the football at the same time, which is interesting.
It's a combo.
Yeah, and then the wife said, "Should we get Chinese?" And I'm like, "Oh, go on then." I don't take a lot of persuading. And then I said, when she came back, I said, "How much was that?" It was only the three of us, because bear in mind the boy's in Cambridge, so it's just me and my daughter and my wife. At 50 quid.
Whoa.
50 quid.
Okay. No.
That, we had to go and pick it up. It wasn't including delivery or anything. So yeah, 50 quid. It's very nice, but it's 50 fucking quid.
Excuse me a
Is that
moment.
normally what? I mean, I don't eat Chinese, so is that normally what you pay for a Chinese meal?
Well, apparently today is, but
So
no,
you didn't have anything exceptional. It was just
it was just like a dish and some rice. Actually, my daughter has like a sweet and sour chicken thing, Hong Kong style, and she has some plain noodles. I have roast duck and cashew nuts in yellow bean sauce, which is maybe £1 more than a regular dish, because it's duck, and special rice, and the missus has a little egg rice and her beef in whatever it is, and then we might get a little. I think she likes her crispy seaweed, little spring roll.
I like
things.
crispy seaweed.
Yeah, it's 50 quid.
Weirdly. Yeah.
I think it's 50 quid would buy a meal for 4 a year or so ago.
Yeah.
Mm.
And now it's only buying a meal for 3.
Well,
Yeah, well.
So, but even I noticed with the fish and chips as well. I mean, I've got a chippy just up the road, and just like cod and chips twice, sausage and chips, and chicken nuggets and chips. It's thick end of 30 quid, which is just insane. Well, price of spuds have gone up. Price of fish has gone up.
The price of everything's gone
Price
up.
of everything's yeah.
oh god,
exactly.
yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I spent I spent a bit of time this morning trying to find, because we're quite spoilt here for a gym, because it's run by the local council, and we have an afternoon thing, so we can go between 1:00 and 4, and it's 12 quid a month, but each, and we can go to swim, we can go to the gym, we can do racquetball or squash or whatever you want, really, and it's not the best gym you'll ever see in the world, but it's clean and it's functional and all that. And so I'll be looking at through and the gym there, the cheapest is 35 quid a month, so that's 70 quid for both of us to join, which is a bit pricey, really, And then I look, because there's a link to a Trustpilot thing, and apart from 2 of the reviews, everybody's saying the place is dirty. The staff are lovely, but nobody seems to bother. The pool is gritty when you put your feet down, and it's just one after another. All these reviews. One poor woman said, my daughter, who is quite young, was in the pool, and she went under the water, and the lifeguard who was sat there didn't notice until I screamed, and then he jumped in, and I'm thinking, bloody hell.
Jeez.
He had one job.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say she went under the water and saw a floater.
Oh,
Well,
Just jogging on by.
yeah. So
that's all right. It's a
we might-
picnic.
We might not be going there to get our exercise.
I'm no expert on gyms, as you might be able to tell.
Well, me neither. We've only been going last year,
Can't even spell it.
Yeah.
and I have to say I get a bit bored going to the gym,
Mm.
and I'd rather go for a walk, to be
Yeah,
fair, rather
yeah.
than and actually see the countryside,
Mm-hmm.
rather than sit on a treadmill looking at a bloody video of.
If you're sitting on the treadmill, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, do you think so?
That much I do know.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're just we're going to have to try, and we're probably going to have to go to another town because we're only 6 miles from Westbury. They might have something. I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, we've got a council-run sports centre, so it's got everything. 2 swimming pools, bowling, indoor bowling.
Oh yeah.
As in Crane Green bowling, not 10 pin. Squash courts and gymnasiums and volleyball and basketball and netball and all sorts, and it's all subsidised, massively subsidised. But
Yeah,
even
this
then,
is
I
'cause
still
they-
can't be bothered.
They've got. I mean, they probably won't do it this time of year, but they did. I mean, not something. It wasn't something I was interested in, but walking football for
Okay.
elderly people, so that you literally you don't have to run around. You just to get some exercise and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So and that was outside because they've got they've got tennis courts and stuff like that outside, which But so it's but Froome doesn't look like it's not that sporty in that respect.
No. Paul Holmes says in the chat, I've seen one Robbie in the pool. You didn't see this Robbie in the pool.
I'll tell you what, I was having a bit of a
Liverpool.
giggle on the chat on Ramsey today. I think I might have inadvertently offended Kissing Machine. Because I was listening. Well, we were doing Guess the Synth.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it was playing away. And I said, I thought it might be a CSO1. And as soon as I typed it in and press enter, then it shows the scalloped knobs. And I went, oh, Jesus. No, it's not CSO1. So what I put was, because it's sounding raw and everything like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking, it just popped into my head. Think of a really nice sounding synth. So I put in Elka Synthex, but played by a moron.
I saw that.
And Kissing Machine come up and be like, oh, thanks. No, I didn't mean it like that, mate. Shit. Fuck. Size 9. Oh. Again. So.
I didn't get it, but when Ramsey
I
showed
never
the
get
thing,
it.
I've seen that
Yeah.
before because I've often wondered why it's got a cigar cutter on the left hand. So it looks like something you tribute the ends of your cigars with.
Yeah.
What the fuck that is?
Well, I'm really terrible. I mean, I've never got any of them.
I got one, and I won it.
Yeah.
I've never taken part again because I don't want to. I'm useless at it most of the time.
I should have
I
had it when he did the Korg Poly 800, and I should have got that, but I didn't.
Mine was a Korg. I can't remember. It might have been a DW, and I just took a guess. I said, "Yeah, Korg DW, whatever it was, Mark II." It was.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a complete guess. Because a lot of the time I just look. I look at the fonts. Because you can recognise, the fonts, or some of the wording.
Well, that
Which is
font
why-
on today's one looked very Yamaha.
Yeah, a lot of people say
For a
it's
little
CSO
while.
one, but like you said, when you saw the scalloped knobs, that's
Yeah, I went, no, it's not that.
Oh, there.
Damn it.
Yeah.
But my excuse is I don't normally look at keyboards like this.
No.
Yeah.
So Something
Except
on the
you fall
inside,
asleep on
maybe.
one.
Yeah, he did one of the inside of a keyboard. I'll nail it, but
Yeah,
the outside.
it's my first beer in 3 months.
Today,
Oh, that'll
last
go to
minute.
your head.
3 months.
Oh, 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I've been drinking that Leffy, which is it Belgian? But it's a lager, but it's a darkish lager. So it's
Is
got
that the one
flavour.
that's in the smaller bottles, like the dumpy
Well,
bottles?
you can get nowadays. Now, I mean, it's clearly on on the popularity rise, because you used to be only, well, certainly around here, you used to only get it in the small bottles.
I have tasted
I've
it.
got two in the fridge. I've got two 750ml wine size bottles of it. I just noticed the other day you can buy it in cans as well as all sorts of bottles. But it's kind of, it has a lot more flavour to it. It's not like just a regular lager. It's got a bit of it's got some body to it, but it's also 6.5%.
Right.
And if I have a couple of those on a lunchtime, or over the course of an afternoon, listen,
The wallpaper would change colour.
well,
Yeah.
no, you just get to that point where you have a couple, and then you stop, and then you get a little bit of a headache because it's it's like a mini hangover sort of thing going on.
If I drink on a lunch, well, I don't drink very often anymore anyway, even before the 3 months. But if I went to the pub and I was at work and I had just a half, I would then have a hangover in the afternoon.
Really?
So I mean, no, Jane bought me a case of this stuff bloody months ago, and I thought, well, actually, what I should do, because we don't want to take it with us, so I'll have one on. I'm going to have one on a Saturday, one beer on the Saturday, and just I work my way through the Coke, not
Oh yeah,
Diet Coke, not the.
you
not
don't
the,
be caught with that, do you?
not the
I
bag
cut out the beer.
of marching powder.
Yeah, I cut out the beer for a while because it's not great for weight and stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought I'll knock it on the head. I didn't really miss it for a while, and then the wife said, "Oh, shall I get you some beer from the supermarket? Just I'll go on, just get a small 4-pack or something." And I started to drink this Leffy stuff here because it's really tasty, but it's a little pokey for sort of like a Saturday afternoon when you're trying to concentrate on writing.
Have you thought any more about going back registered?
Not yet. No, I just kind of what I want to do is get this this office stroke studio thing sorted. That's not going to happen till January at the earliest. But yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. And if I find myself buying stuff that's worth claiming the VAT back on, even though I'm not charging VAT or having to pay VAT.
Well, I was going to say to you, that's one thing you need to watch, because the VAT man will pick up if all you're doing is buying stuff in that you're getting the VAT back, and there's no output.
Yeah, so there won't be any output really. Yeah.
Can you not? So the work that you do for your magazines and your blogs, can you not charge them VAT and then claim it back? I would talk to, the thing to do, Rob, I think, is to talk to them, actually, because if they're VAT registered, it's no skin off their nose, because they'll just put your invoice through.
Well, my main customer, my biggest customer is Gear News.
Yeah.
And they're German. So I don't know how it works.
That is a problem. Because the way it works now is the VAT office have got this ridiculous thing where anything to do with Europe, you don't put the VAT on, and they can't. There's some sort of VAT return thing where it just doesn't make sense. So I'll be honest with you, I just don't do it.
No.
Because it's just more paperwork, not only for you but for them as well.
Yeah,
I mean, so I just put it down. I mean, luckily on my package, whether it's 0 or whether it's exempt, I just put it down as that, really. So I don't have to think about it, because it is just it just doesn't make sense.
No, I put my first invoice in using the new system, because I'm now using QuickBooks.
Right.
And I was using a free or a trial, sort of year-long trial of an online thing before. And what I used to do was I took an invoice template that a colleague had made, and I would do that in euros to send to them.
Yeah.
They would then pay it, and then I'd raise an invoice in my system, which didn't allow me to use multi-currencies.
Yeah.
I would raise it for the converted amount, which was all right. It just, you have to do things twice. And so when I moved over to QuickBooks, I said to my accountant, my main customer is a company in Germany. They charge in euros. So we switched the euro aspect on, the multi-currency thing on. So it's brilliant. I just, as soon as I call up the customer, the invoice is already being, created in euros and et cetera. So it's got all the bits on. So I sent it, and because it's QuickBooks, when you send the invoice, it sends an email. And
Exactly, yeah.
when you get the email, it says,
How to pay it. Yeah.
you've just got an invoice, click this button to pay. So you click the button, and if you're set up for credit card payments, it'll, give you the option to pay via credit card. If it isn't, then it just says, it will say something like, "Oh, you can customize it." And I've just basically put, please pay by bank transfer, details on invoice, and then you can just download the invoice, and it's there. So this German company, or the guy in accounts at the company that runs Gear News, said, "What is this? I'm not using third-party payment systems." And I said, "You're not." Because I also said in the email when I sent it in, I said, "Please note new bank account details," because I've opened up a business account.
Yeah.
So you're not just not paying into that bank account, you're paying into this bank account. I don't see what the problem is. Oh, well, there's a link in here. I click, and I don't want to click links that I don't know where they go. It's QuickBooks.
Yeah.
The whole world. It's a global thing. It's not like it's a.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So once I'd kind of cleared that up with him, he said, "Okay, that's fine," and they paid, and it's all golden. But I said to my editor, I said, "Bloody Germans! I thought they were supposed to be super efficient. I thought they'd love this sort of thing." And he said, "Yeah, efficiency is good. Changing our rules is bad." Okay, right. So,
Okay.
yeah, bless him.
Would you say just pretend we're Poland?
Yeah.
Contentious.
Controversial.
On topic.
See the fascists are out in force in London today.
Oh yeah.
Am I right in thinking that there was 800,000 people went on the Palestinian march?
300,000, I think they said on BBC.
Well, I saw something on.
They said it was the biggest.
Another week they were
march.
Hoping for 1 million, but I saw 800,000. It said on.
Oh right, no, I'm sure it said 300.
But yes, the guy. I think the guy.
Depends who you listen to.
At lunchtime, it was 300,000.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah,
but I believe
most of the arrests were EDL.
Yeah,
Kelps and priests.
Yeah.
They were the ones that tried to storm Whitehall.
Yeah.
Everything else was, very peaceful and went off without incident mostly, and it was all the knuckleheads. But there you go. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Steve Elbow says the police said over 300,000, and they offer undercount. Yeah.
Well, there was a lot when they showed the area. There was a lot of people there.
Yeah.
And they all sort of mostly passed off without incident. It was just, I think they said there was 105 arrests in total or something, and I think they said 20. There were 20 arrests from people within the march, the official march, but that was because they were doing a peaceful sit-in at Waterloo railway station and weren't willing to move. So, the police went in and
Moved them.
Yeah.
But the bulk, I mean, some of the clips that were shown on the news and I've seen elsewhere online, it's just basically a couple of hundred, knuckle dragging, hoodie wearing, face mask, or bandana over the face because they're so brave.
Yes, of course.
And one of them had grabbed hold of a riot policeman's helmet, the one that's on his head, and was waving it around in the air, going, "Whoa!" Like it was some sort of fucking trophy. I'm like, oh, jeez, come on. Yeah. But in other news, Norwich City won, so that made me happy. Yeah,
Norwich
quite.
City.
Yeah, exactly.
So tell me,
Uncle A.
what league are they in? Because I have no
Championship, but mate,
Sorry,
the way we're
Championship.
playing, we'll probably end up in League One again. Jesus, it's not been good. Talking of football experts, Mr. Andrew Brooks.
idea. Yeah.
What?
Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday.
I bet he's United.
think so.
Nah, he's not football at all.
He's not football, no.
Well,
I used to follow football. When I was a
I
kid,
was,
I did follow football, but not
it
for.
just means inconvenience to me. Anyway,
Yeah.
I was playing a round of golf.
See, I told you wasn't football.
Yeah, well, I was
It is a
golfer.
sport,
I
though.
was up. I was
Sort
I've
of.
always been a golfer. It's knackering. Anyway, I was asked. I was playing with this bloke who said, "Hey, you're from Sheffield, then are you?" Sheffield. I said, "Are you an owl or a blade?" And I said, "I'm sorry. I
You guys talking about sport?
I really
Nothing
don't
to do with me.
understand your question." No, you're from Sheffield. You're from Sheffield. Are you an owl or a blade? And I'm going, well, I still don't understand your
Oh.
question. We do have owls in Sheffield. I've seen them, and there are people who make blades. I know because there's the
100 270 degrees.
Then he's good, and he's going, oh, Brooksy, is your brother a twat or what? Why should I be defined by this ridiculous game? I mean, honestly. So I'm sorry, but I really haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Has anyone ever seen the Tom Hollander sketch with Griff Rhys-Jones? Check it out. It's really because Tom Hollander plays a guy who's got no interest in football, and Griff Rhys-Jones is going, so who's your team? Who's your team? Come on, you got.
Yeah.
I don't support. I don't have a team.
No,
Everyone's got a team. Everyone's got a team. Yeah. No, I really don't have a team. I really don't have a team. And it goes on and on. You can see Tom Holland again, more and more angry. Check it out. Griff Rhys-Jones, Tom Holland, the guy who played Rev. It's really,
I think one
really
of
funny.
the best sort of anti-football, well, not anti-football, but a comedy sketch about people who have absolutely no idea or interest in football was the one in the IT crowd when they just come
Not
out with
seen that
all the stereotypical quotes. Oh,
Yeah.
he should have passed it then. He should have gone down the line. And that is hilarious. They actually take a course and learn how to speak football.
I've been watching the Red Dwarf from the beginning again.
Oh yeah,
I'm up to series 6. It's brilliant. It's really, really good. We haven't had Rimmerworld yet, which I'm really looking forward to.
hello.
Oh,
Hi,
hi,
Ollie.
Ollie.
How
Hi,
you doing?
Sympathetic, by the way.
Hi, Andy, by the way.
Hi, Ian. Hi, Kent.
Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Hi, Robbie. Hi, Andy.
Hello.
Hi, Andy.
Hi ho. Hi ho.
And not going to work, we go. Under any
Speak yourself.
circumstance.
I've
Yeah,
been-
well,
I've been at an A-level languages conference today. So I've
Oh.
been technically working.
Sounds exciting.
It was brilliant.
On a
actually.
weekend.
Was
I
it
know,
about?
I know.
we went over the same words again.
No, it's all about different changes to the A-level, different methodologies. This, that, and the other. It's absolutely brilliant. It's been really, really good, really valuable day, even if it was school-based on a Saturday. But yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been extremely useful. So
Is that your work?
Yeah, I'm a school teacher. I
Oh, okay.
teach languages, so it was very
You'd never
much.
know.
It was very.
I didn't.
No, you do.
Oh, but you will soon.
You go. It's on your
Well,
own time you're wasting.
I was supposed to be an English teacher going back to France. I was only supposed to be in Ireland for a year.
You made the right
Yeah.
choice, I think.
How's that working out for you?
Yeah, well, it's worked out a lot better. But yeah,
Have you
no,
gone
my,
back yet?
my goal was to be an English teacher back in France.
I love the fact that you actually sound Irish.
Yeah, but you went to
Most-
Ireland.
Most people who listen to you would not pick up any French in there at all, you know. Sound like a born,
I'll be an English
born and
teacher in
bred
Ireland.
Irishman.
What are you on about?
No, like I'm still fascinated. So I haven't done anything with languages since then, but I used to love college for that because I did study linguistics and that kind of stuff.
Ah, you
It's
see,
still
see,
fascinating.
Robbie,
Yeah.
you think I'm the only one? You think I'm a freak?
You're not
No,
the only
I'm the
cunning
other.
linguist. Yeah, I know.
I still have a year like when I was a teen. My parents bought an old house in our village, and in it was it was like a like story from books, but there was a chest, and inside I found like piles of old books. But there was a pile of old magazines, and the oldest one was from 1901, and it was written in a really old French dialect that isn't spoken anymore.
Wow.
That my granny would have known, but even the spelling is completely different from French. So even if you know French, you wouldn't even know how to pronounce any of that. But I still have the magazines here. I kept them all these years, and I've tried to offer them to a few groups, like even the university I used to be in. They've no interest, so I still have them. I'm trying to find who to give them to because
And obviously, you can still speak fluent French
yeah. But you'd never lose that.
with that accent. When you speak fluent French with that accent, there's a portal open up to the underworld or something like that.
Yeah. Bonjour.
You ask the classes to come from the underworld. You go, no, I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to. I was just speaking French. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
I mean, because my parents don't think I've lost my French because they're used to me coming back, and obviously you don't end up being bilingual. You just end up being speaking both languages equally bad.
Yeah.
That's what happens, It's but whenever I meet people I talk to people that I've never met before, they always look at me kind of weird first until I mention that I live in Ireland and go, all right,
Yeah.
that's
she's all
why.
like,
That's why.
oh, Jesus, Mary. Merci beaucoup there. Thank you.
It's not so
What
much
the
the
fuck?
accent; it's actually the natural flow of the language. It
Yeah.
takes a while
Yeah,
to
but
get back,
it is very powerful because I went back to Ireland when I was young with my mum back, and she was going, I'm going to take you home, and you see, home. Never been there before. And what it was this burnt out house by a railway. She goes, we used to live here. I go, oh yeah, this is worth I come to see. And then she goes, yeah. But anyway, and I was out there 3 weeks, and when I came back,
Yeah.
people at school were going, why are you talking like that? I go, why am I talking like that?
yeah.
Like, this is so
funny.
strong, and it just
I used
bled
to-
in.
I used to know someone that I worked with who had lived in Norwich and around Norfolk for many years and just spoke like all of us did. But they originated from Middlesbrough, I think it was. And every time they go away, go back to see family, and then come back again, they would speak in this weird blend of Norfolk and that kind of soft. It's not Geordie, is it? But it's north. Yeah, that sort of north. Northeastern accent, and it was just weird. It was really weird. And then after a week or so, it would just go, and they'd be back to normal again. It was,
You what? Give me a year. I'll have a southwest accent
yeah.
with a tinge of Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Most of my accents get because I've lived in East Anglia all my life. I was first sort of half of my life I was mostly in Norfolk, so I had a pretty Norfolk accent, and then I moved to Suffolk, and that is different. So then I got that, and I actually find myself speaking, especially if I'm with other people around here who are local, it just falls out.
Yeah.
But because of voiceovers and all that kind of stuff, and radio, you kind of have that beaten out. Well, not beaten out of you, but it's just easier to speak, not necessarily with received pronunciation, but just in a
Something
very
close.
bland, just a bland, nondescript sort of thing, really. Yes.
Yes. Well.
What was that?
Gonna get another beer.
Joss
Good
Ackland
man.
said in that Pet
Gets
Shop
on well, he
Boys
did.
film, I'm a bilingual illiterate. I can't read in 2 languages.
Yeah, I think that we'll all be bilingual literate in some way then.
Well, yeah.
You think about it.
I mean,
Oh.
it's like my old man. My old man lived in England. Well, for 50 years, give or take 50 years.
Ooh.
And he lived in Italy for, well, less time, and yet his accent was, his Italian accent never
disappeared.
disappeared, never even, and he lived in Norfolk for virtually all of that time, and not once did his accent ever slip. I guess, I don't know, is there a cut-off point? I don't know.
It depends on the person, doesn't it?
It depends on the
It's down
person.
to
Like,
the person.
Lady Attitude's asking about what do Scots speak, because it doesn't sound anything like English.
Yeah.
It's true,
That was-
but I think there's 2 languages in Scotland, isn't there? There's Scottish and then there's Glaswegian,
Yeah.
which is completely. People from Edinburgh are going. What?
I was
Yeah.
watching Graham Norton last night, and they
Edinburgh
had
accent's very, very cosmopolitan. but,
yeah, it's very, very, very soft,
yeah.
isn't it? But I was
Yeah.
watching Graham Norton last night, and they got Ashley Jensen, the Scottish actress who's now in Shetland and has been in many other things. And she's not got a broad Scottish accent, but it's certainly not a soft Scottish accent. And next to her, they've got Puff Daddy, or whatever he's called this week. And it was just, I love it when you, I love it when you see these people, and sat there and watching, and Ashley's going on, and like, Sean's just going like this. He's not got a fucking
He hasn't
clue.
got a clue.
Not a clue. And then they got that Chris and Rosie, whatever their names are.
From
who-
Newcastle.
They're from Newcastle.
Chris
And
Ramsey, yeah.
yeah, and of course they were speaking all Geordie like with, she
Yeah.
was talking about when she was a Pontin's blue coat, she got 3/4 of an hour into a show before she realised her left boob was sticking out. And again, Puff Daddy's going like, he had no idea what a boob was.
I think I accidentally
You
removed.
knocked him out.
Yeah.
Was it something you said?
It's just because he's French.
I didn't even notice myself.
He's got a blank screen. No, I was,
I
trying to get dust off me pad.
I remember going
So,
to
bye.
playing a few gigs in the Shetlands, and they have there's a language there as well to speak, and I can't remember what it's called, but it's not Gaelic, it's not English, it's something else yet.
Isn't what they speak in, or
Isn't it like
Pharaoh?
Faroese,
Yeah.
It's
derivation of Old Norse.
yeah.
because the accent, when you get to that part of Scotland and beyond, it's a lovely act. Because one of the, again, we mentioned Shetland, the TV show. One of the policemen, he's the blonde-haired guy, sort of middle-aged guy. And he's sort of like a little bit timid, but he has that beautiful, very northern Scottish, sort of Shetland type accent. It's almost. It's got, I don't know. It's kind of got hints of Gaelic, but it's not. And I think, like Ollie says, it's probably something from further north. But yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful.
Yeah, the lady there kept talking to me because that's her native tongue. So she kept making the mistake every now and then, just talk to me in that language. And I was like, I'm sorry, I really don't. Because we're staying with people there, and it was wild. It was such a wild weekend because they plonked us in different gigs. Like, we were on the bus touring around, but we're supposed to stay with people, but they left us halfway through. So we were on the island in a hotel at some point, not knowing actually where we were sleeping or how we were going to get there. It was just hilarious. But yeah, the lady kept talking to me in her native language. Couldn't blame her for that. But I was like, I'm really sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. So then she switched to English, and even that, there was a struggle. Like,
I didn't realise they don't have trees on Shetland.
saving up.
Good point. I didn't see any that I remember.
There are
but
no
then
trees
again,
on Shetland.
I sold them all.
I don't remember very much.
It's something to do with the climate, but it's they had
It's-
that
I used,
reason.
I used to
it's-
wander around here with a t-shirt on, and it's great if you got a Gaelic t-shirt because it had a picture of a donkey on it, and it said, "Was it Bogmathon?" And nobody took any notice of that. You just didn't know.
Of course, yeah.
My
You used to go around telling people what it meant. Obviously.
I've got an Irish friend, and do you remember? Remember, there's a pop star called Post Malone, but of course in Ireland that obviously translates roughly to that.
Put me on, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he was in fits of laughter because he thought he was a cunt.
Yeah.
Well, that's the wrong end.
Well, quite.
But yeah, it's funny how some people lose the accent or can't some of it, and some people just don't ever. I
Yeah.
have a few French friends like that have been just as long as I have, and no, I mean, yeah, still very French, and their English hasn't improved.
My favorite was a Spaniard with a Scottish accent played by Sean Connery.
Oh, yeah. And the Russian
Yeah.
Russian sub commander with
Yeah.
a
That too, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
everything with a
Yeah.
Scottish.
Waffles from his mouth. Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
there was that really really awful not that he ever made any decent films, Steven Seagal film that had Michael Caine as the bad guy, and he was supposed to be some sort of oil baron, and he starts off the film.
Oh, Under Siege, right?
Yeah, I can't remember. I just remember
Yeah.
it being on in the video store, and he kind of starts off the film with this very weak kind of. He's trying, kind of an American accent, but I think sort of like part way through, Michael thinks, "Fuck this," and he just reverts to type, and he's
More night.
Here we
It's
go.
Michael Caine.
Oi.
Brad Pitt had a very convincing Irish accent in I forget the name of the film. Not
Snatch.
Snatch. No.
No.
Yeah, it was more kind of travelers,
yeah.
generic travelers accent, which was convincing. But there was another film I remember watching, and I forget the name. But he's actually quite good at mimicking accents.
Yeah, Mala Caravan.
So what about Mel Gibson's version of it?
Oh dear.
Or Kevin Costner when he tried to do some kind of a British accent?
Oh,
Remember?
Yeah, the American
Robin Hood is Robin Hood.
yeah, Prince.
He tried to Robin of Lux, and then he's like all over the place. Yeah.
It's a car crash, that bloody film.
Yeah.
We're talking about Robin Hood.
Yeah.
It's very funny.
I'm riding
I've
to
seen it for years. Alan
Worcestershire.
Rickman. I remember Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman saved
it
it pretty
was
much. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Alan Rickman was
He
It's
was
just worth it for
brilliant.
him, isn't it?
In fact, I was after that, a couple of years after that, he was in a queue at Edinburgh Fringe going to see a show, and I went, "I loved you in Prince of Thieves." I went, "Oh, thank you."
Yeah.
Of all the things you
Dick
could-
Van Dyke.
Of all the things you say to him, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Dick Van Dyke. He's at the top.
Hello,
of
Mary Poppins.
But he also, he
Oh,
also,
blimey, Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
he also
right.
makes Die Hard, though, doesn't he? As well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, it wouldn't
does
be half.
actually,
The,
yeah,
it
yeah.
wouldn't be half the film if he.
No, exactly.
But
Without,
apparently, Dick Van Dyke in Mary Poppins, that's the accent that the director wanted him to have. I saw
Yeah.
I saw an interview at some point, and he didn't, he could actually do a decent British accent,
All right.
but actually the director wanted him to do that sort of, but he had to live with it forever after that.
I marvel at
Cary Grant had a head start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Bodies on Netflix, which is really good if you haven't watched it.
No, I haven't.
There are two stunning voice performances. First of all, you've got the guy that plays the 19th century British policeman, so a Victorian policeman, and when you're sort of halfway through a season, you think, I've seen his face, but I can't. And you sat there googling it. He's American, and I
yeah.
watched a clip of him speaking in his normal. I think he's from Connecticut or something, and he's got a very typical American accent, and his English was impeccable. It was as if he was. And then Stephen Graham, who's like Scouser general, with his
Yeah, yeah.
accent, he's proper thick Scouse accent. He was playing very posh, and it was brilliant. It
I
was
like
so,
Stephen
it,
Graham
it
a
did
lot,
sound
actually.
like
Doable.
Stephen Graham.
It's always doable.
But he was. I've seen him do stuff before, so, years ago, and he's trying. I mean, he was in The Irishman, wasn't he? With the Scorsese
Yeah, he
film,
was. Yeah,
and he was trying to do this sort of Chicago thing, and it was passable, but it wasn't. You knew it wasn't quite there because you could every now and again you could hear a little bit of scouse just creep out. But in this Bodies, he was. Oh, it's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Covered that Scouse accent, and the other one that does it really well is her out of Killing Eve, Jodie Comer.
Jodie
Who-
Comer can do all sorts of
She can do-
accents.
I
She's
mean-
absolutely
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
just wouldn't know. It's just brilliant. Yeah, very clever, very clever.
Her one woman West End show, which we saw filmed.
Oh,
God,
Prima
it's called-
Facie.
Prima Facie. She is
Yeah.
brilliant in it. Absolutely brilliant.
She got. Did she win a?
Yeah, she did.
uh,
Yeah, it's quite harrowing at times, but by God, she's absolutely superb in it.
Olivier. That's the
Yeah.
award I'm thinking
Yeah.
of. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Was Brad Pitt in Snatch considered a good attempt?
Well, as Ollie says, yeah, for Traveller,
For Traveller.
Traveller.
yeah,
Yeah,
because Traveller is Irish based, but it's quite different in many ways.
It's traveled.
Yes, it's Traveller. Exactly.
It was kind of a gypsy thing. Is it
Yeah.
is it Ireland?
Yeah.
It's
Weirdly,
yeah,
they don't travel anywhere though.
No.
although they have a lot. I saw a documentary once, and they followed a number of families as they went around. They've all got massive houses that sit
Yeah.
empty in the Republic, and they go back there for Christmas for 3 days, and then they come back over to the UK, and then just sort of camp out on a because I mean we've got 2 or 3. The council have built massive places where they can just roll up and settle down for however long they want to, and it's all it's got all the facilities and the services and everything.
yeah.
Yeah, Galway here is quite a big hub for settled travelers, we call them, which is essentially just houses and yeah, they fuck off to England most of the year and they come back here for weddings.
Laying driveways and all the other stereotypical jobs.
Yeah.
Or not laying the
Or not
driveway.
laying-
in
yes,
fact.
well, quite.
Nine
yes.
fucking grand.
It's a bigger market for them.
We had a
That's what it is. That's really
There's more idiots over here.
we had an influx into Pocklington just before the pandemic, and they took over the West Green area,
Yeah.
and there must have been about I think 15 caravans turned up, and they caused an awful lot of damage,
yeah.
tens of thousands of pounds of the damage, and it took 3 weeks for the local council to get them, removed, but that they know how to play the game.
Yeah.
Well, we have permanent caravans here. without
No,
the
I'm not
homeless
saying
people.
everybody's like that, but obviously this particular group, that's exactly what they did.
I think it varies from place to place. I mean, say around here, many of the councils have built sites, so they're properly managed and they're in good condition, and anyone who is part of the traveller community can come there and set down for days, weeks, months, whatever, and then move on again to the next
Yeah.
one. There's so incidents of where you see travellers just turn up and move on to a public park or even private land
Yeah.
just doesn't really happen. Right? I rarely see it nowadays.
I mean, there does need to be places for them to go. Certainly,
yeah, exactly.
I mean,
And the school that my wife works at, generally every term there's 2 or 3 children there that are traveller children, and you'll see them for a term or 2 maybe, and then they're off again, and another 1, 2 or 3 come in.
and I mean, for the first week, 10 days, people in the town were very accepting. Most people, I won't say everybody. But then, obviously, when it started to be the fact that when you'd go on a walk and you'd see human feces, just where they've just gone to the toilet in the middle of a
Are you
field.
talking about San Francisco again?
Yeah, well, I might as well be, yeah. And you literally couldn't, you couldn't walk anywhere near the area that they'd taken over. People were feeling intimidated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that little alleyway at the bottom of the garden?
Mhm.
Oh, I went out there 2 or 3 days ago now to go around to the garage, and where they built that housing estate now, and there's a big tall fence, and there's 3 discarded nappies out on the path. I go, why? What? But why? What from their car park over the fence? Like changing a baby's nappy in the car park.
Yeah.
Okay, they went back.
Yeah, bloody hell.
You're brave. Oh,
I got rubber gloves, mate.
okay.
And they went back. Unfortunately, all their cars were parked out there. So.
Oh, dear. What a shame.
Yeah. Oh dear. What a shame. But yeah, because every now and again you hear, Tarquin, come here, little bugger. Yeah, it's like,
Fiona, my wife, has this great story about. She was at the Fla is an annual kind of music event. It's like a big traditional music event in Ireland. But there's one weekend, especially where usually if there's travelers in the area, they actually show up there. Some of them are musicians too, and but it was that weekend, and Fiona was in the bathroom, and she heard suddenly in an accent that was clearly stated where what socioeconomic group they were from. All she heard was, Brittany, pull your knickers up.
Brittany.
And she was afraid to get out and look and see what the story was. But yeah. So we quote that often. Brittany, put your knickers up.
oh man.
Oh dear me.
Mm-mm.
Oh, so I didn't get that Potty 800 I was talking about the other day.
You didn't.
No. When I asked the guy how much he wanted for, he said probably around 150. And then when I said, okay, I'll take it, it became 300. Because I think a week had elapsed and he probably looked online, whatever. So,
okay.
Fair enough.
That game very rarely works.
Yeah. So
300
I can
for
get
Potty 800.
another one of these GU06 for that price.
They only cost 350 when they were new. So I mean,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
they're not.
Yeah, try
worth-
saying that to somebody who's selling a Jupiter 8.
But somebody in the meantime, locally,
yeah,
actually, not far.
Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're only $3,500. You can't have it
There's
for that.
15 for sale for 300. Actually, locally here.
Mm.
15 Poly 800s.
No, Yamaha CS15.
Oh, CS15 for 300.
Yeah, missed out on it by minutes.
I see that's worth it. Yeah, I'd give that Nasrid, definitely.
I pulled out of that SY99 that I was looking at.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I just
You went too
Should
high.
have worded that differently.
no. Yeah. Yeah.
Just got a vision of somebody behind a Land Rover
my
now.
FM.
No,
Oh,
stop.
no. I just sort of sat here thinking. Actually, the voices in my head were saying, "You know what she's going to say. You know what the wife is going to say." No, okay, maybe I don't need that hassle. But no, I just thought, no, I'll another one will come. It's not like they're rare or anything. And
Do you
this,
have a 77?
sorry,
Do you have a
1899.
77?
this was a 99.
No, but do you have a 77?
You know what you need-
I don't know. I don't have any. Well, the only SY I've got is the 22, which is not really.
You know what you need to do, Rob?
comparable.
Have it delivered when she's out. I've been doing it for years.
It doesn't always
She knows
work.
now, though, Ian.
No, she doesn't watch this.
That's what you think.
Although, if she starts banging on the ceiling, you know what's happened.
No, I think I've got nowhere to put it at the moment. Got literally nowhere to put anything else. That's why this thing.
Well, there's a bloody big thing
been
behind you
something.
that you could
Sell
prop
that.
up against a
It's not
wall.
like you buy a house with it, mate.
It's
You
used
know
to be
what,
propped
mate?
up against a wall.
The one that's one of these.
Put it in an
that's on-
incinerator. Done off. Go.
There's one of these on Vemia at the moment for 100,000. It's not worth that. Not. by
And the
a
guy
long
also thinks he's a cow
Yeah.
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 Um,
and lives in a nest.
that lives in-
Yeah, 100,000. Oh.
But
Basically.
no, I
When you get to the point
suppose-
where the question is, so what does this one do that the
Oh,
others
that
don't?
happened
Yeah.
years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I think that happened on the second synthesizer I bought. What does this one do that that one doesn't?
Yeah.
And on.
It doesn't work like that.
No. So when you try to explain it to them, they go, "Oh, I don't understand what you're talking about." Well, then
Well,
don't ask the question.
The problem with the DX1 though is actually not anything to do with its capabilities and everything to do with the fact of its rarity value, because there really are so few of them. Kent's got most of them. And-
Well, technically, even that one.
Yeah, exactly.
well, yes, that's true. Well, yeah, exactly.
Not
But-
technically, actually.
But
Actually, yeah.
well, no, it's technically. But as far as I'm concerned, it can stay there forever. I don't want it here.
But as far as I'm concerned, it can stay here forever.
Yeah, I
too.
know. You're quite happy to have that,
I'm
and that's
very
fine
happy,
with
yes.
me, mate.
Indeed.
Yeah,
What happens?
because if I want a Sound Blaster 16 that's really up itself. So, yeah,
That's a great. That's a
I'm
great
going
idea.
to put a
Someone's
lot
gotta
of
remember that
analogies
one.
together for a book about various synthesizers. Yeah, so
That's a
Sound Blaster
class-
16
that's a
that's up
Kent
itself.
classic. that is a
That's
Kent
good.
classic.
Oh, mate. But no, I mean it's a beautiful machine, but
I've got to move it in a couple of weeks.
the DX1 doesn't speak to me
Where
like it
to?
speaks to you.
True. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah. Yeah. Now we've got problems with the radiator here, so they're going to need to get to it. Of course,
No, I see.
yeah, it's
my
got to
desk
move,
and-
isn't it?
and all
You're
that
not
sort
actually
of stuff.
going somewhere with it.
No.
Good.
No.
Should have put it on wheels, Rob.
Well,
No wheels.
somebody did offer
No
me a
wheels.
case. Sorry, my door's just opening, but it's my cat.
Judging
Somebody
you.
did offer me a case that had got two wheels, a bit like a
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I spoke
don't-
to someone.
don't.
And they said no. They said don't.
No.
It's, it might have been you. So probably, I think it was you and Simon both said.
Yeah, I
no.
had one of those big aluminium type cases
Yeah, with
with
four
that-
wheels,
just had
one
the
in
two
every
wheels,
corner.
and I couldn't get it to fucking stand up anywhere.
No, exactly. Yeah.
It kept
So
moving
you want
around
one
by
with
itself
four.
and knocking other things over. The bastard thing.
You can get sort of a single level Jaspers with casters,
Yeah.
Mhm.
like the square table.
Yeah, but even
things,
then, it's
which-
still got nowhere to wheel it to.
Yeah.
Well, that's.
Now I've got
that's
to
true,
take. So what I've got to do is I've got to take all these things down in the middle. The KX. Shut up. The KX, the Poly Brute,
I
and
say
the Mars
no. I
One.
think.
They've all got to come off their stands and go stand somewhere, and then the DX1 is going to have to just move into the middle of the room. And God knows where I'm going to put my desk, because that's where I work.
Oh, the Oasis arrived okay. Still working.
Oh,
There you go.
excellent. Yeah,
Because it's
well,
funny, as we were just carrying it out the door, and she goes, "Oh, did you tell Neil about the smoke that was coming out the side of it last night?" Fuck off, woman.
She's wrong. And
I'm
Yeah,
glad
she
it's
is a
arrived.
wrong un. Yeah,
And it's a good home that it's gone to somebody who will definitely cherish it.
He will.
yeah. Please do not listen to any of my tracks that are on the drive. You know,
Oh, that's the first
if you
thing
like
he
your
does.
First
hearing,
thing he'll do.
if you like your hearing, don't go there. Just don't.
when I bought my VS880 from Psalm West Studios,
Yes, I was one
And-
of those.
and it
Yes,
was-
880.
Trevor Horn's son was doing the paperwork and everything, and he said to me, "If you find anything on there, wipe it off." Oh, okay.
And you went, no.
Yeah. So I got it home. I thought, oh, I wonder what I want to get, because this has been in
Yeah.
Psalm Studio. I put it on, and there was some stuff on there. Not a fucking clue. It wasn't bad. I did not Spotify. Shazammed it. Not a thing. Nothing. So whoever it was never amounted to a piece.
Trying out stuff,
Yeah.
basically.
It was there was multi tracks and everything. It was all
Yeah.
very well done, but no, not a clue. So, but I've not deleted it. I've always kept it. I don't know why.
Yeah, because
You can pass it off as your own, Rob.
No, it's too guitar-y.
Oh, I see. Right.
Oh.
Disc space.
no, you won't be able to
Good
pass
to do
that off.
with all those guitars.
But I almost there's somebody on Facebook around here selling a VS 1680, which is the bigger one,
Yeah.
for £90. fully
Wow.
working apart from the backlight on the screen.
Kent's good with backlights if he gets it the right way up.
But yeah, I was
Just
so
put a candle
excited.
behind it and hope for the best.
No, still going. It's beautiful. I just like switching it on to see the backlight come on. It's wonderful.
Was it Africa for Sue is very nice, but who is Sue? Ah, Sue. She's the mental woman that I used to go out with. And then when I started going out with Fiona, and me and Sue had split. Or she'd split.
She didn't like that.
Yeah. And
There's some backing music for the story.
yeah, so what happened was she was absolute screw loose. And what she done is she paid somebody, apparently, nothing's been confirmed, to drive into the sides of my Chrysler and take the whole side out of it when she found out I was going out with Fiona, who she didn't know anyway.
Oh, and
So that's who Sue is.
you can delete that one then, Neil.
No, the thing is, when I
Or
played
Sue
it
will
last
come and find
night, Fiona's kind. She goes, "Oh, that's really nice. I didn't know you could play that." I mean, no did I. Yeah, Neil had a wife like that. Yeah, so you can relate, mate. Yeah. Truck down the side of me Chrysler. It was only 2 months old. But what really pissed her off was exactly 4 days later, I'd completely repaired it and you would have known nothing had ever hit it.
Mm.
So, which pissed her off more. But there you go.
Good.
So,
Right.
and that is the story of Sue.
I'm only seeing your subtitle there, Andy. Complètement cliqué.
Yeah, that was from the other day. I've just not changed it. I can't even remember why I put that. Well, probably because I was. I don't do French very often. I don't know why on earth that popped into my head.
I've heard that rumour too.
Hey.
Oh. I've heard of a bum note, not a knee note.
You what, Robbie? I didn't
Can you-
understand that comment. Can you please
No.
explain it to a half-wit numpty like me?
Half it, numpty. Hey, wait.
Excellent, man.
God, can you still have FTP? Can you still file transfer protocol? God, I haven't done that. I haven't done that for decades.
FTP.
Yeah, well, me and Neil were funny enough. We were talking about old computers and stuff like that,
Yeah,
and the stuff that we kept, like
loads of that stuff.
high mem,
Yeah,
and talking about like Windows 3.1 and stuff like that. And,
yeah,
IRQs.
oh yeah,
IRQs, oh my god, IRQs. I
Yeah.
still have nightmares
Yeah.
about IRQs.
yeah. My sound card
I-
don't work. Yeah, it's got the same
Yeah.
IRQ as your printer, mate.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Fuck. Yeah. Oh, heady days. Or were they?
Yeah. It's funny how nostalgia completely can obfuscated that. It's like,
It's like I was doing an OU course and having to do lots of, modem stuff. And I spent 300 quid one quarter on my phone bill just with the modem. Trying to do this bloody...
Who
Degree in
remembers
computing.
sitting upstairs or wherever it was that you had your computer and then the wife shouting, "Get off the internet! I need to
Yeah,
call
yeah,
mother."
yeah. I want to phone my mum.
Yeah.
No, the worst thing is they would just pick up the handset and take you offline.
Oh, take
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was saying about where I had Windows 95 on floppy.
Oh yeah, 13 discs, wasn't it?
I
There was
found some in
39
the
discs
garage.
together.
I sold them recently, a complete set of Windows 95 on floppy disk. Went for about 40 quid. I couldn't believe it.
I remember installing, what was it,
sure I
Windows
thought it was.
Millennium, and it just went,
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
it just took it off
The
bin.
Millennium Bug.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Might as well have been.
Yeah, might as well.
I used to work for Symantec, and they used to do a Norton 2000, which was supposed to be a...
Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing customer service for that. And it's like, it clearly snake oil.
Yes.
Yeah.
We knew it was, but we still had to promote, and it was just ridiculous. So embarrassing.
It was funny because I was using all these words that I hadn't tasted them in like 30 years. It was like, tastes funny. So yeah, mate. Heady days.
Norton Commander. Yeah.
Norton
But
Commander.
yeah,
yeah.
Norton Commander.
Yeah.
Can you see now, Robbie?
Yeah, just that.
Things like running Memsys and having competitions with my mate on his PC that were serial ported together for playing games and stuff, and seeing who could get the most high mem.
Or how quick your disc would defrag.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Defragging
Yeah.
races.
Or
yeah.
you used to test the speed of your machine by playing solitaire in Windows and seeing how fast the cards then waterfalled at the end. And if they were like super smooth,
yeah.
you had a really
Yeah.
decent computer.
I have it on good authority that an SX25 is flip, flip,
Yep.
flip. You could go make a cup of coffee and paint the fence while you wait for the game to finish.
You used to, if you picked up the window and then just did that across the screen and see how long it would take for it to clear, because it would just leave a trace, wouldn't it? It
Yeah.
was just, and then there it goes. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
how we fucking speed test. Yeah. Anyway, I'm pulling in Ian, and I'll be back later.
Can't.
Oh dear.
I mean, I can pull it in.
9 o'clock.
You can pull a
Telly
semi
time.
in.
Yes, telly and wine.
Before you
Actually, you
go,
might
Robbie.
want to word that one differently as well.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
before you go, Robbie, what's your T-shirt? I've seen it before, but I can't remember what. Oh, it's the cat on a synth. Yeah, right. With on the big modular. Yeah, wicked.
System 55.
So, where does that come from?
Cats on synthesizers in space.
Cats on synthesizers in space.
It's
Right.
got to be a genuine one. There's lots of fakes going around, but
I should bring back synthesizers in hats.
Synths-
Yeah, it ran. A lot of people joined in where they just put a hat, but on top of their synth.
What?
Yeah, I did it on Facebook. There was loads of people sending photographs of their synths wearing a hat. So I got Hans's 2500 thing with a Dryzerbone Australian, Outback hat.
Love it.
And stuff like that, or a cap on a mini Moog or something like that. I wanted, there you go, cats on synths.
so that's the one.
Because that started off as a meme as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
And then just grew from there.
This is a genuine website selling genuine cats on synthesizers in space merchandise.
Oh god. Of course.
Of course.
There's 3 elements required. Oh, look, Juno 60.
Actually, Dead Mouse. I had
Well,
an
that's because of
encounter.
the cat.
I had not an encounter. Yeah, Dead Mouse because of the cat. But
Yeah.
I was wearing my Pro Synth Network hoodie, Asda, earlier on. And I was walking down the aisle, and coming towards me was somebody wearing a Dead Mouse hoodie. And he looked at mine and he went, "I bet you know this guy, don't you?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I do actually." Oh, yeah, there's another Dead Mouse.
There you go.
Yeah, I said, "Well, yeah, I do. Yeah, actually, yeah."
I kind of,
Got a couple
like
of his
that
arms.
T-shirt.
Yeah.
That's
I'm working.
great.
I'm working on another Dead Mouse cover actually for
Oh yeah,
the end of the year. Yeah.
this is quite a good one. As well.
Nice.
Buzz Aldrin.
Say again. Oh, what do you want me to say again, Paul? I'm sorry. The Dead Mouse story, or no, I'm not sure what you meant by that. Paul Holmes. Oh. I hope you get your R8s fixed because I'm very fond of that machine. I had one for about 6 months, but eventually I had to give it back again. So
What?
Paul
Fostech?
Holmes is saying his Fostex R8.
His Fostex
Yeah,
R8
He's got 2 of them, but
got problems
they
with
need
Oh, God.
seeing to.
They're not easy to fix, if I remember rightly.
Mm,
Oh dear.
yeah, they are not.
First thing is I would look at belts.
Yeah, belts. The tape
Belts
heads
are
can
the
wear,
first thing.
of course. as
Well, it
well.
depends on what the actual problem is, I suppose.
Yeah, true.
Kent's for
Right,
But
repair.
I
I
was-
put a hat
Are
on.
you up for it,
The
Ken?
700's got a hat on.
But hey, there you go.
I'll see you
Hopefully
guys
that'll
later.
help. That'll help
All right,
you sell
see
it.
you, mate.
See you later. See you later, Rob.
That's
Yeah,
not.
cheers, Robbie. Take care, chap.
See you, Robbie. That's not an Ian, then. That's a semi-Ian.
It's a semi-Ian, exactly.
Semi-Ian.
Only I can do an Ian, and I'm going to go in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go see a film.
Go and see a film.
Well, no, I'm not going to go and see a film. I'm going to go and see a film upstairs.
Oh, I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anything in particular?
Dead moose.
Something quite nice for a Saturday night is what Jane said. So,
John Wick 4.
I,
That's quite nice for us.
I tried to get her to watch John Wick 2,
Yeah.
and she lasted about 7 minutes, I think. So John Wick 4 is definitely not out. Not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to watch it, but
That's what I like about Fiona. She bought it. She goes, "Should we watch this tonight?" I went, "Fuck yeah."
History Boys. Always a go.
History Boys is a great film, but we've seen it.
Yeah.
Jane doesn't like really, really violent films.
Yeah. Ladies in Lavender. That's another of my favourites.
Yeah. What was it? I took her to see. World War Z. We went to the picture to see World War Z, and I didn't tell her it was a zombie movie.
Ah,
That is a shit zombie movie. Read the book. Max Brooks, Mel Brooks' son wrote it. It's a great book.
I quite
Was
like
the movie
film,
bad?
actually.
I've never seen the movie.
Also, he wrote the Zombie Survival Guide, which is excellent.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Zombie Survival Guide. And I did take her to see The Girl with All the Gifts, which is a zombie film, but it's not quite the average zombie film.
I haven't heard of that one. Is that good?
Yeah, no, it's good actually. Is that it's a very British movie.
Did you see the Schwarzenegger one where his daughter becomes a zombie?
Is that the American film where?
It's her name. I forgot the name of the movie.
Yeah, has he got Clint Eastwood? There's a Clint Eastwood film it's a zombie movie, but it's not a traditional zombie movie. It sort of
I don't
deals
think
with-
it's no. I don't think it's him, but it has.
It deals with it as though
Schwarzenegger.
it's an illness. It's quite a slow burner film, but really good though. Saw that a few years ago.
well, after PSN last night, I came downstairs and Fiona was watching They Live.
All right.
I've never actually seen it. I think
Oh, They Live is
clips.
awesome.
Yeah.
And
It is
I must admit, towards the end there, where they're making their way to the centre where the signal is, and I turned to Fiona and I went, "So just how many bullets has he got in that magazine?"
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, he's been firing it for like 10 minutes now.
That's where he says, "I've come to chew bubblegum and kick ass." And I'm all out of
Yeah.
Yeah. So and she's going, "Oh, shut up." Oh, sorry. Don't want to break the mood.
I mean, Jane did surprise me one day by saying, "I really want to see the Cabin in the Wood." Cabin in
Alright.
the Woods,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
which if you've ever seen it, is really, really good. Sort of a bit like a comedy horror, really, more than anything else, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not a major Joss Whedon fan, but he did a good job on that one.
Yeah. No, we really liked it.
Yeah. What was it we watched the other day? Still Crazy.
Don't think I've seen that.
It's about
It's the rock band
a 70s rock band that get back
With-
together.
with
Oh Christ, everyone's in it.
yeah.
Billy Connolly
Billy
is
Connolly's
the
in it,
roadie, isn't he?
Bill
Bill Nye.
Nye
Oh, I
plays
have seen that.
the
Is that
lead
the
singer.
70s
Yeah.
band?
Yeah.
Sort of glam.
And
Glam.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen it.
Neil. No, oh God, you know the guy from Auf Wiedersehen, Pet. No,
The guy plays Scabbers in Harry Potter.
I forgot. his-
Jimmy Nail,
Oh,
Timothy
Scabbers,
Spall,
Timothy
Stephen
Spall.
Ray.
Timothy Spall. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jimmy
Yeah,
Nail
no,
is
I've-
what I was after.
I've
Wasn't
got-
Jimmy Nail in
I've
it?
got the
Yeah.
soundtrack to that. It's really good. It's really good songs actually.
Yeah, still busy. Yeah, it's a good film actually.
It's very
Yeah.
David Bowie, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite a giggle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Timothy
Yeah,
Spall.
there's a
Was he played Beano? No, Beano, the drummer.
Is there a Stonehenge bit or a bit when they're at Avebury? I think. Isn't there a bit that they're at Ave? I forgot.
Something like
making
that.
this up?
Because
I'm sure there
initially
is.
they go off to Germany, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh,
They're,
That's
or-
right.
or the
they're trying
Netherlands or
to
somewhere.
recreate the whole Beatles thing.
Yeah.
Go off to,
Well-
to Germany and he falls in the river.
Jane's
it
never seen
Amsterdam and
Spinal
Canal?
Tap, so we need to watch Spinal Tap.
It's only
I've
less
got
than
the
an hour and
DVD.
20 minutes. You can watch that.
Well, no,
quickly.
the DVD's longer. It's got over 2.5 hours.
Is it?
There's a load of extra stuff. But I mean, it's just brilliant, and I haven't seen it for a while, so we need to watch that one Saturday
Yeah, the
night.
2-word review: shit sandwich.
Oh, that's shit.
But thank God Fiona's a Monty Python fan.
Yeah,
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brilliant.
she'll put on Life of Brian or Holy Grail on quite regularly to
Yeah.
watch for a giggle.
So one of the things about Spinal Tap, Grace has said, thing about Spinal Tap is it's all true.
Well,
Yeah.
he went on tour with Saxon.
Well, yeah, you can tell it's
And-
one of
and-
those
and-
bands, can't you?
You know, he hung out with Saxon for a whole tour, and wrote Spinal Tap. You know?
Wasn't it the guys from Scorpion that walked out of like a showing,
I
and they
don't
thought it
know.
was about them or something like that? They
Really?
actually took
Oh,
it really
really?
personally. Yeah.
Well, bloody Germans, no sense of humour.
I love the catchphrase.
But,
They
I
call
mean-
themselves England's loudest band.
Yeah,
Hmm.
we've all had Spinal Tap moments. I've had the bit where they can't find the stage in the dressing room. I've done it. I
Well,
did a
that-
gig
yeah.
like that.
Well, that was that. Grace has got a story about that.
I've had the
Told me
radio
when
signals.
Dom interviewed her.
Yeah.
Come on, Grace, you've got to tell us the story about that one again. But getting lost under the Hammersmith Empire, or
Yeah.
whichever one it is, and going round and round in circles in these labyrinth of corridors underneath it. Yeah, a variation almost. Yeah, the gag. And almost every single gag in Spinal Tap has happened to
Yeah.
me over the years. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's clearly time spent on tour,
Yeah.
experience behind that film, right?
Been in circles of
Because it's too
Well, that was
uncomfortable when you watch it. It's actually
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh dear.
It's the Stonehenge gag in it.
The Stonehenge gag
That never
is
grows
great.
old.
It's
It never-
superb. Yeah.
It never grows old.
Well, the way it started at the beginning, if you didn't
Well-
recognize some of those actors, even Rob Reiner,
Yeah.
and the way they interviewed some of those people, it's like you won with the band. You're like, this is like a documentary.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's great. That's why some people hate it. They go, this is a bunch of dumb guys.
Well, that's funny in itself, isn't it? I mean, seriously, if the people can't, well, never mind.
Have you ever seen the Mighty Wind, the folk one?
Yeah, and Best of Show, all that stuff they
The
did was
best of
great.
show's good, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all good.
And Waiting for Guffman.
I've not seen that one.
Was Spinal Tap that first sort of mockumentary?
What the Ruddles wasn't it?
Oh,
Was it?
I think the Ruttles was before that. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
much
I
early.
don't know that. What's the Ruttles?
Oh, you've got to see the Ruttles. It's absolutely. It's probably on YouTube.
Yeah, it's good. It's old.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole sort of like Beatles parody, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
It
Oh,
is.
the Ruttles, as it.
But
Right,
the
I'm with
song-
you, yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
The songs are superb.
Ooh.
Bad News is amazing and preceded Spinal Tap. Yeah, okay. I don't know Bad News either. Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
the Ruttles. All you need is cash.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
it's cash.
Cool thing about Spinal Tap though is they actually played the music. They actually,
Yeah.
they
Oh,
weren't
they
just
did.
faking
Yeah.
it.
Well, didn't they go
Yeah.
and do?
They
I
did
think
tours for
Donington or
many years
something
afterward.
Like that before
Yeah.
the film came out, they went and played
Oh, right.
Donington or something like that.
They had a
Came over
reunion
here.
tour, and they
Yeah. Yeah,
Rick
it's
Mail.
on YouTube.
So Rick
Andy.
Mail was in what? Bad News was comic strip. Oh, right,
Mhm.
yeah. Right, Rick Mail, yeah. And Edmondson, of course. Yeah. What was the spoof comedy thing that was Brian Hearn? Which was sort of based on Peter Gabriel. Anybody who watched it, you could go, this guy's doing... You ever seen Brian
Is it-
Hearn?
Was it a film or TV?
It was a TV series.
What was it called?
Howdy ho.
Oh, what?
Howdy ho.
was- No. What was it?
Hi, Steve.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Steve.
The
Do you want
Ruffles
to
was
TP on the
Brian-
FGDP 50 thing sometime? Once you
Brian
finish.
Pern. Brian
Hmm?
Pern.
Oh,
Um,
Brian
Pern or
Prothero?
Hearn? No, it was Brian. I'm pretty sure it was Brian Pern. What the series was called, and it was basically again a parody series, and it was loosely based on Peter Gabriel. And Peter Gabriel turns up in the very last
Really?
the very last
Don't
episode
think I've
when
seen
they do
that.
it. Can't remember. I'm gonna Brian.
Yeah, put a link if you find that because I haven't seen that. I'd love to see that.
Yeah,
It's
that
actually
sounds
really
great.
yeah. Brian
The Ruttles was Eric Idle. I didn't even know.
Brian
that.
Pern
Yeah.
full episodes. There you go.
Brian who? Herb.
Pern Pern. I can't remember the guy.
British
And
Scott. I know nothing about this.
and he keeps trying to reinvent his style and sound and things. Oh well, give it a watch. It's very well done. Again, it's very cringeworthy at times.
Yeah.
Where it actually it's slightly embarrassing. I heard that PG kind of had to appear because it was taking the piss so badly. He met it head on. All right. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Well, yeah, I suppose so. Right then, come on, me. And of course, in terms of taking the piss out of Peter Gabriel, it's slightly unfair, but because he never really, well, I suppose he had dips, but you all know that that was it. The band Thoch.
What are we talking about, by the way?
Oh, we've been talking about. We started off with Spinal Tap, and we've gone down
We
sort
did,
of
that
like
was
the
my fault.
the rockumentary parody sort of thing, and I just brought it round to this the life
24-hour
of
party people, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. But I was mentioning this thing about Brian Pern. It was a series of a few years ago on the B, and it's very obviously
Hi, Grace.
a parody of Peter Gabriel. But it's also it's very funny and very touching and actually
Yeah,
at
see my
times
sister.
very embarrassing. Well, I really enjoyed it.
Anybody? Yeah, take care.
That completely missed me, that one.
Oh,
But I need to
interesting.
I need to see that. It doesn't seem to
it's
be
si-
on YouTube.
Oh, it
but,
is.
Is it?
Brian Pern full episode. I think you'll get it all. You might be able to get it on BBC iPlayer.
Yeah, I'll have a look at that now, actually.
Don't tell anybody else.
I've been playing. You know those little mini guitar pedals, like that you can get for quite cheap. I've been messing with them and actually making a little 9 volt to 12 volt to 9 volt converter for them for Eurorack.
Oh,
And actually, I've been using a few of them now in my setup, just as
that's clever.
yeah, and they actually work great for a synthesizer. So I've ordered a bunch of them.
Oh, there you are.
They're 20 quid.
20 quid?
Oh, 30 odd, like if you get a cheap one, 35 for a chorus or that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And all you need is just a simple 7809. Kind of
These
little
are from
circuit.
Amazon. Are they
Yeah,
Amazon?
those little eBay or Amazon, those ones. Those little
Yeah.
tiny ones. So yeah, turn them into
Huh.
and they work great. They're actually very handy. They're very cheap.
Yeah, it's not an iPlayer, Andy, but I'll try and
it
watch
not?
What is that, like 10 HP or how big is that?
8.
8, yeah.
It's just about 8 wide. So
Cool.
you might need to kind of desolder the jacks that stick out here, but you don't need them anyway because you just put them in front here. And I just use it's very easy to build a small power converter from 12 to 9 volts. You can actually buy them as well as little units.
You beautiful. Beautiful girl. Come on in. Come on in. Can you give me a cuddle? Oh.
Right,
That was
time
it.
to do an Ian.
Go on, you do
Well,
it, Ian.
you are
You
qualified
have
to
the
do it.
right and the
I'm
privilege
a
to do
qualified
it.
Is this a semi-Ian or a full Ian?
This is a full Ian, but I may be back later.
I'm
So
going
a
to say
semi-full Ian.
Semi-Ian.
Semi.
Semi-full.
The semi-full Ian, yeah.
Yeah, or full
We'll
semi.
say full Ian.
It's
but
just a
unless you see me
three-quarter
later, then
Ian.
It was a semi.
Or is it 2/3?
If there's a witch dirty something, we find it here.
Terrible Ian. Yeah.
See you later, guys.
Ian.
Thank you, buddy.
Ian.
Bye.
Come on, darling.
Bye.
Old Mr. Longhurst called me on Messenger earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I answered it.
What
and
did he call
said- yeah, he caught me out. I don't know about anything else, but he said he's looking very forlorn. He's going. I go, what's the matter? He goes, I'm going to have to send this back. I went, why? And he went, oh, because I've fallen in love with it too much. And I went, oh, you fuck off, will you? Fucking but all this sort of thing. And he's going, yeah, he says, oh, like that. And Fiona coming from the kitchen, and she goes, is there something wrong with the 8X? What's going on? What? I said, no, he's been a wank. She went, no, okay.
Oh, actually, that's a good sign, really. When you've spent that much money, to then suddenly to go, actually, my money has been well spent, and to have that an emotional connection to it is good. It is. I approve of his reaction. That's cool.
How much are they?
Loads and loads.
4,049.
An awful lot more than one of those cheap pedals that you just bought off Amazon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a lot of pedals.
and it won't fit into a Euro rack.
It definitely won't fit into Euro rack.
In fact, it won't fit on an 88 note tray either.
Will it not? Have you?
No.
Because is it just what is it? The extra bits at the at the ends? Then is it that?
It doesn't seem to really have extra bits as such, but somehow, yeah, it's much bigger because it slopes outwards at the edges as well.
So like that. Yeah.
And I think it'll go onto a. I think it will go onto a 150 Jasper, but no, it won't.
This is a
No, it
this is a
won't.
150.
Because
This is a 150.
my
Jasper.
old man, my old
Said follow the van
Is a dustman.
and don't
dilly-dally on the
My man's
way.
a dustman. Yeah, he
Yeah.
wears a dustman's cap. He wears corduroy trousers. And he
It's
lives
like
in
that
a council
record.
flat.
Not montage. My Motif ES doesn't fit on a 150 Jasper. You have to take the end cheeks off,
Blimey,
That's why
Yeah.
you invented saws.
and that's only a 76.
that's what it was crazy.
Yeah,
Well, it's interesting because I've got the that Studio Logic, not Studio Logic, the Complete Control S88
yeah,
on a 150 Jaspers, and I've got space on either end.
yeah. That is because that used to fit on this tray.
Yeah, it's got space.
But that
you
doesn't.
know.
It's about that much too big. Whatever
Can't you
that
weld a
looks-
bit on to your tray?
Well, no, because that's when the
Side of
end
the
of the,
desks.
end of the whole desk ends as well.
Oh, shit.
But and there's no room at all. No. So because I thought it'd be quite nice going in there in front of the Mac and everything like that, but not to be. Well, unless I rebuild this desk. Like,
Well, yeah. Project.
Hey.
Good summer.
yeah. Well, I rebuilt all this stuff once anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Ollie, I was just going to ask you the same question that Synthadix just asked you
What's that?
What's that?
about setting up
Oh.
a production line for those modules.
No,
make.
no, I wouldn't sell them.
Yeah, you can.
It's too DIY, a little system to, and also I didn't make the pedal. Like it's not my design, you know.
You're not Behringer.
Behringer.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean
You could use Behringer pedals. Hey.
I've done shameless stuff, but it's like those Volca to Eurorack, but the module is what I like the little adapter is what I sell. But for that, it takes too much DIY on some of these parts to.
So it's just for your own amusement then.
Yeah, and also every pedal, so many models of pedals. Every pedal is different. So
Yeah, but what manufacturers would normally do if you have possible support issues later on is they sell them as kits, and that way they can wash their hands of it. So
yeah,
if anything goes wrong, it's their fucking fault, kind of scenario.
Yeah. You company, Ollinger.
Yeah. Yeah, but don't use Behringer stuff because you'll probably create a space-time continuum by doing that.
Yeah, it'll collapse onto itself.
Yeah, just everything will implode.
Yeah.
It'll be cheap though.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly would. What we should do is put your Pro One into a Go case, Andy.
Or skip.
Well, I have done already, but it's the Ollinger one over there. So I've got the Ollinger one in a Go case. That it means that can just stay where it is quite cheerfully now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now that it's all pristine and fully working, it can just happily stay, and I will not lug it around. Like
I do keep an eye out for some original end cheeks.
Well, again, those ones. I mean, I like them. They're nice. They look nice, don't they? They're a nice wood that you use, that rosewood or whatever it was. They do look good. But it's to do. They're actually they're slightly wider, which meant that the original screw couldn't go
all the way in. Yeah,
it wouldn't go through, so I had to get some different screws to screw it in. But yeah, I think it certainly looks a lot better than it did without them. I mean, see, mine never actually had the end cheeks when I bought it. Whoever had it before had removed them, I think, to be able to put it into a hard case. And I never even questioned it until I started seeing photographs on the internet and videos on the internet, YouTube, of people playing. They got wooden edge. Oh no, of course that's not true because Rupert, who was in Chilich People, he also had a Pro One and he's had wooden end cheeks. So we could tell them apart because mine was half naked. So, you know.
Yeah.
But I do like the fact that it's got those panels on. It makes it look.
Well, it's also more rigid for having.
It is more rigid for having.
Yeah, it holds all the plastic to the metal base better.
It absolutely does. Yeah, it still feels like it's built out of papier mâché, but it's.
It's still one of the best monosynths ever created by man.
I think so. I think so. Who am I to judge? I've not played them all, but it looks Grace. It looks more Sheffield. Thanks, Grace. It's always been a joy in my life, that thing, and I do love it. Which actually, oddly enough, is when that was extremely poorly, well, virtually unplayable. You know, when you first saw it, that's why I bought the Behringer. And when I started playing with the Behringer, it was really like having an old friend back. And people say, are these Behringers really? With the Pro One, absolutely it is. It's got some differences. It's got some differences in key range and bits and bobs. But ultimately, yeah, they nailed it with the Pro One version. I don't know about all the others. I've got a D as well, but I don't have a Mini Moog to compare it against. I played the Pro One for years. That's where I know that thing inside out. And playing the Behringer Pro One, I was going, whoa, what? Oh wow! And it does that. Yeah, and one of the key tests of it is the oscillator sync section.
Yeah.
And it does it. It rips. It's it'll tear through telephone directories.
In without taking anything away from Behringer, but it's not really hard to recreate if you're using the same chipset.
I'm sure. Well, it's their own 3340s, therefore. But I know it's not just the 3340 because the SH101 used a 3340 and sounds totally different. So it's all the rest of the components and the signal chain that's there. But we keep saying this. How did they keep getting it right with things like that? But I was very amazed because my two previous mono synths before I bought that one had been a Teisco 60F, which is built like a fucking tank. I mean, seriously, the Teisco 60F is heavy, metal case, wooden end cheeks, weighs a ton.
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic. And a Yamaha CS5, which is plasticky, doesn't weigh a ton, but actually is very solid in itself. then when I got the Pro One, I bought it and I got it home, and I'm going, look at the case. It's all this buttons. I was not impressed. And the keyboard on the Pro One has never been a success story. Okay, it's obviously now you've had your grubby paws on it. It's very beautiful and working very, very well. But it's not the best thing.
I thought the sequential tom was a bit crap as well. When I was he's got a really noisy mic. Someone's got a really crunchy mic going on.
I think it's you, Chrissy.
Not me.
One of these mixers.
Oh, has Kent just done something?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the grubby slider here somewhere.
We can say all we want about Behringer, but they do understand the market.
Well, they really do.
Oh Christ, yeah, absolutely.
I wish they wouldn't.
Well, except for those little mini synths that are $50.
Yeah, you're there. Jesus, fuck.
You reckon, Andy? I reckon they've sold shed loads of them.
I'm sure they have, but I mean, they're not quality by any means. They're just gimmicks.
They're not.
It's not meant to. They just understand the demand.
Well, when I put a Model D up against a 1975 Mini,
that will be yeah. I mean,
it was
done side by side comparisons.
Yeah, the component that's missing is the drive in the signal. That's all that's missing.
Right.
The Model D has a very safe audio path because Minis they're literally always on the verge of distortion, and that's what gives them that. But it's a harmonic distortion.
Would there be a way to tweak it? Could you do? I mean, not that I'm intending to get.
It doesn't. The way it's designed doesn't look like it. You might be able to.
You can do
maybe
the headphone out and back in thing, and it does.
Yeah, but then it's nowhere near as powerful as when you do it with the Mini.
Sure
so it needs to be there from the word go.
It cost me £250.
Yeah.
Well, I actually like it.
Damn close.
Without that, I mean, you see, I bought it because I told you before. You bought the System 55, and I was thinking in my own head that I was going to go down that route. And after a lot of thinking, what do I want to achieve? I decided to buy the 960 sequencer.
Yeah.
And the D, because I thought, well, it's going to be it's going to have that, and it really delivered it. It really delivered that combination of the Moog sound and the Moog sequencing, which is definitely what I was after.
Well, I wish I had done it because I could have saved myself a fortune in cables.
Well, that's because I mean, I need some cables, Ken. Have you got any going spare? About
how many do you need?
1,300.
Yeah, how many do you need, mate? 2 or 3 carrier bags.
Have you got any that are longer than a meter?
I don't.
Meter long patch cables.
I think the yellow ones are the longest ones we've got. No, they look about a meter.
No, long cables. Anything like that would be cool. I think 90 centimeters is the longest ones I've got. So. Oh no, that's long. Oh
no, the pinks are the same length, isn't it? Well, no, they're about.
Are they 90 centimeter ones?
Shorter.
Very well.
But I don't know how I ended up with so many of the small ones. I mean, the really tiny ones.
Actually,
the blue ones are quite long.
And again, the interesting within my rack here. It's small cables. I need a load more little cables, and a load more really long cables for reaching, particularly for patching into Grace's system and back again. That's something which we sort of struggled with a bit. But yeah, it's funny, but because I've got the System 100. Put that up there. There you go, the System 100 in that sort of uppercase middle row. They're next to each other, so it's only a short hop from one module to the next module to the next module to the next module with the oscillators into filters into amplifier and then the envelope generators back. So you don't need cables much longer than sort of 5 or 6 centimeters, and I've got very few of them. or you end up with that's where you get the spaghetti, your minestrone soup all over you.
Have you tried couplers so you can make extra long ones, custom cables?
I haven't.
Get some female couplers.
I know you can get them. I just haven't done it.
So I use them for audio a lot too. They work for that as well.
Yeah, I've heard of
Yeah,
them.
I'm sure they will. Yeah, I just haven't.
Yeah.
It's just laziness on my part. Go get a longer cable.
I'm sure the blue. Oh, they might not be longer actually.
You're really loud, Synthetic, by the way. You're about 10 dB higher than everybody else.
Well, that's because he's just so.
He's American, though, you know.
I'm just yelling. Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, how's that work?
That's not right. That's not right.
No, he can't be because he's further away.
I'm surrounded by assholes who are like that. So
Are you talking to us there, Andy? Well, what? Are we?
no,
You take
No,
it on the
Just to you, Andy.
around here.
Oh, just to me. Okay, fair enough then.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's only me.
As long as
putting
I
me
know,
size
Crossley.
9. Only me put me size 9s in me gob today. Don't worry about it. Mate.
Funny.
Yeah, but it's maybe put lower value resistor or resistors into the Model D. Probably the feed into the filter. Try and make the filter sing a bit more.
I don't think I'll be doing that really.
I wouldn't worry about it. I'll wait for somebody else who knows what they're fucking doing to do it first, and then put a YouTube video up.
Great.
And you send it to me. I watch the video, and then I do what the guy says. It's a lot quicker that way.
It's all SMD in there as well.
Yeah.
It is. It's got to be, hasn't it? Because it's so much smaller.
But I couldn't believe how badly tuned the Model D was that this guy had bought brand new.
As in the D, as in the Behringer D.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Even between octaves were out, never mind scaling.
Oh, that's interesting. Mine's not
Yeah,
out
it was
with
really bad.
itself.
Some people do mess with them, don't they?
Yeah.
Mine's not.
But he
out
said he's
within
never opened
itself.
it. But there again, the
Yeah,
55.
well,
I've got to tune all these VCOs. They're all out. Every single one of them. He's out. I put the Peterson tuner on it, and it starts laughing.
Oh, I have so little time for that anymore. I just want something to
Well,
work.
yeah, this
They
is
should-
it. You know.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, they should be calibrated in the factory to be at the right pitch. But of course, they're travelling, aren't they? So
Yeah, they're going 6,500 miles around the world and shit.
Yeah, there is that.
change
But
them.
on the other hand, if you look at the trimmers, they are quite stiff anyway. And it's sort of like, well, hang on a minute. Maybe they're just going, look, we need to get these things out. Get them in the fucking box and let the shop
Somebody
deal
else-
with it when they buy them.
Maybe.
or the user, because it does tell you in the manual to the calibration routines. I mean, the 960 sequencer in the manual, all it tells you is about the bloody calibration routines. You see all these little sockets underneath
Yeah.
each row, each step. It doesn't tell you what you do with those. I've still not figured it out. Ken, what do you do with these sockets and why do they
Well,
work?
are
Why are
they-
they there?
The ones at the bottom, they're for what are they for, Ken?
Yeah, what are they for? I'd love
I
to
think
know.
they're individual triggers for each step.
They are. I sometimes. We've done it the other day in the jam that Grace and I did.
Yeah.
The little red buttons.
Yeah.
I use those to trigger the
Step advance.
Because all
Yeah.
I was using it for was, oddly enough, it was a bloody big modulation generator. It wasn't triggering any notes of its own. It was sending modulation out to the Dupfer A11-6 little synth voice, which was then going into the WASP filter. So it was sending modulation out. There were a couple of different modulation sources going into that at different rates, and so it was stepping, giving it a modulation sequence.
Yeah.
But when that wasn't playing, I could still trigger the modulation and things like it. Really interesting effect. But so you can actually send it triggers to play certain stuff. I'm not sure. And then there's an out. There's an in and an out. Oh, I've not figured it out. It doesn't tell you in the manual what it's for. So
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Behringer manuals are not very good.
they're bloody useless, actually, Cressy.
Well, yeah. Look at
Can
the
you
Crave
write it?
manual. I had to rewrite the Crave manual. It's so bad.
Really?
Well, yeah. Grace was saying something similar the other day.
You look at the sequence for the Crave manual. You go like, how the fuck you work this? It's so
Well,
written
exactly.
so badly.
Just watch your loop up video.
Watch a loop up video on how to use the Mother 32.
I'll
You know,
work that in the
it's
end.
the same as the Mother 32 sequencer, basically.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's gone.
we've lost Andy. Bye, Andy.
You offended him.
Oh, sorry, Andy.
He'll get
Didn't mean
over
to
it.
offend you.
He'll be fine.
Like what I think the Body Electric was saying, if you have an old Mini that's out of tune, might be easier to tune the entire studio instead.
It probably would be, yeah.
Yeah, if it's an
You
RA.
know, that's probably quite logical when you think about it.
Because an RA can go out of tune by the time you've finished tuning it.
Yeah.
Literally.
I mean,
by the time you screw
yeah.
the back on, it's gone again.
That's one thing that I wish that Behringer hadn't cloned.
Yeah.
Because
You don't want the out-of-tune.
The tuning on the D is unstable. The tuning on the Pro 1 is not. As in the Behringer Pro 1.
Yeah.
It's not. It's fine.
Yeah, there's no reason for that anymore.
It's just, there isn't. Unless it's that important in the character of the sound that you've got to fight that tuning all the time. I mean, Ken, you've got far more experience of genuine Model Ds than probably most people will ever have. But so you could comment on that. I mean, are they all like that, or is it just you get one in that's particularly bad, or?
You'll get one, that doesn't like tune, like won't span across the keyboard. You've just run out of trim, where components have lost tolerances. But in terms of them staying in tune, they're normally pretty good. You get them in tune, and then they're fine, and it will stay like that for a long time.
But what about the drifting? I mean, I know that the Pro 1 behind me, that is generally stable, but there were times at gigs back in the 90s when you'd be on stage, everything was fine, you got it all tuned up, and then you get to song number 2 and it's decided to adopt its own microtonal scale.
Depends on when you've turned it on. See, that's another. Like, for instance, when I tune a Mini, when the customer collects it, I'll say to them like 35 minutes. So from turn on to when you want to start playing it, or you want to just line the VCOs up together, it's 35 minutes to let it warm up. If it's for stage, I'd set it so I get it into where it's in tune, slightly quicker and stuff like that. But 9 times out of 10, if they're doing a gig where it's semi-open, we're in the lap of the gods. One cold blast of wind and the specker will go.
Woo!
Yeah. Not as bad as an 80 would.
No,
But
it's all part of the charm, isn't it? It's the charm.
well, this is the idea. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to just constantly keep correcting.
Just put an auto tune on the outputs.
You've got to remember then to look at it and then actually adjust. I know guitarists are used to that, but Well, you're probably right, Chris. We do actually. When Grace and I are playing, Grace always brings the little tuner and we plug it in and set up, and hopefully things are in tune.
I've an SEO2 for that type of sound, and that doesn't move at all.
Oh, the Roland.
Yeah.
Well, you take something like a Memory
Roland.
Moog. Memory Moog has
See what I
auto
did there?
tune, right? And you think, oh yeah, Memory Moog's got an auto tune, cool. It's not that good, and at the end of the day, there are still 40 tuning pots in a Memory
Welcome
Moog.
back, Andy. Yeah, well, yes, of course.
Hi.
They still need to be tuned accurately before, otherwise the auto tune can't find the VCOs.
Yeah, I lost internet. I got dropped. So.
Ah. But the thing that Memory Moogs do from time to time, which drives me insane, is when it says 4 tuned or 5 tuned, but you play it, it's in perfect tune. It just decides, nah, it's not in tune. It's almost like it doesn't bother looking anymore. We go, no, I can't be asked. Or it just flips a coin. Oh, I'm going to say 5 tuned today.
I've heard it's super unreliable. Is that true? Like,
God, yeah. Very, yeah. Well, so it's an awful lot of stuff packed into a case with 50-year-old shit cables. So I mean, I've had one where 3 voices wouldn't work. They wouldn't gate. So you set up an envelope and you get the wow, 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 and the next 3 go and you go wow, 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 and you hit the front panel and it's wow, 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 wow. Cool, give it back.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How
Just
much?
wait
Oh,
for it.
that's a nightmare for a repair guy.
Yeah. So, depending on how quick they need it. I mean, before now, I've smacked the front panel and it's come back, and they've collected it. And I said, "Well, look, if it does it again, just smack it on the front panel about there." And they go, "Yeah, all right, stop doing it. Cool."
That's the TV stuff. That's cold solder joints type of stuff. But
No,
I'm
it's
guessing this
interconnection
isn't.
cables. The
Yeah.
interconnector cables on it are just
Oh yeah, yes.
awful.
Is that those ones that actually bite into the?
The 16
those
way they
chrome-
go into
yeah.
IEC sockets. Yeah.
Oh, they're shite.
Yeah, they are total shite. And the sockets themselves. I mean, right, we could put brand new cabling in it. There's a lot of them,
Yeah, that's
and
a lot.
replace all the sockets as well. But we're talking stupid amount of money.
Did
in terms
Molex
of
exist
parts.
back then?
Stupid amount of hours, mostly. Like, yeah.
Molex,
Yeah. Do they have the Molex connectors back then?
one, which sits on the power supply. That was
Oh,
a
okay.
fucking good move as well, because you can move that. That goes 0 tuned, 0 tuned. Move that plug, turn it on again, 6 tuned. That's the sort of crap I have to put up with on a daily basis.
Wow.
And I could rebuild a memory mode, and it's still, fingers crossed. Just don't know. Because I was surprised at how many people were thrown by that photograph that I put up on Facebook. They go, "Why have you got a resistor where it should be a capacitor?" I go, "No, that is a capacitor. It just looks like a resistor." Moog are always using them, and they're normally pink. So if you see a pink resistor, it's not a resistor; it's a capacitor.
I've seen a few of these on old pinballs. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think they were in fashion for a very short period of time. And people go, "No, let's start making capacitors look like capacitors again." Good
Probably
idea.
a wise idea.
Move.
Yeah.
I see in the chat that Tracker Jack's bought himself a matriarch, or has
Ah.
bought herself. I don't know if Tracker Jack is him or her, but they have. Yeah, Tracker Jack has bought
Nice.
a matriarch, and it's all Grace's fault. Well done, Grace.
That's one thing I'd love to. A big expense since for me, I'd love to have actually.
It is lovely.
Yeah,
It
I hear
really is.
lots of
It
good things
really
about them.
is lovely. I know in terms of polyphony or playing it as a polyphonic synth, it's not. It's a glorified monosynth that's just amazing. That's flexible. It is delightful. It's delightful to play, to touch, to move. I mean, certainly, I'm moving from a Euro rack system mostly, and then I get when I have a fiddle with that around at Grazes, the feel of the pops
Yeah.
and the sliders. It's like ooh, all right, and then you go, yeah, that is, and then there's the sound. The sound is just
Oh my God.
wonderful.
I
it
regularly
really is
rewatch some of Lisa Belladonna's
Yeah, exactly.
performance
Yeah,
videos, like, and I'm like, that's it.
Just surround yourself
Buying
with
in-
Moogs.
Yeah. Oh my! I trip out on these videos. Absolutely beautiful.
Well, Moog always made great monosynths.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right from the word go. Because every time they built a polysynth, it was an absolute catfuck.
Is it
Yeah.
true that in many ways the sound is just too big for polyphonic playing, and that it becomes when you've got 8 of those in a system or 6 of those in a system, those voices, it just becomes too much for a system. A lot of polysynths, old analog polysynths, guilty of that.
Well, I mean, memory mode can be very, very delicate and quite expressive. Just most of the patches are all very much sort of like in your face kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it can be really, really very sweet. But then on the other end of the scale, the Polymoog has got absolutely no testicles whatsoever. It is the eunuch of the polysynth world.
Oh, well, weird.
And even with the filter, the 24, the Moog filter that's in it, which is basically just a recreation of the one that's in the Mini, but the signal that goes through it is a string synth signal. It's hasn't got a lot of
Which
grunt.
was that the Polymoog?
The Polymoog,
say?
yeah.
Yeah, it is a glorified string synth in many ways,
Yeah,
though, isn't it?
it is. It's an octave divided string synth. Simple as that. But it had a sound that worked. It had one sound that really, really worked.
Yeah, Vox Humana.
Yeah, and once Gary had used that, he thought, right, well, that's that one buggered. Because all the other sounds are just variants of sort of like filtered strings in some form or another.
Yeah.
But you did have this, big analog filter stuck up the end. But unfortunately,
Only one.
Paraphonic.
Only one. Yeah.
Yeah. So, whereas the Memo's got round that with, obviously with envelope generators per voice and everything. But it still had, that design flaw of it would fall apart if it was women's shoes. Don't turn it on. You don't wear women's shoes; they break. You don't play Moog Poly keyboards because they fall apart. Not supposed to use them. You're supposed to sit them in a room and go, that's from the other
Just
side.
get your own one.
Is the Moog
Yeah.
One going to be any different?
No,
Is
I
it
don't think
proven
so.
to be?
I don't think so. I wouldn't like to say. I know it sounds very good. I'm not quite sure about it. What its longevity will be. I'm hoping because it clearly looks to be all SMT based tech in it. It should have some sort of longevity from an electronic point of view. Software point of view, don't know.
Who knows?
Because that's a very software controlled polysynth, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah.
And quite a few quid.
Do you think the current batch of these big analog polysynths are going to be subject to the same sort of problems that their progenitors were back in the sort of 80s, really? So things like the new Prophet 5s and the OBX 8, and even things like the Prophet 6, the OB6, those sort of synths.
Probably not. Mainly because the newer tech doesn't seem to need the power to drive it that the older stuff used to need.
That's a good
So
point, yeah.
heat and all that stuff is not really
Not
playing a
so
part
much
as
current
much.
flowing through the whole thing.
Yeah. Because
Just
9
the
times out of
computer
10,
failures.
well, yeah, but where you had like a memory mode's got a heat sink on the back of it. It's like somebody just parked a
I know
Mini
it.
up behind
Yeah,
it.
it is. It's massive,
You know,
isn't it?
it's a great big chunk.
And so did the Jupiter 8. It's great.
Yeah,
You could
But-
use it as a cable hanger.
Yeah, I mean, it used to come up. The heat would slowly work its way across the front panel. So if your LFO section, you touch your LFO section and it's warm, it's time to turn it off for a while. That's that kind of thing. So the newer stuff doesn't draw juice like that anymore, because it always seemed to be the weak spot of how much heat and energy the unit would
It's
use.
not to do with better power supplies and better distribution of the power across.
Well, it's
the
putting more
circuit.
electronics onto one tiny little sliver,
Yeah.
as opposed to having loads and loads of different components that were not really as efficient with the energies that today's stuff is. So I think it will suffer from problems, but probably not the same kind of problems.
Yeah, it'd be
and
interesting.
Not as often.
To see
Yeah.
what problems arise for that type of technology.
Yeah.
I
Because it's
remember,
sure
like,
as hell it still happens. I mean, that SL88, that's all surface mount. And as you know, turned it on a week and a half ago, nothing.
because I
Well,
remember
your
something we used to
Studio
see in. Sorry, no, go ahead.
Sorry, no, Ollie, go.
No, something issues we used to see in the arcade repair stuff was a lot of the Fujitsu ICs were renowned for failing, and what it was is the lamination of the metals inside the silicon would actually just it'll get corroded or destroy or delaminate or whatever. So like stuff like that we can't actually see, like some of the ICs might actually fail over time because of stuff they haven't foreseen, or the reactions of different types of materials inside the IC causing that. But yeah, I think that's probably the future of some of these machines.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
The actual ICs themselves failing at some point, but yeah, the components themselves are pretty.
Well, I mean, we're at the point now where both you and me are looking over the precipice of the end of through-hole technology.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm waiting on a microscope to arrive next week.
yeah,
That's it. I've crossed the threshold.
Is that in order to do surface mount then, Ollie?
Yeah, better surface mount. Yeah.
there is literally resistors now on some of these things that I cannot see with glasses going like, no, is that dirt or is that a resistor?
Was it 04 or 3 or something?
Yeah. So, and I mean, one of the reasons behind getting this Behringer, I thought, well, that's going to be a nice little learning curve about dealing with SMT. I can see the vintage stuff. Eventually, it'll just be, they will become officially antique. It's not something you use and play. It's something you put in a glass case and look at. So, it's. I mean, even now, some of the ICs that I used to be able to just go to the RS web page and go, yeah, I'll have 50 of them, 10 of them, keep them in stock because I'm always using them. Now it's, lead time 5 months. It's like, does that mean that they will turn up in 5 months, or will it just go, no, they're discontinued in the end? And then what?
Yeah.
406. I mean, CD4016s, right, are now getting hard to get, and they are in everything. And little 4558 op amps. I got lead times on some of the main.
Really?
I've got lead times on 4558s. It's like fucking hell. What?
Oh, shit.
There's over 250 of them in a CS80. What the? You know what I mean?
How many of those have you got lined up against the wall?
At the moment, I've got about 4 tubes of 50.
No, I meant how many CS80s have you got that you?
Oh, not many, but they're in Pro 1s. They're in Jupiter 8s. They're in OB8s, OBX, Prodigy. You name a keyboard, there'll almost certainly be one of them.
Do you often
If
have to
not,
replace just one, or have to replace a whole batch of them per keyboard?
Well, sometimes you have to, if the machine's old enough, you have to replace the whole lot rather than give it back to them, and then 2 days later they phone you up saying it's broken, don't work. So it depends, if it's a repair or a restore. Admittedly, a lot of people are not really going for the restore option now because of cost. Because of cost more than anything else. They haven't got the money to throw at it, or it's something where they go, how much? Oh, no, fucking just repair it, mate. Which is fair dues. But yeah, and there will come a time when you need a very, very basic bread and butter IC, and you're having to order it off eBay from somebody in fucking West Timor or something. I mean, see, this 20p IC is costing like £18. It's like, fucking hell. So.
We're joking, but it's happening now. Like sometimes the stock comes from really obscure places, and they're a few bucks each, and it's like really. And
you start lowering your what's the word? Your expectations and your when you go, nah, that sounds a bit iffy. I'm not sure about that, but you're going, fucking I bet I'll have to go for it.
Yeah.
I ordered. This guy was selling. SH101 pitch wheels, with the holder and everything to go onto the metal frame.
Wiggy stick.
The wiggy sticks, yeah. And in the photo, they looked okay. And I thought, yeah. And they were like, I think it was 20 quid for the set. I went, shit. Because I'm always getting, because people are bringing them in. Oh, yeah. And can you replace that? Because the thing snapped off. Or, yeah. Or I accidentally put it in the microwave and fucked it or something. Whatever it is. And you go, right. I went, right. I'll buy 10 sets.
Yeah.
So a couple of weeks go by, a lot of shipping because it's coming from, I don't know, fucking Titan or something. I don't know where the hell it was coming from. But it was a lot of money to get it here. And the little box arrives, I open them up, and there's 10 sets. In their little bags, they've got a spring, everything, and the little grub screw. I'm going, oh, fucking result. Right? It'd be great if they fucking fitted.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Because it turns out they're very well 3D printed, so that they don't look 3D printed, but you got the scale wrong. And every time I have to fit one, I have to go down with my file.
File
and,
it down.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
And then drill the holes out for it to sit onto the little bracket and everything. He didn't put the holes in. And the spring's the wrong side, and it's not strong enough anyway. So fortunately, I can almost certainly always use the old spring and swap it over. And it's like,
Yeah, 3D printing's only as good as your calibration.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and you say, I'm going to pay 200 quid for this lot, you know?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Hey, those chips that you have to replace we're talking about, can they all be tested in situ, or do you have to pull them out and test them separately?
It depends what the fault is, and it definitely depends on what keyboard it is as well.
Yeah.
You know, what I used to do is I would have like a spare working board for something. So they go, oh yeah, it's doing this weird problem. Say on a CS18, they go, yeah, it's doing this weird thing on the keyboard. So I'd take, you know, I could do testing on the CAS board and find out what the problem is, but it would take a lot of time.
Yeah.
And it was actually quicker to take the CAS board out, put my known working CAS board in, and see if the problem cleared or remained, meaning, oh, it's further up the line. Well, I don't have working boards anymore because I've had to use the parts of them to fix other 80s, and all the parts are getting less and less and less and less and less. So what used to be quite an enjoyable job, like for instance, an 80's got 2 voice cards not working, and it's the filters have gone. I just reach over into my little wooden drawer, pull out 4, you know, IG00 filters, whack them in, cards done, give them a little tune, move on to the next problem. Now it's, where the hell am I going to get these from? And there's none. So
No fabs in China are spitting those out these days.
Nope. No, nobody's attempting to go anywhere near, because
Not even
there's not
Behringer.
enough
I was
of them.
surprised. I think he would be, because he has fabs, right?
Well, I mean, Behringer commissioned those was it the Latvian guys to do the AS series, all the 33, 40s and 20s and that. Now
I
they've
thought
become
the reason
easy.
he was in China because they had all access to all the fabs and stuff. So
Well, yeah, but it was something about getting these Latvian guys to do it.
yeah.
So that's so you get that AS designation on the front instead of SEM.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, and I can't remember who told me now, but somebody was saying, he goes, oh, I've just heard that AS are not going to do the Curtis replicas in through-hole anymore. They're only going to do the SMTs. I go, oh, fucking hell, then that's gone out the door again. You know?
Get a load bought.
So, I
I
mean
mean, you can make through-hole adapters for SMT stuff, but
yeah. But when you think about it, when you have to start making surface mount adapters for 4016s, 4011s, and stuff like that,
No.
and the extra cost of the board and the legs
course,
and
yeah.
everything, and maybe you have to put a socket in or not, depends. But and you're just like, oh, here we go. I mean, this is why I'm getting this. Was it the Carvera something or other, which is an all-in-one solution in a very, very large smoke glass box, where I'd be able to do convertibles. But it's getting to the point where people are going, I don't want to throw this much money at this thing.
Oh, I know, yeah.
because
there's
it's now
multiplexers.
tempting. Because now they can go to Anderton's and buy whatever it is they've got, and they go, "Yeah, it's good enough. That's good enough. I don't have to be all romantic about it." And that's happening more and more. And
Yeah.
rightly so. And rightly so.
Yeah, yeah.
So now they become real museum pieces just with a sign on it because you can't play them anymore.
Well, yeah, and look, this is. I mean, this is what I was saying about 20 years ago. I said at the moment that all this stuff is vintage, and people are using it in anger. I said, but eventually it's going to become antique, and you don't use it. You just say, "Look what I own,"
Yeah.
and dust it occasionally, and that's not going to put cheese on my toast. So I may have to expand into other areas. And I must admit, developing shit really appeals. Big time.
Well, we look forward to it. We look forward to your Eurorack modules because you should release those before you actually release the anaglyph.
Well, no, the thing is, why not do anaglyph, but do it in Eurorack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Do it in
genius,
Eurorack
Mr.
format,
Spong,
and people
you
can get all
genius.
they can buy the anaglyph as a Eurorack set, i.e., like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or then go,
Or-
yeah, no, I really like your filter, or I really like those VCOs. I like the digital VCOs, they're nice. Or I like the analog ones, and blah 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 blah. And
Yeah.
they can pick a mix and fit it into their own systems and get
That's
on
Or
with
it's
it.
a
Erica
slow
Synths,
project to
isn't
build
it?
one,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
Erica Synths, and I mean, a lot of the Eurorack manufacturers. I mean, Erica Synths, Dupfer. I mean, you could just have a hotline with you do, don't they? They sell systems, Erica Synths and Dupfer and Make Noise and
Yeah.
all these people, and you can just have their stuff, and it will be.
Yeah. We see the thing. Is it supposed to be secret? I didn't sign anything. Nah, it'd be all right. Next week I've got a Oberheim 8 voice coming down, and
As long as you don't say from where or from whom, I'm sure that's fine.
exactly, yeah, it's belongs to, but I'm being commissioned to build a MIDI kit for it that also replaces the programmer and does what the programmer used to do, because the programmers in these things are failing.
Yeah.
And there's ICs in there that even I got Dave Spears to ask Tom Oberheim what the ICs were, and he went,
Yeah.
They go, great. And on the schematics, it's just a little dotted square going, a chip goes here. And that's it. That's all the schematics say. Right? Go, yeah, there's chips go here.
They're not well labeled. The
No.
chips themselves.
No, the chips have little paper stickers on them.
Oh no! they
And
cover
written in
them up.
writing, they go, a code
This
of
one
some
here.
description. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
one
This
here,
goes here. And
left
it's facing
leg
the wall.
here.
Yeah. And you go, well, what are they? Do they replacement, some form of ADSR or what, sort of, or is it, are they little DACs, God forbid, which they could be. They could be DACs for the RAM. And yeah, exactly. So replace that with something more modern. But what they also want me to do is they want me to be able to CC every control on all 8 stems.
on an OB8.
Yeah.
On an 8
On an
voice.
8 voice. And I've gone, yeah, fuck it, why not? And it's very good. The guy said, because yeah, you could sell these to other 8 voice owners. I mean,
Yeah, all three
yeah,
of them.
the queue will go all the way to the front bumper of the smart car by the door. There'll be 2 people there going, yeah, I
No,
know,
we
yeah, I
we
know.
shouldn't laugh actually, but
But
you
it's
can see why people
also
say it.
brilliant training for me.
Yeah.
And I'll learn things along the way and going, well, next time I won't fucking do that because that was a waste of time, or that
No,
cost more
that's
than it
the way
should have
to
done.
look at it, yeah.
And then the next thing you build is more streamlined, more economical to build, etc., etc., etc.
You
I
get
love
Marcus
this
Rowell to
stuff,
buy his one of everything. So
And they're paying for it.
Yeah, that's what it needs. You need a Jay Leno of the synth world.
Yeah.
If it exists, he wants one.
Well,
Kind of
that's
scenario.
you, Kent. That's you.
Yeah. Well, I had always, I kind of half designed it already, but a memory and MIDI kit for CS80s. But of course, there's a guy doing it now, and it's been developed. And I've gone, all right, I don't have to do it then. Cool. I can just buy it from him and put it into the 80. Doesn't have to have, saves me a lot of work. Thank you. I'm glad he done it for me.
There's only a limit. Why would you? There's such a limited market for that. Why would you?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's one of these things. I mean, it's one of these realities of life, I suppose. But because 80s are rare, the unit will cost a lot of money.
Plus, he probably makes it for himself first, right, and then markets it later.
Yeah. And so he's got
You're
his
right, Andy.
demonstration.
Yeah, you're right.
And believe me, because this can do MIDI in out, and as many
from the
memories as you
keyboard.
want, and as many memories as you want, and USB, this, that, and the other, the 80 owners are going to go, I'm having some of that. Now, they will need somewhere to send it. They may send it
Can you
all
fit
to
it?
him. Yeah. But you might find people go, look, I don't want to send it to whatever the country of origin
I'll
of this
just drive
chap
round to
is.
Kent's with me.
And they go, take it. I bought it and it'll come with it. And I go, yeah, and I'll just fit it. By the time you fitted 3, you can do it with your eyes closed. It's money for old rope. But yeah, if something's rare, if something's developed for it, it is automatically more expensive because it's rare. Because there won't be that many sold, but you still have a target that you have to kind of reach. So if you're only going to sell, say, 500 or something, you really need to be pricing it as if it was in the real world market, you were selling, a couple of thousand of them. Because otherwise, there's no point in doing it, kind of thing. And there's, monies have to be recouped.
So once you get your 3D picker thingy, you're going to start your anaglyph modules?
Well, yeah, this is it. I mean, the thing that's rearing up its ugly head all the time is there's only 24 hours in a day.
Of course.
Yeah. And it's like, hang on a minute, I'm taking on a lot of stuff again in a row, And plus, I have to be able to finish up all the stuff that I obviously have.
You just have to cut back the wanking. That's all. That's all there is to it.
Well, do you know what? I tried that, and I just got I just got sort of irritable. So I've got to find something else instead to give up. So yeah, I mean, it's it's something to do, but I keep at the back of my mind, keep going. You're 60, Kent. You're not going to be around long anyway. You better get your fucking skates on, mate. I mean, yeah, all right, I will. Yeah, go on in. So
there's got to come a point. I hate to say it, Ken, but there's got to come a point where you say, "I'm just not doing this anymore. I've been doing this. I've spent my life on my knees, crawling around
Still do.
looking for capacitors.
yeah,
I remember.
I think
watching
he
you
enjoys
working,
it,
and
though.
well, yeah, I'm sure he does. But I remember when Kent was fixing my W30, he spent about 2 hours on his knees, and I'm thinking, God, Kent,
I can do that all day long.
knees of steel.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, you know how like Japanese people can kneel, but and they tuck their feet in.
Yeah.
I kneel like that, and because I do it every single day, no, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
well, yeah. bless
And then you
I
get up
know.
and to work on
We're
the
glad-
Japanese schoolgirl impression.
I'll say ma.
Exactly. We're glad you exist. You're an amazing human being, and I love hearing all these stories about tales, the insight into what these things are, how they function, how they fail, is amazing. It's great.
Yeah.
We're very blessed.
It's almost like you should have a podcast or something, Kent. What's going on?
Yeah.
Some regular show of sorts.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I'm
like
going
that.
to change the subject. Then I'm going to ask a silly question. Can anybody recommend a pair of headphones where your ears don't itch after having them on your head for 20 minutes? Because these are doing my head in now.
I love these ones.
What are they?
Told you loads of times. You don't listen.
Let me have a look. Hang on.
Oh, go on, Cressy. What is it that I've missed again? I need to get some news.
HD 600s.
No.
Eight-
First
eight-
question. First question is how much do you want to spend? Not what do you want.
Probably
How much
about
do you want to spend?
150 quid. I don't want to spend any more than that on headphones. It seems
You
like
get loads of options for 150 quid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
I
just
would
a cop-out to
recommend.
buy a-
Let
buy
me
a-
just go
buy
to
a dynamic?
Amazon. 'Cause it's really cool. It's in my inbox, not in my what do you call it, save for later box.
Mm.
I would recommend you get. Hang on, where was it? No, not them. They're crap. They're Austrian Audio or something. I think they are. Let me just find them. There we go. Yeah, Austrian Audio HIX15s. Get them.
Austrian Audio HIX15s.
Yeah, they're 89 quid on Amazon.
Oh, that's not a lot. And because in my own head,
Oh,
I've
shit.
been going, Bayer Dynamic DT990s. Gonna
Okay.
get a pair of those because everybody else has got those. Kirsty, can you ping me that somehow? Because I've forgotten already.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't worry
sorry,
about
Andy. I was recommending these ones to you, but they're 260 quid.
That's
Yeah.
perhaps a bit more than I was.
Not sure
intending
what
to
I have.
spend.
But they are really nice. Mind you, I'm looking at their latest ones that
Are they
are
Audio Technicas? Those,
500 quid.
I've got Audio Technicas in my save it for later as well. But the Austrian Audio are better. So, you know.
Right.
And
It shows
the
you what a Philistine I am. The headphones that I loved the best ever was those ones you used to get from Boots that were yellow.
What?
You know, those Sennheisers?
Yeah.
Well, that's
yeah.
what these are. A pair of Sennheisers. They're really good.
Yeah, but these
mean,
were
they
like
were cheap.
80s things. They
These
were,
were
they
only
were brilliant.
About 35 quid.
Yeah, I've got a
Right,
pair
okay.
of them, mate. Honestly, you will night and day when you go and get some proper headphones.
All
You will
right.
just put them in a bin and go, yeah, don't see them ever again.
Okay. I'd take your word for it, Cressy. An Austrian Audio deep.
'Cause I think
Yeah,
these ones are made from
ping
mink.
it me if you can.
Yeah, there's the Audio Technica ones as well, but they cost 129 quid and they're not as good. So if you want to spend more money and get something
Well,
that's less
see,
capable,
this
do
is
that.
what I have spent ages looking at this. I mean, the thing is, you can't evaluate it. You look at reviews, fine. You look at bloody YouTube videos, and you go, "How do I know?" Because they're not on my
It's
head.
headphones.
Yeah.
You can't
and
do it.
if I'm going to spend money on headphones, I really want them to be.
They're loud as well.
Grace has got some great ones.
They're
Obviously,
loud as
but
well, so they're good if you need them loud. Because
You-
some
you
of them
need
you
a-
have to really drive some certain headphones.
Ideally, if you can try them out before you buy them. Because
Well, you can buy it from Amazon. If you don't like it, send it back. It's
Yeah.
that simple, isn't it? So
Well,
Amazon's
yeah.
nice for that.
Again, actually, Cressy, thank you for your common sense.
There are a bunch of
Yeah.
Austrian Audios here. Which model is it?
Hang on, where's the page gone? It's the scroll down again. It's the HIX15. It's 89 quid.
HIX15. Google. Donde está? There you are.
There's a whole range of them, but that's
Yeah, there's a ton of them. Yeah, that was only
Yeah.
that one's 120 bucks. So yeah.
yeah, they're good.
Audio.
They're loud and they're clear and they're well balanced.
HIX15. That's it.
Yeah.
Got them.
Yeah.
79, 89, 89, 89, 89, 89.
There's two versions of that. There's one with Bluetooth. Don't get that. Cost you more money. Waste of time.
No, I
it's
don't want
rubbish.
it. Don't want it. don't want it.
Just get the basic one that will save you loads of money and is better anyway.
Juno are doing them for 79 quid.
It has high excursion drivers.
But if you don't like it and you get it from Amazon, you can just send it back.
That's
Which is-
a good point.
Which is the big plus point. Amazon is really easy on getting refunds and stuff. So
Yeah.
I try and go to Amazon a lot. I know people hate Amazon, but
I
it's
just
in
need
your
something
own
that's
interest.
more comfortable
Do
in
they?
the ears. That I don't get hot because these are really quite close. I've
Amazon's
liked
a
these for a
necessary
long
evil, yeah.
time. They've always sounded nice and flat. And
And it's got a removable cord as well, which the Sennheisers usually don't. So
no, this
you,
doesn't. It's just very
if
fixed.
you knacker your
Yeah.
cord, you just knackered your headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazon here still think Ireland is in the UK, so they send us to the UK site. Yeah,
Oh dear.
Can't
No, I
order
don't want to do
anything.
that.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
There you go. Easy, isn't it? Kent, I've got a question about montage. Quick one.
Go on, then.
I mean, I don't have one. I'm not going to buy one. I haven't got £4,000, so it's not for me. It's for Andrew. You know, Andrew was saying he's got arthritis in his hands, and
Mm.
it's difficult to play certain things. Can you change the velocity curve? Would that help him?
Yeah, you can change everything. Yeah. So
Because
I think that's what he was looking at today.
right,
About, it was like he was saying last night about sort of like changing it to.
so there's a
suit his
whole
want.
load of shapes you can pick from, like
Yeah.
that 20 different shapes of velocity curve. So he might find the one that helps him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's been, working on that today. So and he's now more in love with it than he was before.
Cool. Because I was looking through the manual today, and there's a couple of pictures of different velocity curves. It doesn't give you the whole list of them, but it gives you the idea of what shape they are. Because they've got like spline shapes and stuff. So you get less effort, you get more feedback from less effort. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that might help him if he's not got much power in his fingers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I've still yet to actually spend any proper time on this thing and actually dig in there. So, which I will do at some point.
Is the manual you've got the printed one? Is that a full manual? Or is it like a get you up and running guide?
No, it's quite a chunky book.
Yeah, but is it a chunky book in like 25 different languages? Or is it a chunky book in English? You know what I mean?
That is a good point, my friend. Let me have a quick butcher's.
So I just got the manual for the FP,
and
that's a chunky book, and it's all in about a billion
20 languages.
Yeah, you've got like 8 pages in English. Because usually on Yamaha's site, they'll have they'll have a couple of different types of manuals. A quick get you going one, and a real detailed one somewhere else. It's usually a PDF.
I think it
could be worse. It could be the fanfold Roland style, which are shit.
They're evil, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're rubbish.
Right, here we go. Right, so I would say, about a quarter of this manual is English, and the rest of it is other languages.
Yeah. You probably want to go and get the bigger version.
Yeah, it is a kind of like, you will find the keys at the front of the keyboard.
The good thing about PDF, you should be able to search for a PDF. You should be able to put what thing you're trying to find. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There might even be built-in help file somewhere in there, which would be cool. I'm trying to remember what since I used to have the built-in manual. I think the Oasis. I just sold that. Oh well. I think the Oasis. You hit that. There's a help thing, and you put it in, and it's the entire manual's in there.
Neil.
Well, that better have a manual. It's a goddamn computer. So.
Yeah.
Does
Pretty
anybody else
much.
not like reading manuals on a screen? I really don't like it. I much
No,
rather have a
I'm in that
version.
camp with you, mate. I'll be honest.
Well, I do on iPads all the time.
Yeah, but you
get used to, isn't it?
It's when you can watch if you can watch a video of somebody.
It's good and bad, isn't it? Depends what you're trying to do with it.
Yeah. See, that's what they should do. They should put on Audible, people like getting Benedict Cumberbatch or something to read the Yamaha Motor.
Smaug reads your manuals.
Yeah. Ian McKellen or something like that.
Yeah.
You want Basil Fawlty, don't you?
The Yamaha
It'll be perfect.
Get on with it! Yeah, exactly.
I almost mentioned the on switch, but I think I got away with it.
Yeah. Have you seen my wife make toast? Fucking old
Imagine
dragon.
Derek and Clive reading your manuals.
Yeah. Oh man, can you imagine it?
I like PDFs though, because like you said, Chris, that you can search through them. Like if I'm looking for something in particular, it's just much easier.
PDFs are a pain in the arse to read from back to front, but if you're trying to find something, they're quite good.
You got to find a place you can print them, and then you have just a giant manual.
If you've a Roland poster, you're fucked. Like you can't print.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's a prediction for you. There'll be a Roland or a Yamaha keyboard come out, and it won't come with a manual. You know, it'd be, say, the new Phantom or something like that, and you go, Phantom, how do I work the sequencer? And it just tells you.
Hang on, there was a.
Speaks to you.
What was that?
Like
There was
a
a
giant
Yamaha keyboard. It was like a home keyboard type thing. You talk to it. It's already been out, mate. Already done it.
Oh,
It's
there
like
you
Yamaha
go.
or Casio or something like that. But how you work it, you talk to it, and he'll tell you how to do it. So it's already
Make
been
music
done.
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a Ranger keyboard, I think, if I remember rightly.
That's got a chord pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
MIDI pack. MIDI packs.
Yeah.
There's the future for you. That's awesome.
Some
Some nagging old get talking to you how to make it work.
Imagine you got all these keyboards and they're all talking to you at once. Well, you haven't paid me today. That's my cost.
You ain't turned me on in ages, mate. You have you?
Yeah. But why did I buy this?
Well, you coin operated since.
Yeah. Or you'll be able to
Having an argument with a
Well,
keyboard.
you'll be able to have keyboards on subscription. You have not paid for this month. I'm not
I'm
turning
turning
on. Sorry.
myself off. You can turn me back on when you put some
I
money in.
suppose we're there already, you know.
Yeah. Please go to your PayPal page
It's
and I
like
will
the
turn
Roland
on.
Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah.
Hey Ken, how's your Model 55 doing? You still playing with that?
Actually, funny enough, I was having a little go on it just before I started the show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying out the brains, delicious brains.
Oh yes.
With the Bodering modulator and stuff like that, and messing around, just trying out some stuff and going.
Did you get that one module replaced that was bum?
Yeah, they did. They pulled it just to the direct swap with me, which was cool. And they just went, get the bin from here. There you go.
Was that from Anderton's? Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause they're quite good on
Did they not
return
want
as
the old
well.
module back? Did they just say bin it?
Well, it's worth fuck all.
Well, I suppose.
Not worth
yeah.
repairing, is it?
And it's going to cost more to repair it than it is to just get another one. So they
Costs
just
more
like,
to ship it back than anything else, wouldn't it?
yeah. So,
Mad, isn't it?
but you know, this is what's been happening
You could use
lately.
that technique to double up your system.
Yeah. No, it's
All 3 oscillators are broken. Oh, send us 3 more.
yeah. But it's like with the like I'm trying to get it to talk to MIDI, and of course it's not talking to MIDI because the module's dead. When I was it night before last? No, Thursday night. Andrew said to me, he goes, "Oh, try the piano." I go, "Oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to get the sustain pedal." And I took the sustain pedal out of the deluxe and plugged it in the back, and it wouldn't sustain. So I turned the little switch over,
Switch.
still wouldn't sustain. I go,
Oh.
"Oh, what's going on there?"
Oh yeah, did you fix it?
Yeah, it was the bloody when I unplugged the pedal out of the back of the Hydrosynth, the cable went, "Oh, do you know what? That's enough for me."
Oh, the cable just died.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And it's one of those molded plugs,
Oh yeah, great.
so I could cut
Knock
it off
Yeah.
and then put a normal jack plug on it. Fortunately, I've got a box of them looking around. Plugged it in, it's been
Also-
fine. It's absolutely fine. So it's like,
Well-
freaking thing. Everything's breaking in here.
I know, but it was only a jack plug this time, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the board has arrived for this SL88 now. And to the door, it ended up costing, I think it was like 330 quid.
Ouch.
Yeah, for this
Lovely.
board.
So
But
if you
if
put
I'm
the
going to
grounds,
sell the
haven't you,
SL,
as well?
if I'm going to sell the SL88, it has to be working, right?
Yeah.
And I go right. I can put the board back in this and give it a little tidy up because it's literally brand new still. And I go, what were they going for anyway? And I went and look. There was a guy plugging one on Reverb for 330 quid.
Oh shit.
You know.
Oh well.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Just put it in the garden.
Yeah. Well, I've got a Clavinova down in the workshop. So
Yeah.
that's actually quite a nice keyboard action on that, I must admit. It's just the sounds are just, oh, dear me.
Well, at the time, a Clavinova was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, as a
Early 90s.
MIDI controller, it'd be fantastic. But guess what? I really, really don't fucking need anymore.
No.
I seem to have a
really.
few. I
But
don't
you've got
want
your
any
arm,
more.
mate. Oh.
Because I've got a Complete Control 61 as well that I use in the workshop to test keyboards. The MIDI ones, that is. Because there's no room in here for it to go anywhere. Even though I use Contact a lot. But you don't use Contact, do you?
Me? No.
Yeah. No.
No,
So you
I
might,
don't. I've just got it connected up. It's now working.
yeah,
As a MIDI keyboard.
just as a MIDI keyboard,
And,
yeah.
and it see, scratch me bloody ear again because of these chuffing headphones. It's working fine.
Yeah.
And I've managed to get my latency sorted out. Thank you, Grace, for all the tips and tricks, and one or two other people who chucked in their half penneth worth. It was very worthy. So that, I'm currently in this world of, oh my God, I've got all these synthesizers on my computer that I can just.
Right.
Everybody else knows this, and I'm only just coming to it. And I'm like, oh,
You got there.
Oh,
That's what's
hello.
important. You
What
got there.
DAW are you using, Andrew?
Ableton.
Ableton.
Yeah, I went for Ableton because Grace uses Ableton, so I've got
So
easy
you don't
access
need
tech
to
support.
learn how to use it. You just go, how do I do this? And
Yeah.
someone tells you.
Grace,
You do
Grace,
pronounce it
Grace.
wrong though, Andy. It's able to.
Able to.
Yeah, it's barely able to.
It's barely able to. Yeah.
Crash Mark 4.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's been a lot of fun actually. Just to switch it on and go, oh, I can play piano. Oh, I got strings. Oh, I got...
Did you get the
Yeah.
full fat one?
No, I've got the standard. I just bought the standard.
That studio one or something, or the what? Or stand one? I don't know.
It's called Able Standard at 11.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you find out how much you
It
want
will
to
still
use
have
it.
way
Yeah.
more in it that I can
Yeah,
possibly
yeah.
begin
Yeah,
to
that-
You,
then
you
it's
just want a
fine.
sequencer, don't you? Really, that's all you want.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
fine.
the job is now to rewire everything in here so that it's actually when Ableton spits it out, it does play things and play things.
And what's the idea of owning that then? Is that for mastering stuff out?
I have to do a piece of classical music between now and Christmas.
Oh, that project thing.
Yeah, that project thing, if it actually ever comes to fruition. But that was the point. I've sort of slightly not done anything about it, and now I'm feeling really guilty because.
Well, this Christmas,
Well, it was. I think.
11th of November, mate. Hello.
Loads of time.
You've not got a long hair.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. You're dead right. Oh, thanks. Yeah.
It does creep up on you. mustn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Thanks for pointing that out.
I don't know whether it'll be. I mean, the idea was eventually we'd do these pieces, and they would be performed or played back from whatever medium, YouTube, wherever. I think possibly on a Pro Synth network. I don't know, but in
Yeah, I never heard all the
as a-
parameters. I lost track of it.
No,
So
I lost track of it as well as part of for the memorial for Dom when his year's time comes around.
Right.
That's
Matt Evans's idea was using the piano riff from his from the live EMOM and the Clownfest set that he did.
Right.
There's that piano riff. Which I have been sort of fiddling about with a little bit. I've got some ideas. I've not done anything with them yet, though. I have to be honest. I haven't. So.
oh, you just need to jump in at some point and
Well, I'm the
Yeah,
same
well,
with this film score bit for old when David Arnold comes back on the show. I've got the
Well, it was
ideas,
David
but I haven't.
Arnold was the catalyst, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was David Arnold and him talking to us that was the catalyst to say, well, okay, yeah, I will. I'll give it a try. So I have downloaded quite a lot of the free orchestral plugins from Spitfire Audio. I haven't got the wherewithal to buy their, 950 quid cellos. That's not.
Yeah,
gonna
you'll be
happen.
fine.
But bear in mind, it doesn't have to be orchestral just so it can be a film score.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't to be a film score. It was about doing a piece of classical music, a classical piece. I mean, whatever that.
Hey,
means.
see, I've
It's-
forgotten the brief already.
Exactly, it's about doing a piece of a classical, because I mentioned about scoring that piano concerto by hand with a Parker 25 pen when I was 13
Yeah.
years old or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was well, can't you? Yeah, I should be able to. And I sat down with a pen and I did that. I sat with a pen and I scored this fucking thing, day after fucking day after. And, I think, wow, how on earth did I have the resilience to do that when I was 13 years old? Maybe I'd got nothing else to do. After I had a wank, I could probably just go and
You were
do
probably
something
very
else, yeah.
eager to find out if you could do it.
I think that's also
Yeah.
very true. At that age, you
Motivation,
are-
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've done that now. Have I ever sat down and done anything like it since? Have I bloody hell is like? No.
Hardest
stop
part
you.
of doing that is turning the computer on and sitting down in front of it.
You are so right, Cressy. Actually, that is.
It's always, I'll do it tomorrow.
There is
Yeah.
something
Oh,
about
never
that,
can-
isn't there? There's
You get
because
it
there's a
when you've
massive
got-
difference between sitting down in front of a keyboard and playing and composing, and turning on the computer to get ready to compose. This
Yep.
something in the mind just goes, no, turns off.
You
It
need
goes like, oh, it's work, isn't it? It's like, oh, problems,
Yeah, that's
potential
the-
problems
yeah.
and choices, and
Yeah.
oh,
In
Yeah.
response
you need
to
to have a
us-
routine. You need to have
Yeah.
a
In
routine.
response to
and
Yeah.
Arceo's
discipline,
comment, actually, I really don't know what the outcome of that is. I mean, I think Dom died at the end of January, didn't it, or the beginning of February this year. So the year's mind, as it's called, his anniversary will be the end of January, beginning of February. I think I can't remember the exact dates.
He died on one of the hardware jams that I did that I remember. Let me go and find out what the date was.
'Cause it already seems like forever ago.
Yeah,
It seems like a long time ago.
Doesn't it?
You know,
I'll tell you.
you
in a minute.
know.
Because when you say this year, I go,
Yeah,
no, it was last year, wasn't it?
No, it is this year.
Yeah, this year.
Did you guys know when he announced he needed to take a break from YouTube? Or did you suspect it all?
That would have been in almost about the beginning of November, mid-November, December.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not going to be able to do this for a while, and yeah.
Yeah, I had regular chats with them on Facebook, and they stopped at one point, and I go, "Oh, something's wrong."
Yeah.
It was around the-
yeah.
6th
You're
of
right,
February-ish.
Yeah.
Six-
He didn't.
yeah.
He didn't want to allude to it. I was talking to him about it, and he said, he goes, "No, there's something not right." He said, "That really needs to be dealt with." I think by then he already had been told what was wrong and what was coming, whether it was a possible route to a cure or of
That's
some level, and then
He was
it
complaining
started-
about indigestion a lot too, and eating too many
Yeah.
hot cross buns and stuff, and
Yeah, well, you see, apparently he used to drink loads and loads and loads of energy drinks
oh no,
every day. Always something fizzy.
yeah.
Bad.
And even his assistant had said, she goes, I reckon it was all those fizzy drinks.
Well, it's the sugar, the acid from the fizzy, the taurine, the too much caffeine. It's everything together.
Yeah,
It's
but I
very
mean, at the time you don't think about it.
Sure. Yeah.
It's just one of those. Just
It's sad.
part of life.
I do miss him.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, I only met him in person twice, but wow, that day we spent at Gear Fest last year was just such an amazing day. It was fabulous. It was just a fabulous day. You know, it's like.
Yeah.
"Ah." So I've got my sticker on my case here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he was how I'm sort of met online, like the lot of years, like really.
Well, yeah, he
Like,
was. That's
For
why
me, it was very instrumental to that, and I was coming from like the video game stuff, which is very, very angry, very toxic and bitter and all that, and I stumbled upon like this kind of community, which is actually very welcoming and lovely, like. So it was just he was literally a breath of fresh air for me, like, yeah.
And we should mention Inky in that, because Inky was a big mover and shaker in it all as well.
Yeah. I mean, it broke my heart because
Hi,
I mean,
Inky. Sorry.
we were going to do this
In the chat.
big Christmas thing where we were going to do the whole Badger Baboon thing, and
The what?
wait,
Have you missed that one already?
It's a running thing, mate.
Badger,
yeah, it's a
badger,
running
badger,
thing.
badger, badger,
So-
badger.
and me and Ty were putting together some sort of like very, very funny, elaborate sketch, but he has to be dressed up as a baboon, and I was dressed up as a badger, and all this sort of thing. And we were going to get sort of like Dom and Luna Mo were involved in it, and it was sort of like, and he was going, yeah, it's going to be great, it's going to be great. And then, so of course, but it's.
Right, well.
Andrew, if you're looking for your
Yes.
motivation, I think you just found it.
Badger, 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 badger.
No,
mushroom.
Claws like
Yeah,
spades, mate.
You're right, Chris. It's got to be done. Yeah, it's got to be done.
no excuses.
But
There
I
are
haven't been able
There
to
are
watch any of Dom's shows on YouTube since. I just can't go to it.
I've watched a few. He's a
I've
funny guy.
watched-
I haven't
watched
been able
one.
to watch stuff either. No.
I
I'm
went
gonna come back and
I
watch some of the pubs he was on. They're hilarious.
Yeah.
Those
With the
quizzes
quiz.
and stuff and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah. I watched one. I just watched the one that when he interviewed Grace. Because that was a classic show. You know, and all the Grace's stories, and Dom was just so amazing. So yeah, that's the only one. But, oh bless. Right, let's not all get morbid. You know, he'd be looking down. No, he would be. It's a stupid thing to say, but we've just got to go on. We've got to carry on and do our thing.
You got a piece
And
to write.
if we can do our bit to commemorate, then we
Yeah.
should. And therefore, you're right, Chrissy. I've got to get off my arse and start doing it, haven't I?
Why do you find it so hard, Andy, then to sit down and
The
write stuff?
blank slate.
Really? But like, you do.
MIDI pack, easy.
You
Yeah, man, it sounds so sweet.
do you work on music every day or whenever?
No, I really don't. I mean, often I get home from school, from my day job. When I get in, I'm often really physically and mentally drained.
Sure.
Now,
Yeah.
and I know that actually that's the time when you should switch it on and start doing something.
Because it's very relaxing.
But making myself do it is really
Yeah,
hard.
it's hard. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what they say about, every great journey starts with a single step. And it's like, yeah, but I'll take that step tomorrow.
Yeah, you need to turn your computer on, even though you're not thinking about doing it. Turn your
Oh, the
computer on.
computer gets turned
Go
on.
away,
I
launch
just don't
Ableton,
Yeah.
go and have a
on
cup of tea, come back, and it's all
Yeah.
ready for you.
Take a step back.
You know what I mean?
Well,
I dedicate half an hour at least every day.
and learning new stuff. I'm sorry about this. As somebody who stands in front of kids and goes on about lifelong learning, the learning of new tricks
Yeah.
scares the fucking willies out of me all the time. It's going, oh God, I've got to learn all this. I've got to learn that, and yet, I've just like I said today. I've been on a conference today about it, and I learned loads of stuff. All the and I was going, what a brilliant, fulfilling day. Yeah. And yet I can do that for myself every day, but I need to find the wherewithal to push myself to take the step, like you said, to switch it on and actually go, right, okay, I need to start. What I need to do is I need to go into Ableton and set up an orchestra and be ready to go.
I'll tell you what you might want to do
Yeah.
is go like, I'm not going to record anything today. All I'm going to do is launch it and, like you say, get stuff ready and then
Yes,
save it.
that's what I mean,
And then
yeah.
switch it
Yeah,
off and then come
yeah,
back the next day. You've already done one step. You're on your second step now. And then you're on it. You as soon as you get going, you'll get it going.
So I was going to say, after work, I usually dedicate half an hour every day at least, where it's like just launch. I use Ableton as well, but it's like if it's work on making one sample or just creating a template for something, or even just loading old projects and going, I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do
You're
there.
right, Ollie. When I get back in from work,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be sit myself down with a nice big mug of coffee. It should be sit myself down with and launch YouTube, which is what I tend to do.
Yeah.
Sit
just
myself
about
down with
to
a
say,
large
you-
big cup of coffee and launch Ableton and go and like you said, Chris, okay, I'm not feeling in the mood for creating anything, so I'll make a template. Strings,
Or just go looking for
violins
stuff.
one,
Yeah, I mean,
violins two, violins,
yeah.
violas, and actually set up an orchestra. Yeah, that you're right. I should do that.
Spend one day doing classical, another day doing romantic, another day doing rococo.
Well, actually, you mentioned Rococo.
Polka.
I'd actually been playing around with fugue ideas. So
Fugue stuff's great, especially the fugue machine on the iPad is amazing.
well, I wasn't intending to use a machine, but I suppose that might be a good idea. It's all sequential and mathematical. I was actually thinking, well, because actually that piano riff that he plays, or that's there in the track that Don played at the EMOM, lends itself to that. And of course, it doesn't have to be the same thing at the same speed, just played at different things and different times and cross. You can have some going really slow. I was listening to Goretzky again the other day, Symphony No. 3 by Goretzky, and it's beautiful that you've got these the same tunes, but they're not playing at the same speed. They're going underneath each other, and then they weave in and out, and they go, ooh. So that's where my brain's going. But so I'm only thinking about it. In some ways, I suppose I am composing it in my head. Whether it ever comes to fruition in that way is down to me being able to realize it on the technology that I have. But yeah, I think Cressy, you're right. The first step is you set yourself up a template, so when you open it up and you load it, it's there and it's ready to go. And you go, I'll play a violin line and see what I can come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I say, the worst thing about where we are in the world is you've got 100,000 million things vying for your attention, and some of them are so easy that you go, I'll just watch YouTube for 15 hours.
Yeah, I've done that a few times.
Right.
You know?
You are so right.
Yes.
I think we're all probably all guilty of that.
Yeah, but the computer's the window to a lot of different things that are all distractions from what it
And
is.
even when you select a
Yeah.
video, there's an advert before the video that's trying to tell you to go somewhere else. You know what I mean? It's mental, isn't it? You know, or you've got.
To be
Facebook.
fair, I have
Yeah.
YouTube when I'm working on stuff as well.
Yeah, but that's like in the background, isn't it? Or should be.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm gonna leave you. Thank you very much again.
Oh, darling,
Have a good night.
Yeah, Ollie.
Take
Take
care.
care, chap.
you take care,
Ollie,
mate.
interesting. I sing the Body Electrics. Just that's the question that I was actually wondering as well. No, actually, it wasn't. It was Tracker Jack. Whether Native VS sold his Andromeda to Tim Shoebridge, because Tim Shoebridge has bought an Andromeda. I thought, God, I wonder if that was Native VS's.
It must be. It's the only other working one, isn't it?
No Native VS. He's actually bought one, so I'm sorry. I just wondered when I saw that video of Tim Shoebridge and his Andromeda, I thought, I wonder if he's bought, if he's bought Roberts.
Could be.
Oh dear. Oh no, there's a sale gone missing. Oh dear. Oh sorry.
It's all right. His will break soon, so he can sell it then, can't he?
Well, he first saw him playing on the OnlyFans channel, and he had to buy it. So,
Andy, behave, man.
well, he had plastic wrapped down. It's okay. So,
Let's talk to Kent for 2 minutes about the FGDP50 because I've got mine today.
Good man.
FGDP 50.
Finger drum thing from Yamaha.
Finger drummers, as mortals call it.
It's probably one of the worst titles for anything, but whatever. At least it's not made by Korg. Okay?
I was on my highlights of Synthfest. That thing. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
So my takeaway is I will not use any of the presets. Well, I will use them, but I will always edit them because they're set up so poorly that you can't use them. The hi-hats are too loud. The ride cymbals are too loud, and the ride cymbals are in a weird place. So I've made one kit so far. So I've moved all my kit around. I've moved the tom-toms around to how I like them. Because the ride cymbals are on opposite side of the unit. You got two rides. You got like a normal
Andromeda
ride.
man.
Yeah, you got like a normal ride and a cup ride.
There's the answer to the question. Oh.
But if you're a real drummer, the ride cymbal is in one place, not in two places. So I'll put them above each other.
Yeah.
And then I was looking at velocity curves as well.
Are you a drummer, Cressy?
I've got a drum kit. How about that?
Right, okay, yeah.
I won't really call myself a drummer, but I do
You're
own a
talking
drum
about
kit.
things that would never ever occur to me.
Hey.
Bastard.
I can have an influx of million
Hi,
people.
Steve.
Hello, fellow drummers. How are we?
All right.
Drumming.
Welcome to the Drum Forum.
So my takeaway is the presets are a good starting place, but I would never use them. I would always edit them and make my own version of it.
Good, that's the right choice.
But other than that, great fun, really good fun. Sounds great. And if you've noticed, some snare drums are a bit, what's the best word? A bit flappy sounding.
Yeah.
They rattle after but you can go and change that. You can go into the decay of it. You can make them more snappy. So there's some great for a cheap drum machine. There's a fuck ton of things you can edit on it.
Yeah.
You can really fine tune it. Really fine tune it. So for £270, I thought it was a pretty amazing little buy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
Are you wearing a snood, Robert?
Yes, I am.
I thought it was a new haircut.
It's a new, I
Haircut, what is that?
There was an Andromeda there. Look, is that Tim Subridge's? You borrowed it.
Yeah, I got to go over and steal it again.
When was the last time you turned her on?
Just now.
Oh, nice.
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 It works.
Yeah.
He's just very good at miming. There's a audio playing at the back.
Yeah, he's got a stylophone just out of shot.
Yeah.
Styrofoam. I was going to say
Not Top of the Pops,
CZ101, but hey.
Well, you wouldn't remember Top of the Pops. He's too young, isn't he?
Top of
Yeah.
the pops. What is that? I'm not British.
You're not old enough either. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's such a cultural.
I thought it died in like 2002-ish. So,
Oh,
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
so
But it was
if,
it was part
if I
of
would have
our
grown up in
lives. It was
Britain, I
such
would have.
an important part of our lives.
Yeah, but
it really
you-
was important.
You weren't subjected to the raunchy dance manoeuvres
The
of Pan's people,
or
These people, yeah.
or
who had to
legs-
figure out every
Legs and
week
Co.
how to dance to some bloody tune. It's like I don't know what were we supposed to do. Oh, I don't know, twirl a bit.
Yeah.
Jason.
What
Classical
followed-
gas
Legs
was
and,
the one.
Legs and Co followed Look Pan's people, didn't it? Yeah.
Mm.
Legs.
Pants people, then Legs and Co.
Yeah.
Classical gas was the tune to dance to because of all the key changes. You just wound up looking like a bunch of epileptics on crack.
Then it was superseded by Hot Gossip.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, Hot
That's
Gossip
true.
was on the Kenny Everett show, wasn't it?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was,
That was
yeah.
Elaine Page's group, wasn't it?
No,
Gossip.
no, it was Andrew's wife. What
Oh,
was her
Andrew.
name?
Yeah. Yeah. I know you're on about. Yeah.
On
The opera
uh,
guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was,
yeah,
yeah.
and she went.
Lloyd
Wobbly.
Webber.
Wobbly, yeah.
Yeah.
what was she called?
Andrew Lloyd
what
Webber.
was-
Andrew
Yeah.
Lloyd Webber's wife was.
Yes.
well, one of them, but
Adam- oh,
Yeah,
from-
she sang thingy with whatnot.
she then became. She was
Yeah,
the
that's the
Christine
one.
Daae in.
she had a hit single, actually, didn't she?
Yeah.
Helena Bonham Carter. No, not
No,
Helena.
no.
No, I'm going to have to bloody
Bonnie
Google it.
Langford. No, not Bonnie Langford.
Bloody
Sarah
hell.
Brightman.
Jezebel the
Yeah.
Giant Panda. No.
Yeah,
Sarah Bell
Sarah
Bright.
Brightman.
Sarah
Sarah
Brightman.
Sarah
Brightman.
Brightman.
Sarah
Yeah.
Brightman is the right
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
You're in
and
2 points.
Teeth
Arlene,
polish.
Arlene Phillips was the choreographer for.
Arlene
Oh, he's on Google.
Google it,
I can tell, can't you now? Here we go.
No,
Yeah,
no,
here we
I've
go.
worked with Arlene, so I.
Oh, okay.
And I said, and yeah, that's how you find out that. That's how she met Andrew, because he was hot after Sarah and cast her in the show. That's
She's quite pretty, wasn't she?
Yes.
I
To a
wonder if Andrew
degree.
Lloyd Webber was aware his face was on backwards.
Cleo.
I mean,
It's
the
gone
eyebrows. Those
You're on
both,
sideways now.
particularly
Yeah.
when the hair went grey, but the eyebrows stayed. The voluminous black. That was an interesting
The
time.
ultimate came over. Just use your eyebrows.
Yeah, you would shut the refrigerator, wouldn't you, if you looked in the mirror in the morning?
He was a politician, a Labour politician with massive eyebrows.
Dennis Healy.
Dennis Healy, yeah. He could have had a came over, couldn't he?
Oh, bloody hell,
too.
yeah.
Bless him. Right, my lovely people, I'm going to disappear. Nothing you said, Robert. Nothing you said, bastard. I'm going to go to bed now. So, the witching hour doth approach. So I'll have a good day. So, see you all, my lovely people, and
All right, darling.
See you whenever.
keep nagging me about doing classical music. It's important.
Well, use Dom as the
Sticker.
antithesis,
The catalyst.
even.
The treatment.
The treatment. Rub it on and scrape it off. Yeah, I'll do that.
The prod up the arse.
Pardon?
The prod up the arse.
Okay. Yes.
I've got to tell you a story which is very funny, and I can because it was me who was the patient. I've gone in for a quick checkup at the hospital where I had worked in the emergency department.
Mm.
And head consultant's a bit of a prankster. So he sent in the youngest female doctor, who was obviously an intern. And here's me, a 55-year-old mutt. And he said, you've got to check Steve's prostate. so I'm in there.
See where this is going.
No, I'm in there for a sore
The
throat.
only way is up.
No, wait a second. No. I'm in there for a sore throat. Anyway, the process continues. And those 5 words you don't want to hear during an examination.
I've lost
I
my
can't-
wristwatch. Huh?
I can't find your prostate. I can't
bring
find
it
your
in?
prostate. This poor little lady, the poor little Chinese lady who was doing the examination. And where do you go with a line like that?
Wow.
Well, it's in there somewhere.
Well,
Near your G-spot.
anyway,
Well,
it was.
on
turn
that
left at the
finger up
lights.
on that finger up the bum note, I'm going to go. Bye.
I'll send you a message, Steve,
Cheers, Steve.
Andrew.
Take care, chap.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, it was a true story. Anyway,
Wow.
we move on. I can't find your prostate.
Yeah, that's where Google Maps really does come into its
Google Maps. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you
That's
are
all.
here.
own. Yes.
I'm about to lose coverage.
So it's now
yeah.
the right time to talk about hemorrhoids.
Oh, no. Oh dear.
Well, that's why they have Google Body. It's a 3D thing. You combine it with Google Maps, and you can find whatever you want.
Yeah, donor organs. There's a kidney at E37. Let's go, kids. But off we go. But,
Somebody's still using it, but hey.
hey, well, that's it. Really, you find your way in with Google Maps /body, and then you're away.
Yeah,
I think.
you just need to sing the Galaxy song, and people are happy to give a liver. So what else would be happy to give?
Wouldn't it be great if you had some? Eventually we'll have 50-cent trackable devices, and everybody will slip one inside a piece of jewelry or inside a rare keyboard or something like that. We'll be able to find all the stolen ones. You can go around there and find, but that's only a little way off. I think eventually that will happen. That you won't get insurance unless you have some sort of tracking tile or a little Bluetooth device to actually enable you to track the item down should it be stolen.
Yeah.
I mean, how much are Apple's AirTags? Are they like 50 quid a pot? Or?
Yeah, there are cheaper ones out there. There are equivalent functions that are cheaper.
Yeah, but they're still all relatively big, but it's definitely, at some point it will be a few
It will
cents.
get there, yeah.
It'll be like a credit card size thing that sort of has a 5-meter range.
It's obviously more the issue is the nefarious deeds you could do with these devices that are going to be require some interesting regulation.
Who keeps telling that bird jokes?
It's a crow, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got several crows in our backyard here. Sorry about that. Yeah.
All right, crows are cool.
Hey, Steve, do you have galahs in your area?
Occasionally, but they're very destructive. Crows are noisy and open. Crows can open in teams. Will open your refuse bins on the nature strip before collection and out in the street, and they'll open them and then tag team their way through your garbage. And you'll wake up and get out of the house at 7:30 to find you've got most of your garbage strewn across the top of the court. So
We have raccoons for that. So
yeah, same idea. So crows are like that,
cute as
and
hell.
the galahs will just strip anything. So a bunch of 25 galahs can go into a paddock of seed and just take everything and then move on to the next one. So the Eastern Rosella, as they're called, and things like that, some of them are pretty nasty. Yeah. Or not conducive to a decent crop, put it that way.
So they're pretty birds, but destructive. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we get them, and we don't do much about them. We might shoot them away, but they're still destructive. They have shotgun deterrents above some crops here, so you might have a special, and they'll fire blanks, with smoke pellets into the across the crops, so that the birds are sent away without harming them. So, it's a serious problem, especially if most of your country is agriculture.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, Steve, can we have our son back, please?
Yeah, the sun. You want the sun back? I'll send it back.
Send it back.
All
How long do you
right,
reckon it'll take?
I don't know, but it depends if DHL will carry it for me. That's all.
Okay.
So,
As long as I don't lose it.
well, they didn't when you got. I sent
Sorry,
you
guys, I
5.
stole some of it too. So
Oh, look, yeah, and he's some of it. He's retained some.
I got 5 kilograms of Tim Tams, and you received 3.5. So that means DHL is working properly.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know what? she's bleeding eating all the mint ones.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
But you know what? She had a quick search online. She goes, "Oh, I wonder if I could get some more because I've really got a taste from you." Nobody has any
No.
out
No.
of stock across the planet.
Yep.
Absolutely.
No,
It's
you had the
unbelievable.
last 2 packets. That's it.
Yeah,
But, anyway,
yeah,
yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Well, in emergency, penguins will do.
Potentially.
No, once you've gone Tim Tam, it's really hard to go back.
Yes, but if the choice is no Tim Tam or penguin,
Yeah,
it's a very
true.
easy choice.
Very true. But I think we find it very difficult to convince Fiona of that. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, I'll see what I can do for Christmas.
Oh
but
no! Honestly,
no.
no. You've done more than enough, Steve. Thank you.
It
very
was
much.
just more. It was more the surprise of having a little parcel arrive that had, and your first thought would have been, "Oh my God, more patch cables."
Yeah.
That was the whole intention.
Yeah.
I almost had the customs declaration filled out as patch cables just to.
Yeah, because at the back of my mind, I'm going, no. You go,
Yeah.
I'll send you 150 or something. No. Oh no. Yeah.
It was, but I went to my local. There's a little shop front down near the medical centre here locally that is called Pack and Send, and they organise all dispatch and the freight through DHL for you, and you just throw your credit card in the box at them, and they do all of the rest of the wrapping. So it's a bit of a syndicated thing. But the thing about doing that with DHL is, he said, I've ticked the box that said duty prepaid, so effectively they can do you a favour and sling you a bit of a benefit, especially on a larger consignment. So that's good to know.
Yeah.
It's still expensive, as you said. It cost you £300 to send a £300 device, and you think, well, where's the profit in the sale, sort of thing, like the Studio Logic. Yeah. I did fire up my Emu eSynth yesterday and spent about 2 hours on it, just playing with the patches through headphones, and it was a really good experience. I think part of the problem we've got is when we go to write something and you're in the box and everything, you don't really feel like it's conducive. There's no sort of creative spark there. But if you feel like you're 18 again and in a keyboard store somewhere and trying something new, it gives you that creative spark to actually want to go and record something. So I'm going to record something later today. I'm going to double up the MIDI keyboard and send it to a low note priority Moog, a high note priority Moog, and a couple of a polysynths of some sort, and a mellotron in the middle. And I'm going to do the full harps and choirs sort of thing, and just play some chords and have it all sound by itself. So, I mean, my playing won't be grand, but I'll probably try and video it as I do it, and then I'll record it down to the little Zoom recorder, and then whack it into some sort of DAW just to finish off the final thing, and then remix the video with the audio, but just stripe it properly. But
I forgot, does that eSynth have a custom ROM in it, or what's special about that over the other stuff? I never played one.
Well, I used to think that it was kind of some of the better samples from the version 4 emulator and stuff like that, the rack version. It has that sort of character. No, what it's got a lot of percussion in it, this one anyway, and it's got some modest orchestral type stuff, and then it's got a lot of sort of synthy stuff, but and a bit of weirdy effect stuff. So it's sort of like a best of ROM, but it doesn't really have much else. I haven't got any I've got a SCSI interface. I don't have anything else that's more remarkable about it. It's got about 256 sounds on it, and that's a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a custom ROM because I don't have all the other ROMs I have from them. I think they're different than that. So I never got a write up on it though. I haven't seen what was different about it.
I picked this up from a guy who was just selling it out of a university house in Carlton, and he was obviously just trying to find his money to move to the next site. So. And I hadn't played it for a long time. And once I got onto it, it did have that Emu sound. And I've got some other Emu modules like the Proteus version 1, and I've got the Proteus 2000, and I've got the B3 ROM in that, and I've got the Extreme Lead Sorry, my
Planet Earth ROM, that one's really good.
no, I don't have it. I don't have that one. But that's because I didn't really get on. I had the Roland sort of chip to do all of the ethnic stuff, and it never really excited me. It never fitted into anything I was trying to do. So, and everything I got that was a Rompler seemed to have like the Korg TR rack, like the Trinity rack, had all of these percussion sounds on it too. So I sort of had percussion coming out my wazoo, and it wasn't really helping me write diatonic music. So because that was my focus. So, but this was a nice little surprise yesterday, having some fun with the Emu sensor. It did give me that feeling of being back in a music store at age 18 and feeling excited about the music world, which is
they make great sounds,
very hyped in the top end, and obviously probably around the 12 to 14 bit range. But look, they're just enough grainy that they're interesting. It's a bit like the Kurzweil K2000 for me. I've got a couple of those, and they are beautiful too. They have just a nice filter sound and a nice sort of blend of instruments, and it sort of has a certain sound all to its own. It's hard to describe, but the Emu filters are hyped sort of in the upper register, so you get a bit more treble out of them. They sound crispy, and then when you settle that down in a mix, it tends to sort of sit nicely across the whole audio spectrum. But they're fun things. I mean, because as a kid you couldn't afford an emulator 2 as much as you drooled over it in the store, or the emulator 1, but later on these provided some access to the sound. So
you get all the newer stuff anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, and I've also got the Vintage Keys and the Vintage Keys Plus as 2 modules. So, and they came for about $100 each. So my rule was I wasn't going to spend per fortnight any more than $400 on a synth. And so most of my collection was done with just that budget in mind and looking for secondhand pieces that were no longer popular. So at one stage, the JP 8080 Roland rack with the Super Saw, and it came up, and some kid was selling it for $400, and there weren't many out there, and they weren't really popular. And now the price is through the roof. But
like $1,600 now.
The thing is, you just got, and that's US dollars, so yeah, probably 2,000 odd Australian dollars. And then, so really, it's just a case of, and I've had my Selena fixed this week, thank goodness. So that came over from Holland, and then instantly one of the VCA chips exploded, and so I've had that fixed locally, and then that's ready to go. So I'm pleased about that. So a few little toys to sort of sit back and play with. But I think that's the key, that you've got to get yourself not in the diving into the computer mode. You've got to sit in front of a keyboard and just play and just improvise and try stuff out, and then run a MIDI recorder while you're doing it, and go back and tidy it up later. And then another thing I've done too is I've actually improvised a recording and then think I can't be slagged going down the path of transcribing it. So you go on Fiverr and you find someone who for $100 will transcribe all your work for you. And so it's instantly notated and sent back as music score in PDF form and MIDI file. So you're kind of home. So there are ways you can take the lazy out of it, and then, take the onerous stuff like the scoring out of it, and just sit down and improvise.
You know, Sibelius?
Yeah, I hate Sibelius. I hate that product. And the reason is that I'll tell you why, because the menu structures are impassable. You can move one bar line or something, and then the whole page shifts, and then you wind up with a screen full of fly shit, and you can't undo it. And it's just like, what have I done to deserve this? So my solution there is to get a thing called Noteworthy Composer, and it's a $40 program that's been around since 1995 and works on PC. It used to come on one floppy disk, and now it comes on one CD, or you can have it mailed to you. But that has that for $40. It has all of the primitive features of Sibelius all laid out nicely, and you can use a QWERTY keyboard to type everything in. And so I've done scores I had a call one afternoon. It was about 2:00 on a Sunday, and it was, Steve, we've got 3 versions of this one song we need orchestrated for the band called tonight. And for a 12-piece band, and I said, okay, fine. So I sat down. They sent me the piano vocal score. I sat down, and I got with Noteworthy Composer, I was able to generate 3 completely different styles on this number inside about 6 hours and have the charts to them printed for band rehearsal that evening. So there are ways of doing what. And then if I need to go into Sibelius, I'll take Noteworthy Composer score out and just flip it straight into Sibelius. Anyway, that's enough of my boredom. The point is, you can get
Your MIDI
you can get-
things that you're recording. Isn't there something that does a decent job of auto transcribing for you, or not really?
Yeah, no, with that, if you play to click, the Noteworthy Composer will do it.
Yeah.
But even just as a line in the sand to have something in digital form, I'd use Noteworthy Composer to record on, or just record to tape and then send the tape away to be fixed.
Because one of my friends, his dad used to do barbershop quartet stuff, and he could sing, but he didn't know anything about playing music. So he used to manually drag all the notes to the staff to make the music to print out for their sessions. So, it's a lot of drag and drop.
I remember that very early, it was Cubase LE. There was a Cubase Light Edition around about 1993, 1994. And I tried that for generating scores. And the problem was it was perfect at capturing the score and playing it back, but it wouldn't interact with the Hewlett-Packard PostScript drivers. It used to generate PostScript that was too vast for the memory on the printer. So you wind up with 3 pages of chart printed, and then the rest would be just gobbledygook over 570 pages of printout, which all came out the machine several times. So what you had to do was you had to divide your whole score up into 2-page segments and then print them all consecutively just so you could get it out of the printer, so that the print jobs didn't exceed the print buffer. So yeah, that was a bit of fun. So I've done the hard yards in terms of wrestling with technology, and now my view is that get the thing recorded in some audio form and then get someone else to transcribe it for you. And there's probably software out there now. I did try, what is it, Lalal.ai, the one that they used for the Beatle desynthesis. And I was able to take a few John Lennon demos and take them apart into backing and vocal separately. So, I mean, that technology will be good enough to pull a full score apart eventually and take the piano out and take the bass out and take the drums out and take the vocal out. And at that point, you're ahead, aren't you? Really, you've got, the guts of what you need. It'll all be automated. I mean, that's one area where AI might actually get to do something useful, but the rest of it's all done in call centers in Mumbai. I reckon that those people on phones in Mumbai are sitting back there typing answers into Chat GPT and stuff like that. So what you're actually getting is just somebody's internet search out of India.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. I haven't used the notation software for a hell of a long time. So
I start out sometimes with little sketches or just chord charts on manuscript just as a starting point. And then you can pencil in some bass and treble. But yeah. Sorry, I lost everyone there and everyone's sort of falling asleep. I think that's the problem.
I got too academic there. So
I don't know. Just you're trying to provide value for other people who don't feel as bad. When people don't feel as bad knowing you've wrestled with this shit for
the last
30,
time I
40
saw
years.
music stay on screen was on my Yamaha CX5M.
Yeah, well,
So mid-80s.
and for 4 operator synth,
And the only reason I saw it is because that's the only way you could fucking do it. So that's the only reason. Yeah, and then we got proper sequence after that. But yeah, nightmare. So yeah, it's hard work, isn't it?
Well, Noteworthy works as a sequencer too, so that's another useful thing.
I used to use Opcode EasyVision on a friend's computer. He had bought a Roland JV30. It was all brand new shit back then, just basically a sound canvas keyboard. And we had a lot of fun playing with that. Then I bought a proper synth, or at least an okay synth, the Kawai K12 that could actually do real synthy patches and layering and stuff. And I started loading SysX into EasyVision because you could back up all your patch banks and stuff. I downloaded patch banks and put them on there. And in the section down below where it tracked all of your aftertouch and all your velocity curves and stuff, SysX data showed up as little sheep. It's hilarious. So I knew exactly. Oh, that's a Sysx bank. Okay, cool. I knew at a glance I had Sysx or I had regular data. So it's kind of funny.
Oh, it's nice. It had a different symbol.
Yeah, it was a little glyph of a sheep. Kind of random, but
It worked.
Seemed to work. Yeah. So I guess I mean, what people find for inspiration is normally their own personal thing, but for me, it's always got to be about that fluency, just to be able to catch an idea as it materializes, and not have to set up thousands and thousands of VSTIs and then balance them and all the stuff that seems to detract from the experience. You know.
yeah. Well, the thing you mentioned about running a recorder is the same with modular. You never know what you're going to get. You may never repeat it. So run a damn recorder all the time.
Yeah, my modular is about the next thing to go in for service. I've got a lot of Roland System 100M modules to fix.
Oh, nice.
Well, then they're nice if they behave, but these are not really. I think the sockets are a bit dicky on it, or else I'm doing something chronically wrong. But I've probably got close to 7 or 8 oscillators in this thing, so it's got some scope. It's just a case of how you sequence or drive it, or and what you're syncing it to. And that's a mine shaft to go down. It's not a rabbit hole. It's a mine shaft. You can go for days trying to find stuff in that, and then stumbling across a new solution. And it should be simple if you wire it up like a regular synth, but if you don't, that's when the fun begins. Anyway, everyone's dead. It's fantastic.
Hopefully
They're
not.
just taking a break.
I think
Yeah.
Ken's gone off to get a cup of something or bucket of coffee, probably, in his way of doing stuff. Actually, no, he's cut down on coffee, hasn't he? So, yeah.
That's
Did
why
you
I
say
said
your Selena's broken or it's getting fixed? What happened?
It's been fixed. Yeah, the VCA went on it, but yeah, that's eminent Selena, so that's why I wanted it
Oh,
fixed.
nice.
The new Behringer is very good if you need MIDI control or you want the phaser built into it. But I've got one of those too, because when I paid about 4K Australian for that. That's about $3.97. It's my joke with Longhurst all the time. We always reduce the Australian dollar down to its lack of value. But I bought this thing for 4K and had it shipped here with enormous expense, and it lasted about a week and then exploded on me.
Wow.
So, and then
Bargain.
it was going to be actually cheaper to fix here when I could find a tech than it was to actually ship back. Again, we're at the mercy of the couriers and freight companies.
Throwing it around. Yeah.
So
You have a local Kent Spong over there?
there's a guy here who's very good, but it's taken me a long time to get into his active list of repairs. He just sort of picks and chooses who he wants to deal with. So but he's very, very good. So, but for a long time I didn't have a tech. I had to do it myself. And so of the 100 or so hardware devices I've got, I've probably got at any one time 6 or so that need to be fixed. I also had during lockdown, I got a Fender Rhodes 88 stage, and I finally opened that up this week. I've had hernia surgery 12 months ago, so obviously lifting stuff as heavy as a Fender Rhodes 88 by yourself isn't advisable. After that, so it sat in storage during the lockdown, and eventually I got it out this week and set it up. And it was built in 1973, so it's a 50-year-old lady to look after, and most of the dampers on it are grooved out, so I need to get those replaced. And I've set up with another tech here who does Rhodes and clavinets to actually renovate those for me. So the idea is to have a decent sort of set of vintage gear, both electromechanical and
The tines are in good shape, though?
synthesized. A couple down the bottom are broken. I've got a few replacement tines. I hope that they're a sufficient spec to go across those very bottom notes. But that end of the machine doesn't tend to be very useful harmonically anyway. You're playing up towards the middle.
Is it broken from wear and tear or just use, or what do you think it is? Banging around?
I think someone's danged the key extra hard. Those very bottom notes only have the wire; they don't have the tone bar attached. So it's just they're very long and they're hard to get hold of because no one's making them anymore.
Wow.
You occasionally see them come up on eBay and they're snapped up pretty quickly, or they've parted out a whole roads, and invariably the bottom ones are the first to go. So I've got a bag of bits and pieces which might be useful when we're reconstructing it.
With those new issues that they have, the new versions, are they compatible? Can you use parts from that?
Well, none of those are 88s. I think they've got. I think the vintage Vibe ones are 54s and 73s. I think they've got the smaller footprint.
But the ones that are in the same range, you could use the parts.
If they have them, I guess they would. Vintage Vibe is the mob in the USA that has that sort of stuff, but their site doesn't advertise those low end tires very frequently.
It's like a pizza box.
Looks very good.
This is that board.
Oh, yeah, £300 pizza. Right, cool.
Yeah. Well, it comes with Watsits.
There you go. Barney.
Handy.
It's Capricciosa.
Lovely peanuts.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Don't
Hopefully
do
that's
that.
the right one.
Yeah.
It says Moog on the side of it. No.
Yeah. It looks right. It must be Studio Logic because it's got about 900 screw holes in it.
There you go.
Cool. I'd fit that if it wasn't for the 70,000 screws that hold all the case together. Start that tomorrow.
There you go. Project.
So it just leaves the Pro 3 main board. And then we're back to where we started.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah. So God knows how much that
What
bugger
happened
will
on the
be.
main board again? I forgot.
The main board in the Pro 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a processor on that. It's
Oh,
Oh,
about
the processor.
8,000 degrees.
Oh no.
Yeah. So weird. But there you go. Such is the way of things.
Is that reasonable price or is it pretty expensive?
The Pro 3, I don't know yet.
Hmm.
But this thing is pretty much the price of a second hand. It's a 88.
I have to upgrade my Evolver.
Mental.
The Evolvers use ROMs that are fixed, so you can't just flash them. You have to buy them. And so to make sure they're all the same version for polychaining properly, I have to get some ROM upgrades.
Right.
Luckily, they still have them.
Because there's not a great deal of components on that, really.
You can start making it.
Yeah.
You
Just
get
that
your
ARM,
machine.
pretty much the voltage regs, the ARM processor, one of the MIDI. It's not a PC 900 MIDI chip. It's something else. I can't read it. It's hard enough to read on full size ones. Never mind these fucking little things.
Those OB8 chips you talked about before, there were stickers put on there to obfuscate what they were, or are they just for labeling purposes?
It was just their version number and a small code, but it meant nothing to anything.
They never thought about, like, maybe in the future they needed to read the chip itself.
Hopefully not.
Why they would have a board layout, but it just tells them what it is, right?
That'll be somebody employed there that wants to keep his job, so he keeps it all secret. So you have
That's
to
what I
keep
mean,
it
yeah,
employed.
because if Tom Oberon doesn't know what it is, then who the hell knows?
Yeah, because I mean, in the schematics, they're just listed as a sort of like a map of North Korea, like just an empty square.
Actually,
who knows?
Jeff in 1984, he would know about it.
Yeah,
but he's no longer here.
Publishing is everybody's favorite for that. Purely publishing stuff where they're all sanded down. Every single clip.
Yeah, that infernal machine thing that I had to every single IC And it wasn't too bad because I could desolder an IC, pull it out, put it in the chip checker, and it will tell me what it is. But of course, it can't tell me what every single chip is.
Yeah.
And it won't recognize, RAM and stuff like that. So it's like,
Well, yeah, but apparently Publishing still repairs their old stuff, if you ask me honestly.
I bet Bones you hate that, aren't
What
Well, I
else do you
remember that
say?
there are a lot of proprietary things happening. Roland had a PCM CIA style slot mechanically on their Verios, but you couldn't copy the cards that went into it for the D50 or the Choir. They had the VC1 and VC2 cards for that device, and also for the VSynth. And you couldn't copy them there. They were wired backwards or something in a couple of the pins. There was a little secret that they exploited.
Well, yeah. Things you
That's
have
why
to
those
do.
cards are so valuable.
Yeah.
And those
Great
cards
cards.
cost
That
quite a lot,
Wilco card is
don't
really
they?
cool.
Cards for Sims cost quite a lot, don't they? I remember buying a card from ISY 77 is like 200 quid for the card. It's fucking
Yeah.
mental.
Well, there's a lot of that sort of stuff going on. I mean, when I got my Roland S330, and I got some really old, godforsaken, I don't know where I got this monitor from, but it was old and big. But it needed a mouse. And I went back to the music shop and I said to them, I want a mouse for my S330. And they go, yeah, you need a Roland mouse for it. I mean, okay,
Yeah.
cool. And so it was a ball mouse, right?
Yeah.
It was 156 quid
Yeah. Be about
Oh,
right.
for
Yeah.
a fucking ball mouse.
Yeah.
That's an easy fix now. Someone made a converter.
Yeah.
The
But
mouse for
it's
the Roland is the same as the, there's that FM Towns game system computer out of Japan or Korea. I think it's out of Korea. And it uses the same exact mouse.
Yeah.
So someone made a FM Towns converter on eBay for like $30 to plug a PS2 mouse, any PS2 mouse into it, and it'll work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it's just some custom, but not so custom serial. So actually, like, it's not too hard to reverse engineer if you hate yourself enough to just look at the serial data. And then I believe some other serial mice you could, in theory, use. They wouldn't work properly, but I think there was some where one axis would be inverted.
Yeah. It was literally it. I mean, what I found out, obviously much later on when it became more au fait with electronics, was they'd basically just swapped over two wires.
Yeah.
So that you couldn't plug a normal PC mouse into it, or an Atari mouse for that matter. Because my Atari ST mouse wouldn't work in it either. No. But 156 quid for a fucking ball mouse.
It's a special man.
Well, it
Yeah.
said Roland on it, so of
Had
course it's
Roland.
going to cost more.
Yeah, Roland on it. Ooh.
It's like
And-
putting
and it's
Sony on
black.
something.
Yeah, still had to clean the bloody ball. get all the dead skin off the rollers every bloody 3 weeks.
That'll give you something to do
I
when you're
mean-
making.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I mean, it's not as terrible as having a clear see-through mouse, even a laser one, and seeing all the shit that gets into there.
Yeah.
Like,
Collects all the dog hair and dust and
yeah,
breadcrumbs.
all the hair that gets in. It's just like, Jesus, I
Yeah.
thought I don't use it on my pubes all the time.
Yeah, well, mate. I feel sorry for my little Roomba. About every 2 days, I get a message on my iPad going, "I'm full of fucking dog hair. Help! I'm under the kitchen table somewhere. Please help me." And it
Has
is.
it not
It's
caught
just-
fire yet?
No, got lucky with that. That's still working. Everything else has been falling over. But
Your room is going to become bulimic. It's going to say, it's going to protest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purge and gorge syndrome.
I tell you what it has started doing. It's started doing this thing where it goes back to its dock and then empties the bag and go, cool. And it's sort of like, yeah, everything's fine. And it waits until the following day because it always comes out at 12:30 and nothing happens. And you look at the app and it says battery's flat because it wasn't actually quite sitting on it properly. It's like, yeah, fucking thing. And it won't charge because the thing is covered in hair as well. By the time the Roombas come back, it's built up more dog hair and it parks on the dog hair and won't charge. I need another Roomba to clean the Roomba's station while the other Roomba's out cleaning the rest of the house.
Oh dear.
You should hack your Roomba to play the Space Roomba track by Jar while it's driving around.
Yeah. But it has been quite a godsend, I must admit, because I used to hate having to sweep up all this dog hair every morning because we've got wooden floors and the kitchen's a stone floor, and it just blows and collects in large big dust bunnies in the corner, huge dust bunnies. You'd think we actually had a pet lion. You know, it's so much hair. And it's funny because people go, "Oh, yeah, when you got a husky, you got to expect that." You go, "Yeah, why is all this hair black?" We have a white husky, so there's something definitely going on. It's bloody Siri, you know.
Yeah.
So, well, it's all part of the tangled web we weave.
Yes. Yep. It's the duty overhead of having pets that you love, you know.
Yeah, absolute.
Anyway, but
Yeah.
yeah.
That's
So
cool birds and backgrounds, Steve. You should sell nature recordings.
I've got some good. Yeah, there's some good ones here. I'm not sure they're great. This is my backyard. This is. I've got a claret ash and a golden ash and a pittosporum there. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you haven't got one of those classic Australian trees, though. You know the ones where when you see a scene and it has these trees in it, you know.
The ghost
it was
gums, yeah. Used to
Yeah.
have at my old place. No, we haven't planted eucalypts here because the council planted them. I can probably show you, but we'll see how we go. I'll go for a wander and we'll see if I can work it out. Just
We have
give me a
plenty
moment.
of here. They planted eucalyptus here many centuries ago.
Well, they've got them up through Sausalito. If you go through Sausalito
yeah.
in California,
Everywhere.
they've just got full amounts. But and
Tons of them
yeah,
around my
you
area.
can see there's. I turn around here, looking down the street. I'm at the top of a court. and you can sort of
Ramsey.
see
Ramsey Street.
it is. It's like the top of Ramsey Street. But
It
we're
is like the top
about
of Ramsey Street, isn't it? Yeah.
Where's Mrs.
three
Mandel?
suburbs,
Yeah.
3 suburbs away. Yeah. That's no, my old house was closer to Ramsey Street, but it's a big thing in the UK.
Your
for-
old place,
for-
your old place up in Sydney.
No, Melbourne is Ramsey Street.
Oh, is it?
Kylie's Melbourne. So is Danny Minogue. So is
Yeah.
Tommy Emanuel's. Well, he came out of Sydney originally, but we'll claim him. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a bit of parochial rivalry between one and the other. So yeah.
Oh, I'm with you.
I'm sort of just come inside now, but anyway, we just you live and learn, don't you? But I've got a room full of keyboard gear at the moment, which I'm sort of packing up. So I probably can't see it. I'll see if I can turn a light on. Or 3. So there,
Oh, yeah.
I've got a whole bunch of stuff. So yeah, what have I got? I've got a Mini Moog, a couple of guitar amps. There's a couple of drum machines, a Centrix, CP Reface, about 5 vintage Fender guitars.
What's
And,
the drum machines?
I've got there's a DR880 there,
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and then I've got an Alesis SR16, but the MIDI's not working on that. I don't know why. I'll have to work it out.
I still sell that new, you know. It's mad, isn't it?
And then
Did you really?
Yep. Yeah,
Yep.
I sell it new. Yeah.
and this is a bit rare.
What's that? Is that Korg?
No, Yamaha. Robbie will
Oh.
tell you.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, the FM
fun-
one. Yeah, I have
fun-
that.
No, it's the
AN200?
AN200.
Oh,
yeah.
and I have that too. Yeah.
So that's a bit of a funny little box. And on the ground here, I've got a bass rig, and
There are actually some
Oh.
people selling those boxes online without the sound card in it. So
yeah, they stripped them out. Yeah, well, that sort of defeats the purpose. But the sound card was popular in a bigger Yamaha synth.
yeah.
And then down there, I've got a Mellotron, an iRig Keys Pro. I've got an Odyssey rebuild, and then there's a PE 1000 and a Poly 61, and yeah, a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, then there's a Wall of Shame. That's the Deckard's Dream
Yeah.
and the Isonin and the Xerxes.
Mm.
down there, which is so those three are from nefarious sources, Black Corporation. So it's a bit of fun, but yeah. So I'm packing up a bit of stuff to try and make some room, because the problem we're talking about expenses. The problem is if you've got to keep them in storage, it costs you an absolute bomb here, and they jack up the rents every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah. But you know, we live and learn.
Yeah.
Well, I should let you folk go and get some rest. What time is it? It's about 3 a.m. for you, Kent.
No.
Was
It's
it
coming
midnight?
up.
Midnight.
It's only 4:45.
Oh, is it? Okay. That's all right.
Early for us.
Yeah, it's still early.
Yeah, it's early pub stuff. Yeah.
It's like breakfast. pub.
Yeah. So so anyway, so I've been sort of playing a few since that I've had out of storage, and when you clear one storage unit, you've got a whole bunch of new toys to play with, intentionally or unintentionally.
Yeah.
And I did find I've got two things: a little Roland sampler that's about yay big, and I've got the matching Yamaha one that's about yay big. So
Was that like an S1 or something? Or SP1?
yeah,
SP1.
SU10, yeah, SU10.
Yeah.
Have one of those too.
And that's got enough RAM to. I had a mate of mine who wanted to play in a Blondie cover band, and he said, I need the CR78 sound out of Heart of Glass at the opening, the little blippy ploppy sort of rhythm intro for that.
Yeah.
And I thought of Dave Spears, and then I thought of I got the Heart of Glass intro into this SU10. So you just hold down the thing and it plays it for you until you stop it and the drummer comes in. So that was on loop on that little machine. So
Yeah.
I know there might be a certain person in the UK who gets that for Christmas. I'm not going to tell you who likes Yamaha gear, but it might be heading as a little mystery box somewhere.
Oh.
There you go.
But I've got a few of these things I'm divesting, so you might find that some people whose addresses I have might receive Tim Tams, or they might receive early Yamaha samplers that have about 256k of memory on them. But,
Remember you had that list. How much of that do you have left?
I don't know. I've got 256k of memory on that one. I don't know what. I've probably done none after that. I think I recorded the whole thing. The intro was probably I recorded about 17 beats, I think it was, with hold in the memory. So I
I mean, that gear list you posted, how much of that do you have left?
I don't know.
You posted on Facebook a while back.
Have a look at it. I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That list is still quite comprehensive. I've sold a lot of the guitars off, and then some of the hardware's about to go. But it's a slow process because no one's got any money here. Interest rates are on the rise, and then rentals are going up, and storage unit costs are going up. So nobody's spending money on anything. We're about to have our 17th rate rise hike. And and the Reserve Bank here is just crippling the country with monetary policy. So, yeah, we'll wait and see.
Do you know what? I get a vibe from Robert that he really doesn't want to sell that Alesis at all.
He loves it, really, doesn't he?
You sit there very lovingly playing that, Robert.
Well, I might as well play it when I already turned it on. Might as well enjoy any minute that it might work.
Yeah, but that's what I did with the Oasis yesterday before Neil come and collected it, and I really wish I hadn't.
So you got rid of it?
Yeah, she went today.
You replaced it with montage?
Yeah.
Yamaha have forgotten something in all of this new release stuff. I mean, they had a montage and then ditched it. They had motifs and ditched them. And they went through and they had the Mod X8 and then the Mod X8 Plus. And now they've got the montage at the top end of the range. And they've instantly alienated anyone who's bought a keyboard from them in the last 2 years, because suddenly all that, they've turned over so many flagship synths in succession that there'd be a lot of people hanging on to their gear saying, well, I've got second best now, what do I do?
Yeah.
So there might be a trade up, but it's hard to know.
Yeah, there might be a glut of the montage ones.
Well,
all
I
over the
picked
place
up a Mod X8 without the plus, and the sounds on that are comparable. It just doesn't have quite the amount of finesse, but it still has the AWM engine. It still has the FM engine in it, and I can get sounds out of it. But the thing is, it's got the flashing blue light on it, the big flashing blue light, and it's like the jazz police have pulled you over and are about to send you away.
You can turn it off.
Sort of, no, but I'm just saying that the impression is one of, oh no, I'm in trouble again.
Yeah.
They pulled over on the A4 or the M40 or whatever it is. The
speeding ticket for your Modi X.
Yeah, or the unregistered vehicle again, that sort of thing. But
talking about Big Blue Live, Andromeda has a nice big blue LED at the back.
The LEDs are fine. It's it's just the flashing one.
Super knob.
Yeah. So I've got to
super knobs.
But I mean, that's a good. I find the Nautilus is easier to get around. The Yamaha's a bit, has a bit of a learning curve for me. I don't know. Maybe it's just what I'm used to. And strangely, I didn't buy any of the Roland top end stuff. I haven't had that for ages, apart from the Ison, which is a Jupiter 8, which was the only real chance I had to buy a Jupiter 8 that was going to actually be under $40,000 by the clone. Yeah. I can see Roland eventually just doing a hardware version that sort of talks to their web backend and does all of the Jupiter 8 stuff, because they've released it in different forms before. They had a program that worked with Verios that was a Jupiter 8, and then they've had the JP08, and they've had different, and now they've got this soft synth. So
Hey, it's mad.
Evening.
You're right, Fruit Bat.
Yeah, not long got back. Been out with the missus tonight. Went and saw Sarah Millican.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she's fucking brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
good.
everyone all right?
Yes.
I bored everyone to death. You'll be pleased to know, Matt. With 30 minutes of tirade, I think I put most of people to sleep, and we now have about six viewers on the channel, which is fantastic. I've done well.
We're just in temporary comas. We'll be fine.
No, I have a voice that's soporific. I think that's the problem.
No, I heard that.
Soporific means puts you to sleep.
Right. Actually,
You know the word soporific. You must have. You invented the language.
Well, yeah, I did.
Did we? I think we nicked it from loads of
French
other different people.
language.
French, Romans, Danes, you name it.
Yeah, it's heavily bastardized language.
Yeah, absolutely.
Je ne sais quoi.
Indeed. Adopted so many different words, it's ridiculous.
We have, like cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
Rendezvous.
Yeah.
Pigeon.
It was Rowan Atkinson used to have a song in the show written by his MD mate, Howard, what's his face, who does all the series on BBC about music history. And he wrote a song called That's Why I Hate the French. and it's on YouTube somewhere, but and also on his live album. But Rowan Atkinson's show was funny because of that. I used to love that song. It was played with a Prophet 5 backing. So when you hear it, you can work out what patch number it is.
Yeah, we make fun of the French here, but we can't totally make fun of them because they did give us our independence. They helped us a lot with the war. So
Yeah, I think Napoleon sold you Louisiana, didn't he? Yeah. Napoleon used to own Louisiana.
it was while he had his hands stuffed in his jacket. So
Yeah, counting his francs.
don't ask what the other hand was doing. Yeah.
Holding his pants up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Napoleon he had the
American
richest nipple in France.
Rightly.
Sorry, Chris.
Said America bought Alaska, didn't they, from Russia? Well, she used to own Alaska.
And
Yeah.
now Sarah Palin's there saying she can see him from her back porch.
Yeah.
Something miles away.
Does she wave?
Yeah, just such a dope.
Does she wave? Does she? Does she?
I think
No, but,
Sarah Palin sees a lot of things.
Yes, gremlins and all.
Yeah.
No, the one of the lines in the "Hate the French" song is "Look what the bastards did to Joan of Arc," and it's a funny line in the middle of that song, which is quite serious. Anyway, but
Well, at least she was warm. Come on.
well, yeah, she was. She had the right idea.
Yeah.
It was just the execution that eventually failed. Well, they
Yeah.
succeeded.
Women have always got cold feet, haven't they?
I don't know. I've got. Anyway, so yes, I'm about to do some recording with Emu eSynth. That's my project for today.
Mhm.
I've sent my good lady wife away on a weekend to Bendigo, and Bendigo is about 2.5 hours drive north of Melbourne. It's up towards the middle of the country.
Mhm.
So used to be in the 1860s. It used to be a gold mining centre. So where Melbourne made its money, it was founded in 1835 by Batman, which is a great claim to fame. You know what's interesting about your city? It was founded by Batman, which is it's true. And then 1865 there was a gold rush in California, I think, from memory, and also Australia at the same time. We started mining gold within an hour or so of Melbourne, and a lot of big nuggets came out of and still you can still find them. People take metal detectors into the hills outside of Melbourne and wander up and down streams and take chunks of gold out of ponds or out of clay and alluvial deposits. So that's out there. But anyway,
You still have people here going to Sutter's Mill looking for gold.
Yeah.
Well, that's when they used to, and I remember they used to send the Chinese miners or prospectors or assistants up the cliffs in America, up the rocky faces in the Rocky Mountains there outside, just sort of east of California, and they would have nitroglycerin in little glass containers that were swinging back and forth as they scaled up the cliffs. And occasionally you just get this big bang where where the nitroglycerin became unstable and just blew the poor Chinaman and his rope to bits. It was rough times.
It was pretty sad back then because they had limited work prospects. They could be a laundry person, a cook, a railroad worker, and it sounds like a
mining
carrier.
A mining assistant. So,
assistant in quotes, right? Just a walking bomb.
We had Chinese here at our gold fields in the 1860s. So obviously word got out somehow, and there were people immigrating to Australia to catch that. And the reason Melbourne has such wide streets and big promenades is because, and has trams as well, is because the money from the gold rush was quite, brought a lot of wealth, and there's a lot of wealth in the city. So we had big grand theatres created, and it was really a bit pompous for its time. It was a bit grandiose, but we got the Victorian architecture and the wide streets and the long promenades. Sort of, there's one modelled on the Champs-Elysees. It's not quite the same, but it's still charming to look at. And it's now congested with traffic, but it was an act of foresight back then to make a road that was 150 metres wide, running for 4 miles south of the city. That was a big act of planning, and we're lucky they did. Fascinating stuff. Anyway, that's another little Smith diversion.
Oh, Matt, you got the photographs?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Because I
Yes.
found out what it was all about today.
Yes, well, I said to you a while back now that I had asked Fiona if she'd got a full size because I wanted to get one of you made up and put in the background of my studio.
Hmm.
So screw hands, I wanted a fucking Kent in the background, but that might go a little bit further these days now.
Yeah, so I'm hearing.
Yes.
We definitely need a can for Synfest next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it. Well, before me taking that one on the train.
Yeah. It's very weird, wouldn't it?
I'll chuck one in the car because I'm definitely going next year. So
There'd
need
be
a Kent
photographs
AR
of me at
app.
Super Booth looking at stuff.
Just need an AR app. You can just put you in every picture, Kent. You can just appear in front of everything.
I'm going to do one of Puricelli in front of a bunch of DX7s and a doorbell. I think that's the way to go.
what you need is a picture of Robbie holding on to fucking Big Ben, the bell.
I shall organise that.
Yeah.
I've been known to sketch such drawings in the past, so I might do a little effigy and set it up in a corner. I might do that for one of our future pubs. I'll get all my Yamaha gear out of storage and stack it all up in a big vertical heap and have a little Puricelli peering over the top like that. And then wire it into my doorbell at the front so we can actually hear what it all sounds like. The other thing I've discussed with Longhurst is that when he did the show and they had the piano emulation done by the TX816, and he was talking about synthesizing the reverb tails. Well, I've got a better idea. I've got 20 reverb units all running in series, all different makes and models. And I'm just going to run the whole sound through that and run a 5-hour concert, which will be 5 seconds of notes and then 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds of reverb tail through 20 units concurrently and just let it sort of shimmer forevermore. So that's the current plan. I'm just going to line I'll line the reverb units all the way down the hallway here. You can sort of see in the background there.
Yeah.
I'll be wired up on the floor, up the carpet all the way. And that'll be the exposition to end all expositions of how to do reverb tails. Because why waste operators on it when you can waste 20 reverb units in series?
Yeah.
I think we need I'll do a how-to.
That's what you call an EMOM.
Yo, Matt, you probably got that photograph that I took in the kitchen with Siri with the 6 Jupiter 8s behind it.
Yes.
That's in your porn stash, isn't it? That photo.
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
It's on his toilet door.
Yeah. That was a rarity. 6 absolutely immaculate, fully working JP8s.
I think I fell off my chair the day you posted that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that picture.
Yeah, Fiona said, she goes, yeah, you should take a photograph of them. I went, yeah, all right then. Not thinking about actually how exhausted I was by the time I'd set them all up.
Yeah, but that still doesn't come close to how exhausted you must have been when you had the 5 CS80s in your garden.
Yeah, that was... Yeah, because I didn't have a trolley back then.
Mm.
It had to be bodily carried out.
Fuck.
Yeah. I was trying to clear out I was trying to tidy up the studio, so they had to come out. But I thought, yeah, arranged them all.
That's insane. You're probably the only guy on the planet who could pull off 2 photographs like that.
Yeah, but you know what? I still, to this day, regret not taking a photograph of when I had 16 here.
What, CSs or Jupiters?
80s.
Fucking hell.
16 CS80s. But can you imagine? The thing was, the garden wasn't big enough to set them all up anyway. Because you remember I had that fenced off part.
Yeah.
And then you had the path running down the outside. You could probably set it out now, out there, because it's all been cleared out more. But yeah,
is that when fucking Epsom sank about 2 feet?
Yeah.
There's a guy who does similar layouts of all of his Casios on his lawn and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're just Casios.
Yeah. I mean, the amount of times I said to people, I go, why didn't I specialize in something like CSO1s or Pro ones or Prodigies? Why'd I have to specialize in one of the heaviest fucking synthesizers on the planet?
rogues or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm,
yeah.
You
No,
could have specialized in organs, but would have made it worse.
Yeah, could have been a Hammond B3 specialist.
that they're heavy. They are really heavy. I mean, even roads are heavy, as I found out this week. Kent, I might send you, Kent. I'm getting it fixed. I might send you, just for your hernia, the a Rhodes 88, all fully Ricos, a 1973 one.
Yeah.
So you can play stodgy bass. I've got one. I set it up this week, and I've got to do a few repairs, but it's lined up, ready to go.
Yeah,
So
they are heavy, aren't they?
They're heavy, but they're beautiful to play. I mean, you play them,
crushed, yeah.
and they're stodgy and thick and lush and kind of.
How did they get it so wrong with the Mark II?
I don't know. I mean, I'm lucky. Mine's built in the 11th week of 73, so it's now 50 years old this month, at least.
Mark I's beautiful. They're beautiful.
What do you like about the Mark II? Is it just that the keys are so plasticky?
Yeah, and the action's completely different. I just don't like them. I don't like them.
Oh.
Didn't like the action at all. But I know a lot of people who didn't like the action, so I wasn't alone in that, at least. So I thought it might be just me being pedantic, but it wasn't. There's a lot of people who don't like them.
For me, Mark III is always one of those stupid dream ideas because it is just the most crazy thing in the world, because it's basically a Mark II with the pickup of each key goes into an envelope follower and then a divide down synth. It's like this completely crazy thing that never quite works, and it sounds terrible, but still it's one of the things I would really like, just for the sake of having something really stupid.
Yeah. No, I like a really sloppy Mark I.
There might be one on your doorstep. You'll hate me forevermore. You can't move them. You need 3 people to move them.
I know they are
horrendous.
I've had a couple of them here. They are quite robust.
I mean, the 73 you can just about drag. The 54 you can try and lift, but the 88 I can't imagine.
Yeah.
The 88s are terrifying. I had to get. My car wasn't big enough to contain it, and I had it in storage, and I got it out using my wife's car, and she's got a bigger 4-wheel drive type thing. So, like a Toyota hybrid. So we managed to get the back seats down and get it in the back there. I got it out, but it was just physically like moving a refrigerator. It's just so heavy. And then I had to get it inside to set it up. I got it inside, set it up, I opened it up, had a look inside. Cosmetically, it's about an 8 out of 10. And I've got someone who can get me the other parts here in Melbourne, so that'll be great. But yeah, so I've got the Salinas fixed. The roads will be serviced and fixed. I've got the original Mark II Odyssey with PP C on it, so that's another little bit of fun. I think it's still down the front. Not sure.
I think Tiny's got is it a 24-note bass?
Yeah, piano bass. Yeah, they're worth about 5K.
Yeah,
but the roads now go around the 10 to 12K mark Australian here, so they're creeping up. And clavinets have gone through the roof. I've got the remains of a clavinet that fell off a back step at a venue and never quite recovered. But I'm now looking at getting that repaired because I believe it will be actually worth something.
Yeah,
it's an E7 in the big black sort of Tolex finish, but I gigged on that for years. It was a good, and it's got a Roland CE2 built into it. So I built that.
I've Tolexed quite a few Fenders, and talk about Alice in Wonderland at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, the fumes. I think it's the 111 trichlorethane. It's that sort of heady, plasticky, rubbery smell that by the time you finished, the brain's shrunk about 5 sizes.
Yeah,
and your eyes gradually meet in the centre.
Yeah.
Unlike mine.
Well, I used it's Evo 328 on Tolex in CS80s. My God.
Yeah.
Wow. Since when were the trees purple?
How many notes per octave?
Yeah. 30,000, man.
What is the colour of the sky in your world normally?
Oh, I tell you what, there was a point when I was doing so much Tolexing that it looked like it was permanently yellow.
Yeah, I'll be
Wow.
back in a second. I'll just be 30
All right.
seconds.
But the headache afterwards, holy mother.
Kent
K-
talks
k-
about doing Tolexing like other people talk about doing coke.
Similar. Except Coke's cheaper.
I know. It seems more like people talking about ketamine, having a great time, and then afterwards feeling like complete shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the post Tolexing headache was something to experience, I tell you. It's like somebody's belting a metal spike through your head.
Fuck that.
Yeah. And yeah. But because it's chemical, you could take aspirins or paracetamols or whatever. Nah. Nothing's shifted in that bastard. You have to go through the process.
Oh, sod that.
Yeah. But there you go.
Yeah, indeed. Oh,
Price we pay for our art.
that's it. Excuse me. I see. What was it? Robert was with Ty yesterday. Was it Robert?
Oh yeah, Robert Henk.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he picked up Dom's old Tempest, didn't he? Bless him.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Ty's coming up here soon to pick up all the stuff that's here. As well. It's all done.
Yeah.
It's sitting there ready to rock and roll.
How is Ty? Is he all right?
Yeah, yeah. I think he's trying to figure out how he can get through a 24-hour day without actually doing work. He's going to have to adjust to not having a director screaming at him via email every 10 minutes.
Is he slowing down again?
Yeah, he's having a much needed break. I don't know how he does it.
Another one after the first one, he then, like sometime ignored his idea of having a break.
Yeah, there was a couple come up, didn't there, that he took on. Really wished he hadn't. But... So now there isn't actually anything on the cards for a while. So
Nah, that would change.
oh yeah, I mean there's stuff apparently, in the pipeline. Probably involving Midge again. So
Hey, Ken, here's a new project for you. I'm sharing it
Go
here.
on.
The Casio SK1 with Hummingbird control.
Oh, hang on, let me put that up. Hummingbird control. Oh my godfathers.
Yeah, modified hummingbird feeder with a bunch of stuff in it.
Wow.
That's fabulous.
Yeah,
Certainly colourful.
nice hand painted keys there, and yeah.
Do you know what? That's a good combo, isn't it? That red and was it red and silver?
Yeah.
It's quite nice. What you got there, bud? Oh, what's that? Mark II.
Ooh.
Mark II with PPC. It's mine.
Yeah.
I've had it since about 1980.
What's so Mark
And,
2.5? Or...
Whatever they call it. I don't know. It's like the two's early ones just had the knob for pitch, and this has the PPC retrofitted. So
Yeah.
I've had that for. Well, I was playing it in gigs around 1980, so it's one of the early synths I had.
Yeah.
That was actually able to make interesting noises rather than just the early stuff. The early Korg stuff I had didn't really do much in that regard.
Yeah.
So
There's
I
not really
bought-
much difference between that and the white face, is there?
No, the white face had a different filter, I believe, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
I've never played a white face. Just for
Mm.
me, it was a useful sounding synth. It was, it made wow noises, unlike most of my other synths. So that was the novelty. But also just through a reverb or like a tank reverb and an amp, you get some sort of spacey sounds on it. So
yeah.
because the early Korgs were more hybrid organs, That's another thing I've got to set up. I've got to set up a little Korg display because I've got a 700. I've got two PE 1000s. I've got a PE 2000, and that'll be the state of the art Korg layout. And I've got a few Poly 61s. I think I've got 3 Poly 61s in the place at the moment, and
Wow.
a Nautilus. So I've got from very, very old to very, very new.
Yeah.
I don't have a Maxi Korg. They weren't that common here,
Yeah.
at least. Because a lot of the stuff just didn't make it to Australia in any volume. I mean, I remember only ever seeing there are about 3 CS80s that I know of in the country at the moment, maybe 4.
Yeah.
There might be a few hidden out there, a couple of Profits out there, but a couple of T8s and a couple of other things. But yeah, they're all fairly scarce, you know.
Mm.
And my little collection's probably not worth anything except if I'm prepared to freight it. And as you know, once you freight it, you don't make any money on it. So, yeah. But all good fun. Yeah, and so I have to set up the Korgs and make some really nasty sounds because they're all terrible sounding synthesizers. But you can make them sound nice if you know what you're doing. But
Yeah.
awful.
Mm-hmm.
Awful.
You're right down there, fruit bat. Nels. You're right. You're right, Gil. Yeah. Hello. She's begging for a Tim Tam.
Yeah,
They're
they should
gone.
have. Not
No.
good for them. Not good for them. They're toxic. The chocolate's in large quantities is toxic for dogs.
Yeah. No, they only get like a corner, don't you?
It's probably more the sugar content in those than the chocolate, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what the chemistry of it is. I just, but Tim Tams are full of sorbitol.
They're very sweet, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I had them a long time ago. I forgot.
I should send you a couple of boxes.
Well, this one's had a whole box of milk tray before now. So
We had an Australian guy in the office for a while, and he kept bringing them in. This is about 5-6 years ago, something like that, maybe more.
Yeah.
And that's the first time I ever tried them.
They're an acquired taste. They're very sweet, and they don't have much other characteristic, but they're just.
Just when they stopped making that Metley was talking about, there's a certain kind that they stopped making.
I don't know.
it might have been a recipe change.
Oh, could be, yeah.
Because that happens a lot with a lot of different types of sweets and biscuits, doesn't it? They do a recipe change. Oh, we don't put the sulfuric acid in it anymore. It's frowned on apparently.
Yeah.
If you use twice the benzene, it helps. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of carbon tetrachloride frosting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And the chloral hydrate. Yeah, we'll bubble some chlorine gas through alcohol and then sedate everyone with the result. Yeah.
Because a lot of things just don't taste the same anymore. Milky Bars don't taste like they used to.
No, they're full of compound chocolate now, and they use some cost accountant figures that they can make an extra 1 cent per item by substituting either corn syrup for sugar or whatever else it is based on the current prices, and then suddenly the whole production's upturned and changed, and you wind up with a substandard product and then they keep whittling the size down. So you start off with Mars bars that are 75 grams, and then 70, then 65, and then 65. It goes to 55, and then 50, and then 45, and you're lucky enough that you've got something about that size by the time you finished.
Yeah.
Rather than the original you remembered as a kid.
Yeah.
I
swear wagon wheels aren't as big as they used to be.
Yeah, wagon wheels are like that.
Yeah.
Yes,
I swear, when I was a kid, a wagon wheel was the size of your face. And you know?
Yeah.
We had those Dutch windmill cookies for a while. I haven't seen those forever. Those are pretty good. You guys ever have those?
No.
Literally like a scale.
It may have been here under a different name.
Well, it's like a scale model cookie of a windmill. So it has the base and it has the little spinny part at the top, and they're pretty tasty. I can't remember what they tasted like. But
Do you know what? That sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, I mean they had to be over there first because it was an import, so they weren't made here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of sweet and biscuit manufacturers in the UK got eventually bought out or conglomerated in some way or other, and then they change. and when it's nice. But of course, the next generation coming along don't know any better, and they go, "Yeah, these are lovely."
It's funny how we've gradually adulterated the food that we eat, and even with meats, they put cheap meat out for eating red meat, and whilst it's not good for you, they inject it all with saline, so the mass goes up, the cost goes down per unit, and it's all pure profit. But
We're lucky if you get that. It's usually that pink slime stuff.
Put it on the
burgers and stuff.
Yeah, you put it on the barbecue. You put it on the barbecue, and you wind up broiling what should be a steak seared, winds up being a broiled piece of leathery meat, because by the time all the infusion is extracted out of it with the heat, you're just left with this rotting bit of horse flesh.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's barbecue time of year here now. We're doing a few more of those.
Yeah, I don't think we will this year. We've got nobody left to poison.
Well, you can try poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
When is Rich coming over next?
Soon, apparently.
Yeah.
So
need to have a barbecue.
I said to him, I'll start defrosting the burgers now. Yeah, be ready in about 8 weeks. So it wasn't actually that bad. It was just a little rare. In the centre.
Or unique?
Well, put it this way. I could have sworn I heard it moo. When I put it in the bun.
E. coli it's allowed in meats is
put it in the bun, pushed it down, it went moo. Oh, that can't be right. Yeah. No, I think if we do that again, Fiona's the cook. Fiona is exceptional. She really is. Cooks some beautiful things. But she won't let me near the cooker, actually. So there was this. Actually, it was only a couple of nights ago. She goes, "Oh, what do you want for dinner tonight?" I said, "Do you know what I haven't had for a while? It's where you put the minced meat in the frying pan, you sear it, and then you add some finely chopped onion." She went, "Yeah." I said, "Some bit of garlic." She went, "Yeah." Then 3 teaspoons of Bovril gravy granules and a tin of baked beans. And she goes, "You're fucking disgusting, you are. Go away." I go, "Oh, I used to love that." She goes, "You fucking just go away. Go away."
My mother used to call it savoury mince. And it was just whatever's left in the cupboard on a Sunday night.
Yeah.
Plus a slice of toast, and then a spoon of what it would be tomato sauce, minced beef, maybe some gravy as well. Some Gravox gravy, and then maybe some frozen peas or whatever she had left over.
It's like when Fiona says, she goes, "Oh, do you fancy a burger tonight?" I go, "Oh, yes, please." And she makes the burger. She doesn't buy a burger. She makes the burger. And then with all the lettuce and bits and bobs and all the sauces and stuff. And you get a burger. It's this bleeding high. This great big burger, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I go, "No, if I made a burger, get a bird's eye beef burger and put it on a bit of bread and butter. There you go."
Fiona one needs a fucking bed spice to compress it so you can eat it. Yeah.
They serve those in restaurants.
I do one. It's got fingerprints in it,
They have those giant food shows where how big can you make your sandwich and all that, and massive burgers like that.
Yeah, there's a restaurant here that does it. That does these huge cholesterol concoctions that destined for a coronary. As soon as you just see it come out, it's just unbelievable.
We had a place here, I think it was in Arizona, called the Heart Attack Grill, and all the women are dressed as nurses. And the
that's
guy,
all right. It's an improvement.
The guy who runs the place dressed as a doctor with a stethoscope, and everything on the menu is designed to kill you. And literally, some guys who are weighed like 500-600 pounds were regular customers, and they died. And they got enough bad press, they finally shut it down, I think. But It was every meal was minimum because it was like fries cooked in lard, giant
Yeah.
burgers, giant milkshakes, full fat milkshakes and stuff. Every
Coronary
meal was at
shakes.
least
Yeah.
1,500 calories.
Well, I'll tell you what. Have a look for it, Andy. There's a series of videos on YouTube, and it's this blonde American woman, right? And she shows off her inverted commas recipes, right?
Yeah.
And it's incredible. She gets like this huge foil tray, then she empties about 3/4 of a bag of pasta into it, not boiled or anything, just the pasta straight in. 37 cloves of garlic, right? And then she goes, oh, and now the bolognese sauce, which is tomato soup in a large jar.
Yeah.
She pours that all in, yeah. And she gets some on her fingers, and she got a Labrador, and the Labrador licks her fingers, and then she carries on moving the food around. It's like
that's extra flavor, yeah.
Yeah. And I thought, no, it's parody. No, it isn't.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
And then she gets this huge bag of mushrooms, big as a fist. Doesn't do anything with them. They've still got the mud on them. She sticks them in. She gets this huge, because in America, you can get those huge bags of grated cheese.
Oh my God.
Pile of cheese on top of it. She goes, oh, the kids love this. Like, fucking hell.
Wow.
The kids must be the size of Buicks and can't move.
The kids are all like bedridden.
Yeah. They can only have a shit if they've got an oxygen mask on.
The kids gonna be like those. Those guys get so big they have to take the side of the house off to get them out.
Yeah. And you can see why. And she goes,
They have to weigh them at the local vet area that weighs like horses and elephants and stuff.
But what's all this stuff's in the tray? Just like throwing. She then gets glasses of water, and she just pours about 2 pints of water on it, shoves it in the oven, and then when it comes out, it looks pretty much exactly the same as it went in. And she's cutting she's cutting the mushrooms. She goes, I like to cut the mushrooms in half because obviously it's too big to put in your mouth in one go. No fucking shit, mate.
Wow.
As big as your head. And as she's cutting it, she's going, can anybody else hear the sound of somebody sawing wood? And it was like,
this is on YouTube. Do you remember the name of it?
And she has loads of these recipes. But the thing that really stuck, when you buy a big foil tray in the supermarket, or cookie, and it has the cardboard in the bottom,
Yeah.
She didn't take the cardboard out. All the food went on the cardboard.
Well, absorb some of the oil. So that's good.
Yeah. And then she's getting the Labrador to lick her fingers again. Then she's mixing up the cheese some more. It's like, this is a parody. And then she's got loads of these different recipes that she does.
Do they zoom out and she's like in an asylum somewhere? So
and she did a burger thing, which also again a huge baking tray, and she just put about 20 burgers into it, and then a big bag of cheese goes over it, some more stuff, and then empty the rest of this 5-pound bag of cheese over the top of it. It's like, Jesus Christ. And that was the other thing. She goes, oh, it's nice with butter. And she got a stick of butter, and she cut it into 4 and just stuck a quarter in each corner.
Is she like a former military chef or something like that?
And just looking at this.
Everything's mass quantities and horribly cooked.
But what's come out of this? There's this UK woman who critiques these videos, and she's hilarious.
Oh, if you find the link, let me know. I'll probably take.
Oh yeah, I'll dig it out. There's quite a few there. She's absolute, and she's just pissing. She spends most of it trying not to laugh. She ends up pissing herself laughing. She goes, oh my God. They are, and they are just wonderful to watch because you're there going, oh,
that's great.
7 cloves of garlic.
Robbie.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
And she goes, this is for 4. What? She doesn't chop it up or crush it. It's just the whole clove.
That's insane.
Just shakes them all out and all over it.
I'll try to find you a video of the heart attack grill. It was they did like a little
that sounds good.
Mini doc on it, and it was shocking because they followed this one guy around who was a patron.
Yeah.
And he looked like he was half dead at the restaurant. And he's sitting there like just shoving it in like Waferthin mint guy, from Meaning of Life.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Creosote. Yeah.
Basically, yeah,
Chris-
it's basically that.
Just one
in real
more
life.
West Latin
He
Mint.
didn't explode, but he did die. So
Jesus Christ. But that's the thing, isn't it? If you offer excess, people will take it.
totally. Especially in typical stereotypical Americans eat just way too much food anyway. Every portion is huge.
Yeah, they are.
Love giant portions. They love smorgasbords. They love things cheap. Lots of stuff cheap and free and crap, and it's really disturbing. So I'm a picky bastard. I can't eat that stuff. So
Yeah. But no, she also put bacon bits in it, and as she puts the bacon bits in, which is also in a bag.
yeah.
And she goes, because you got to get protein in there. No, wow. Okay.
And more salt and
Yeah.
all that, yeah.
It's basically chopped up half a pig.
Wow.
And this was a big bacon tray, but it was piled high.
Well, I mean, there's a Midwest tradition in the U.S. called the casserole.
Right.
And take whatever you have and layer it and bake it and whatever. My dad said his mom, when they lived in Wisconsin, made some of the worst stuff ever. And one was like these Porky Link casseroles, and you just build these layers of filth, in your stuff, and it just turns you off of food,
Sounds like Betty's hot pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know her.
But honest to God, I mean, it is, these recipes that this woman's coming up with, they're her own. She never follows any other recipe, just does her own. And I'm going, her kids are going to be dead by the time they're 12, I think, from old age.
She'll be dead by 5:12 p.m.
Yeah. You go, kids, go. I'm going to roll you into the kitchen now.
I mean, I understand some people are busy, don't have time to cook properly at times, but when every meal is just throw whatever we have together and you figure it out.
Yeah. What this woman put in there for one meal, I think it would take me, Fiona, like 4 months to eat. Over 30, 40 different meals.
Must have a huge oven.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. She had a very nice kitchen, in fact. And I must admit, what was funny was the Labrador was fucking huge.
Yeah, it's been tasting a lot.
Yeah, it's been doing a lot of eating.
Yeah.
But just basic, if you're mixing food up, you don't let the dog lick your fingers and then carry on.
Well, certainly not on camera. Plenty of people, I'm sure, at home do that, but you don't let the public know you did it, right?
Yeah, but it's not like doing you're handing him a bit of bacon, you drop it in his mouth or something like that. She was letting the dog lick her hands then carry on.
This is why I don't like potlucks and bake sales and stuff, because I don't know what the fuck somebody did at home.
It's just seasoning. That's all it is.
Well, it looks down the dog. She goes, "Oh, you can have this when you finish licking your ass." You go, there you go.
Well, she didn't see the other scene where she put the dog suppositories in for the day and then kept cooking.
Oh God.
Yeah, some people are just vile. It's just unbelievable. And then to document that on camera is even worse. It's just they're so out of it they don't realize what they're doing. Because I've watched cooking shows that are legit cooking shows on Food Network and stuff, and they're cross-contaminating everywhere, raw and not raw, and it's like, what did you just do? You just contaminated the whole dish, right?
Yeah,
you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, no, I've seen something similar to that where somebody was preparing chicken.
Oh yeah.
And they wash the chicken off and everything. Oh yeah, cool. Just wash it. What about your hands? And then they start
exactly
cutting the vegetables and sprinkling the
and the same
salt and the cheese
plate,
on with the
same whatever.
Okay. Whatever.
I've seen people at barbecues. We got all this juice from the meat at the last minute. Let's rebase the meat with the raw juice that was in the tray. And it's not going to have time to cook to kill everything off. You just poisoned everybody.
The bacteria doubles in number every 20 minutes at 70 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 C.
Yeah.
So it's you stand there at a barbecue in Australia. If the food's out for more than 20 minutes, you don't eat it. You know,
Yeah,
you just
potato
leave it.
salad would just kill everybody.
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
There was
And,
a
Wow.
there was some one of my former biologist friends who had a staff retreat. So here, much as science teachers and stuff going together for a picnic, and somebody left their I left my potato salad on the trunk. Oh, let me go get it, and served everybody. And a bunch of people got sick. It's like, you guys are biologists, right? Do you not know how this works?
Yeah, well, they don't, and they don't think of the salmonella or the.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
It happens, and people just don't have food handling certificates, and you've got to keep it above 60°C for more than 5 minutes just to kill off all the bacteria. And your salads, you've got to wash your salads. Now, we used to get clean lettuces, but now they're so contaminated, you have to wash every leaf virtually ahead of eating it. And so the tactic changed in the last 15 years. We've gone from having decent quality to absolute rubbish.
Yeah.
Well, on those fun notes, I might go have some dinner and then go to bed.
Remember,
Or
you
maybe-
don't need baking trays, right? You just get those tin foil ones from the supermarket.
That's it.
And don't take the cardboard out. It's part of the flavour.
Do you also have to unwrap it, or is the plastic also part of the extra flavour?
Plastic will burn off. It'll burn.
Yeah, it'll melt
burn
in
off.
and it'll mould. Don't worry, it'll be fine.
And if you haven't got a dog to lick your fingers, go and find a tramp from the street and get him to do it.
Yeah. Or get a neighbour's dog.
I just wipe my ass in between. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, you can always just drag that up the nature strip. You know, just go outside and find a strip of grass and do what the Labradors do. Just sort of.
If you stick a couple of razor blades up your ass, you'll be able to peel carrots very quickly.
That's a nice picture.
Isn't it just?
Oh, fucking hell.
It's also a good chastity thing too.
Plus, you can sharpen pencils as well. So, win-win.
What it must be to live in Kent Swan's mind.
No, yeah.
Oh,
We're
there's
all-
no
Or
room.
his kitchen.
There's no room for anybody. That's the problem. There's so much fucking shit up there. now.
Anyway, have a lovely time. I'll see you. whenever
Enjoy.
next.
All
Take care.
right. Take
Hi
care,
and
mate.
bye,
Bye.
Robert. Hi and bye.
Bye.
Oh, Robert.
Love stuff, mate. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Dear, oh dear.
All right, Mammy's just turned up.
Hey.
He's in the chat.
Do you know what? I'm going to say this, and this isn't blowing smoke up his ass, okay?
But
I can tell which patch is a Manny patch, I think. There's detail in them ones. Do you know what I mean? There's something very, very, very nice.
He's a clever sod.
But didn't he make the Shooby Doo Wop one on the FS1R? Wasn't that Manny's patch?
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, some crazy shit on there.
There is. That's an interesting set. The patches I had loaded were quite interesting when I received mine. But I was going to say, Robbie, SU10 is coming your way for Christmas.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I bought you something big.
Not like those room dividers, eh, Rob?
No, they look nice.
The room dividers. These are really nice room dividers we've got here.
Now, Matt found some genuine Yamaha room dividers.
On Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, that's superb. You'd have to get those just for the novelty.
I know.
Yeah, you could section off his studio nicely. You know,
There's only one thing that needs sectioning here.
Yeah, sectioning. Yes, right. It means something totally different. So yeah, SU10. Have you got any use? Have you still got one or not?
No. It got sold in that the one time I sold gear. I sold it to buy some more gear, and then my car failed its MOT, and so all the money got put into the car.
The car, yeah. That's it.
Because if I didn't have the car, I couldn't earn. So that's incredibly nice of you, and very well.
I'll send that along.
Thank
you. Now you don't have an A3000, neither do you?
I don't know.
No, well, strange things happen.
Thank you.
You don't have a GS1, do you?
I don't. No.
I don't want one neither.
Yeah. No. I can't. I wouldn't mind one
Or the
again.
the GX1. I think get the big
Oh.
one, the big white one.
Yeah, get the proper one.
Yeah.
There was one that was selling here. A little old lady was selling hers in Frankston. I heard this story years ago, and I read it online. And some guys
Oh,
come out
it's-
from
yeah,
America
yeah.
to actually, or from UK to actually purchase it, and she's
That was-
basically
that was-
giving it away.
I think that was Gordon Reed.
Might have
Yeah.
been, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
I'm
sounds
pretty
right.
sure
Right.
that was Gordon. Because
Yeah.
Gordon ended up with my Godwin. I had
Oh,
a
okay.
Godwin.
String sympathiser.
Yeah,
string.
849, I think it was, string concert. And I acquired it from a guy who was throwing it away. And I said, no, I'll fix that. When I opened it up, Kent will probably know, it is just a massive of wires.
Tangle, yeah.
Yeah, so I gave up.
Little,
and stuck it
little
on.
thin breakable wires.
Yeah, so I stuck it on. I think I must have stuck it on eBay. Some guy turned up, and he says, "Yeah, I think I can have a go at fixing this." And I sort of thought to myself, "Yeah, I thought that 6
Good
months
luck.
ago." Yeah,
Hmm.
and some while later, Dave Spears sends me Virtual String Machine to test.
It's got one on it.
And I'm going through it, and I find I find a Godwin, and I'm thinking, look at that! After all these years, I never actually heard it. There I've got one, albeit virtually. And the next time I spoke to Dave, I mentioned this to him. He says, "Yeah, we sampled that off Gordon Reed's. He got one. He picked it up off some bloke in Norwich who said he was going to try and fix it and never did." And I said, "Oh, really?" So, yeah, I ended up getting my own Godwin in the VSM. So,
I think I know who repaired it.
was it you?
I did do a Godwin,
I've
Yeah.
got pictures of it somewhere.
and it was Dave that dropped it off.
So, it was making noise, but it was so quiet. I think the strings were working, but say very quiet, and then the brass wasn't working at all. And I just thought, well, can't be much going on inside one of these. Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like a VCA chip tied to the envelope, probably. I had the same problem with Selena recently.
Well, if it is the same one, and it definitely is very similar to the problem that it had, it was the output caps.
Oh, okay.
So a couple of 220s at 35 volt, and Bob's your auntie. It was taking windows out.
Because the other,
Well, as
the
much
other
as a
synth-
string synth can take a window
Well,
out.
the other synth I got in that deal was
A bay
DX,
window.
was a DX27, and that was my first ever DX.
Oh.
And I got it, and it was completely dead. And again, I opened it up, had a look at it. Everything looked okay to me, but nothing was happening. So I took it to Panic. Do you remember Panic Music Services in Swaveside, Cambridge? And took it there, and apparently they found that somebody had tried to they'd obviously lost the adapter, and they just chucked the next adapter they could find in it, and it was a little too hot for it, and it just burnt the trace.
Yeah.
And that's but they charged me 126 quid.
What, to repair a trace?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Muggins here paid that, but
Yeah.
got it back and it was working fine. But and you do hear me right. I plugged it in. This is the first time I actually got my own DX, and I plugged it in and I played it, and I was like, "Huh, is that it?" Found the electric piano patch. That doesn't sound like the classic, because I was very green around the gills about all that stuff at that time. So I found solid bass. Oh yeah, there you go. I like that, and that's the patch it stayed on for pretty much everything I ever used it on. And then I had my heart set on an Alesis
Hi, girls.
DM10 drum kit.
Yeah.
And I was doing part, sort of freelance stuff through Steve Howell, and That was I sold the DX27, the God. What
Jimbo,
else did I
Jimbo.
sell?
Huh.
Hello.
Hello.
This year I sold the SU10, I sold the RM1X,
Oh,
I
yeah.
sold the CS1X,
Hey, hasty.
and I think the last thing to go might have actually been the SU10. And somebody bought it, and that bought it on the Sunday, and that gave me enough money to go and buy a DM10 at trade. And then on the Monday morning, somebody in the office was talking about MOTs, and I thought, I could have sworn my MOT was last month, but I don't remember doing it. And I go back to the records, and oh shit, I'm like a month late on my MOT. So I booked it in, got it in on the Tuesday. I come out of a meeting at like 4:30 in the afternoon. My phone rings. Hello, Mr. Burgelli. We've done your MOT. Sorry to say, it's failed. To the tune of about the same amount of money I'd put aside for this job.
Yeah. It's almost
And
like
it
they
was-
knew.
It is, yeah. And so there you go. So I was rather disappointed.
Oh, well, we might be able to remedy that anyway.
Well,
so
yes. Yeah.
you'll have one that has a mono recording of the drum pattern for the start of Heart of Glass on it. And play your
had-
CR78.
I think I had the box for the SU10 and all the CDs. It was I had the whole, and I only bought it really because there's an unused lip on the CS1 and the AM1, and I thought I've just got to fill that space. So that's what I did.
And there's a Roland one that I've got too somewhere that is about the same size and
Oh,
also does sampling. So, I mean, it's just that for the people who do cover band stuff, and my mates here occasionally do that sort of work, and they just want a little signature sound for one particular track. So it's Heart of Glass intro, or it's the start of In the Air Tonight, or it's whatever you like.
So
And
it's
they
basically
only
a CR78.
yeah,
Because that's
well,
what it is
but
on
basically
both of them.
one little device to actually just do that sound live when it's required, just by holding down the button. So, and I know you can get larger ones like a SP404 or the other Roland variants.
Yeah.
but these were just right to sort of gaffer tape to the side of a existing synth and just leave there and just use as necessary.
Yeah.
I got told off once for talking about the CR78 at the beginning of Heart of Glass.
Why?
The bloke went, actually, it was a CR68.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. How would you tell the difference, dickweed?
Well, there's that. Yeah.
You had to be there.
Yeah.
No, I think the only reason I bought the SU10, other than the cosmetic thing, was I saw an episode of the South Bank show. It was all about Björk when she was making.
Right, Björk of
Homogenic.
herself.
Yes. No, she was doing that thing, Björk, all dressed up in weird and wonderful clothing, walking along the ash-laden shores of some Icelandic geyser with an SU10 and a set of headphones, and she's extolling the virtues of being able to make music portably, and I just sit here with my sad boots and I press this button, and and I thought,
Paddling move to Norway.
yeah, it was like Swedish, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Iceland. Fucking hell.
So the funny thing is, if you roll forward 50 years and you go to the same glacier, you'll see Björk dressed as a 75-year-old woman with a shopping trolley rolling along, doing exactly the same monologue as she did
probably.
in the
The
original.
dog on a string.
Yeah, it'll be that. It'll just be that. I roll along here. It's just a thing like that.
We'll have
It's-
sex for soup.
Actually, the one place in the world that was the best place I ever went, I went to a Christmas party, and I used to work for a mob in Ealing who used to do software, and the Christmas party was near UK somewhere. And this year I went along, it was in Reykjavik. So we're flying from Australia to Heathrow and stayed with the boss, and then moved up taken a 1 hour flight to Reykjavik. And we're there in December and close to Christmas. So we sort of spend Saturday wandering around Reykjavik proper and doing all the touristy things. And we go to a Icelandic music hall, as it was, where they raffle off one of the guest females to their Viking male waiters. So you eat pickled blubber, whale blubber, and stuff like that, and it's all very authentic. And drink schnapps and goodness knows what, and that was fun. Next day on the way, we went to the Blue Lagoon, which is in Iceland. It's on the corner of 3 tectonic plates, and they drill for steam. They put a 15-inch hole in and then all of this water comes out, hot water at close to boiling point because it's been past all the lava, and they just stick a turbine on the top, and they just take all the power out of that particular turbine for as long as they can, and eventually all the silicates, the white dissolved silicates in the water, tend to clag up the mechanics. So there's drill another 15-inch hole a metre away and do the same process again and drill for steam again. And all the water that flows out of this lands somewhere. So the Blue Lagoon is basically a big 40 metre by 40 metre basalt recess, like a big crater, black basalts, and it's covered in white silicate because of the white silicate in the water.
Yeah.
And it's full of water that's at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's like a warm bath, a very hot bath. And then you've got steam coming off that. And there's blue-green algae in the pond. So it's a turquoise glow. And then above, you've got the stars in the sky because it's the time of year where you're above the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
So 23 hours of dark. And then you've got the Aurora Borealis above that, sort of glowing in the sky. And it's like having a bath on the moon. It's absolutely incredible.
Well,
It's
most
a
of it's like the moon, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a surreal experience. But
That's
But
what-
flat earthers don't go there, do they?
all the hot water in Iceland smells of sulfur.
sulfur, yeah.
Because they literally, you do not have to heat your water. Your water literally comes from out of the ground, your hot water. And so it all smells very sulfury. And it's a bit
It didn't
yellow.
smell that way before I went there.
left some deposits.
That's
there.
all I say. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You see,
But
when you go from Keflavik to Reykjavik, so from the airport into the city, there's this massive long steel pipe that just runs along the side of the road, and it's just carrying hot water. Yeah, it's just amazing. The bills.
well, that was the thing, that the airport transfer from the hotel in Reykjavik to the airport was something like 40 quid, but it was only 25 if you went via the Blue Lagoon on a tour. So you can actually do the tour and make the journey cheaper than
Relax before you go on your flight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, and have it direct. But it was an amazing thing to see, just when you're not expecting it, and then you're sitting there with all this steam, looking up at the Aurora Borealis, going, "Well, this is pretty
I
surreal."
bought my missus a candle from the Blue Lagoon, and it's embedded with rocks from, little sort of chips of rocks from the Blue Lagoon. And apparently, when you light it, it glows blue.
Yeah.
But she's never lit it.
Oh.
She doesn't want to spoil it because so on colour.
Where's the candle?
Where is it? I have no idea at the moment. It's quite a thick one. Oh,
That's an old gag, but anyway.
Oh dear. Need a shovel, Robbie.
Oh dear. Anyway, yes. So that was that's Iceland and Reykjavik. Anyway, all good fun.
Yeah, Fiona spent an awful lot of time out there when she was setting up the new British Airways warehouse at the airport.
Yep.
And she went everywhere, and she said it's just a wonderful, wonderful place.
It's just you've got to take your
Cold,
duty-free
but
grog
it's
in.
a really good place, you know.
Yeah, take your alcohol in because it's expensive to buy while you're there. But
it's like Australia. Like all the urban areas are around the edge, and there's
Yeah.
not many. I mean, you've got Reykjavik, and there's the town that's up in the north, and then sort of scattered around, you've got these little sort of villages and communes and stuff. But like everything in the middle is just like free for all, barren. You can do anything.
vast. It's a desert. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, it's an interesting country. There are parts that, if you get to see them, they're very remote, but absolutely beautiful. There's a place called Broome in the northeast of Western Australia. And it's the most remote sort of place on earth. I think Perth is the most remote capital, and Broome has beaches that run for 40 miles, and it's 200 metres of clean sand from the road through to the beach. and you can just walk it, and it's totally unspoiled. And all of the oil companies are starting to wake up and trying to get put shipping and refineries in along that coast, and they'll wreck it. It's destined to be spoiled by these greedy multinationals who just want the oil out of it. But at the moment, just one of the most idyllic places on earth. It's terrifyingly good, and we're lucky. But Australia's got lots of that. We're quite fortunate, in spite of the quality of the people, which is dubious. The quality of the country is quite good.
I saw one of these, maps the other day, and it showed in red the populated areas of Australia, and you could barely see.
Yep.
And then you looked at Africa or North America, and it was just like dense red. But Australia is just this big grey, it's just a big grey lump with just a few dots of red around the edges, and that was it.
Yeah.
I'm in the state of Victoria. The state of Victoria is the same demographic size, roughly, as the whole of UK. So, but we have 5 million people in Victoria, but we have 25 million people in the country. Now, there are 25 million people in London.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and we've got 25 million scattered across this country, which is about as big as the United States. So it's amazing the amount of distance. Like when guests came here, my dad used to host guests from overseas in the 60s, and we would take them somewhere, and they would come from Germany or somewhere and we'd take them on a barbecue, and we would drive for an hour and a half, 2 hours, just to get to a barbecue site out in the country so they could see a bit of the countryside. And they couldn't believe the distances involved with nobody around, because in Europe, every 5 miles there's a town or a hamlet or something. And here it's just large stretches of road and open field or mountains, and that's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
In fact, an interesting point, up in Darwin, which is at the very north, closest to Indonesia, there used to be a radar tower with a big rotating dish on the top. It was part of Australia's defence mechanism, our defence capability, this big tower with a conning tower. And at 5 o'clock on a Friday night, the radar dish would stop rotating. And at 9 o'clock on a Monday morning, the radar dish would start up again.
So nobody's going to attack Australia in the weekend.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, Darwin was bombed by the Japanese in World War II. And Japan even got subs into Botany Bay in Sydney back in the 1940s. So we were vulnerable for overseas attack even then. But now there are more American troops in the Northern Territory than there are Australians. It's quite extraordinary. The number of military bases in this country is absolutely out of control. Huge facilities, But anyway, most of it's desert, and that's it,
Desert and things that want to kill you.
Yeah.
That's just the people.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to kill
and
me.
the dingoes. Dingoes got your baby.
Well, the thing I was watching some documentary, and they said about because of crops and stuff like that. It said Australians went to war with emus and lost.
Yeah.
What have they got against decent American samplers?
Dear. Well, you look at we had Remembrance Day, the 11th of the 11th, just a little while ago. Yeah. It was just, I think you guys are still on the 11th of the 11th. We had Remembrance Day yesterday. Okay, Remembrance Day yesterday. And I was thinking of my grandfather who fought in the Second World War. And they basically dropped them into the islands up near the Solomon Islands. And there are about 3,000 islands between New Guinea and Australia and further north. And there would be Japanese snipers in those jungles just waiting for anyone who came past.
Mm.
You can hear them now.
There's probably still a couple out there.
I think my maternal grandfather was he was out on Christmas or Easter Island. Out that way during the nuclear tests.
Christmas Island.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which would explain a lot.
My granddad wasn't so lucky. He was at Dunkirk.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that was a short trip.
Yeah.
My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor. Shit was blowing up around him. He didn't get a scratch.
Christ.
Wow.
My grandmother had 11 brothers, and 8 of them did not return from Europe, from the Somme, and from 1915, 16 in France. And one was with the Camel Corps. He came back with his face blown away. And, they suffered some horrendous injuries. And it was pretty rough going. There were no antibiotics, and they just used to strap them up and hope for the best. It took an Australian to develop penicillin, and the Americans to steal the idea and patent it. So, lesson learned.
My paternal grandfather was an Italian partisan fighting the Nazis in the mountains. And
Well,
Yeah, that's dangerous work.
well, the legend goes, and this is what my nonna told me, is that the partisan fighters would be up in the Alps, fighting the Germans, and then they'd come down to the villages, when during quiet periods to rest and relax, and that's how my grandfather met my grandmother. And apparently there used to be these ladies that would keep an eye out down the valley, and when they would see the Germans coming, they would do some sort of signal, like throwing a sheet or a blanket over a balcony so that they could see it from a distance, and then they could then make their way back up to their their posts. And apparently my father was conceived during one of these liaison, and around the point of satisfaction, the alarm goes out, and he kind of he didn't take the Catholic method of contraception. And
One and two and three and 1 and 2 and 3.
Get out quick. But he didn't get out quick, unfortunately. My father was born 9 months later to the sound of cannon fire in the mountains. Allegedly. That's what my nonna would tell us.
Because a lot of the bad blood continued as well after the war, didn't it? Between people who were known to be partisan and those who were sympathisers.
Well,
there was a lot of
we had
shit
this thing in our
for
family
years.
where my nonno and his brother both went to fight, except my grandfather was on the side of the partisans, and they were mostly communists.
Yeah.
And my great uncle was a black shirt, and so he was the black sheep of the family.
Yeah.
But I remember speaking to my beast nonna, who was a great grandmother, and she said the family's greatest fear was that they would end up fighting. The two brothers would end up fighting each other. Luckily, the black sheep, as he's known, was killed before that even happened. So, yeah, bonkers he's. And then he died 15 years after the war when he had an accident on his motorbike.
Ironically.
Never met him.
Guy my mum married after she left my dad was he was twice her age. Mum was 31, he was 62. Fought in World War II, and when he was dying, when they were pumping him for morphine because he was dying of cancer, he was reliving his time on Sword Beach.
Oh, okay.
He was ripping his fucking hospital pajamas off, and in his head he was packing his mate's stomach.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. My granddad was in SOE. He was all over the place during. My mum's dad was all over the place during World War II. Belize. He was in New York at some point, fucking around doing shit he shouldn't have been doing. He was he was mentioned in dispatches. He spotted Rommel in the desert. He was Fleet Air Arm, but he was in the desert. You tell me what.
Okay.
Yeah, he was doing all sorts of naughty shit. He was a fluent German speaker as well, so before the war, so he got nabbed for all sorts of shit. And my other granddad, my dad's dad, was part of the liberation team in Norway. You know, you get the Christmas tree at Trafalgar Square every year.
Yeah.
He wasn't from Norway for liberating them, and he was part of the crew that went out and did that. So there was, there's some pretty good guys in my mob. Yeah, bless them. Oh, Cressida, this is all going rather dark. Well, it's what it is.
Yeah, Robert, I'm married to a Sicilian lass, so I understand a little bit about the Italian culture. And my kids had the benefit of a nonna, which was great for them. And we have a map of Italy on our wall over here. So the culture is fairly strong. But I understand that they were in Sicily, and they would shelter the and give small goods, like they used to have little cheese farms and little small goods that they would make from pigs and so forth. And they were just paesani, peasants, and they would make this stuff, and they would give it to the American soldiers as they came through Italy at the end of the occupation. And they basically look after the Americans, because the Americans were quite nice.
Well, so I never got to speak to my Italian grandfather, because obviously he died 10 years before I was born, but allegedly, so I say that because I have no evidence of it, but allegedly he was part of the I think it was the transportation, once they caught Mussolini, they hung him and his missus from a lamppost.
Upside down as well, wasn't it?
Upside down, yeah. But,
didn't they castrate him and do all sorts of nasty shit?
They kicked the shit. I mean, she was unrecognisable. They kicked the shit out of her, and a
lot of pent up anger.
There was,
yeah.
But there's, I mean, I think my great uncle Elio, who would have probably been about the same age, so probably did. He was a very staunch communist, because there was quite a large communist movement in the north of Italy at that time, and even his son, who's my cousin once removed, Claudio, he still has a very strong socialist ethic. Yeah, he's a great man. I mean, a really great man. He was actually. My dad had a brother, but they fell. Well, they fell out. My uncle was just an arsehole. Is just an arsehole. He used to smuggle across the Italian-Swiss border, and then when he got a proper job, he became an import-export agent. So he was doing it all legit rather than
do what you know. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he got caught like loads of times. I mean, it was smuggling mostly innocuous stuff. It was smuggling cash or produce or stuff. It wasn't drugs or anything like that. It was just,
aftershave, butter.
Yeah, he just kept getting caught. He wasn't very good at it. Which bore out in his legitimate life, because God knows how many businesses he started and ran into the ground, leaving loads of debts behind him. And it's just passed on through his family, his children as well. I got a phone call one day from a cousin who I hadn't seen for years. "Hi, Rob, how you doing? You couldn't loan us some money, could you?" No, because that's what my dad used to do. Because my dad was the oldest brother, he would always look after his younger brother because he was his younger brother, and that's just because that's what it was expected of him, to do. But it left my dad in some precarious positions financially for some time. But eventually, Gianni went into the army, because they were still doing national service at the time, and that kind of turned him from being an illegitimate import-export agent to a legitimate one.
Yeah.
But Yeah,
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, like if you read the first few pages of Richard Branson's autobiography, you'll realise that he was just running the UK customs racket and just bringing records in from Europe without paying VAT or tax import duty on them. So he got a slap on the wrist, and
eventually you got to become legitimate, So
yeah, but the point is, those guys bankroll their early businesses on a false premise, and they get away with it. And that's the difference between a successful business and one that fails early. So yeah.
Hang on though, Robbie. You did say eventually you have to become legitimate. Has anybody tried telling that to our government?
Oh, you can tell them, but they won't hear you.
Yeah. Fuckers.
Do you see that there was an MP in Parliament, whether it's a couple of days ago or it was yesterday or today, I'm not really sure, but she said something that struck with me. She said about how Ofcom done a report. They put a report together about the private water companies, and they said about there's been in the last 3 years 17 rate increases on water, and the reasons for them was to put money together amounting to some £2 billion to improve the infrastructure. This is not a single thing has been done.
No.
And that money's unaccountable for. And she says, she goes, I think I and quite a few other people in the country would now like a rebate. Thank you. Because they never spent, not a penny went on infrastructure.
But there was a ruling, wasn't there, that the water companies had to, that they had, effectively wasted the money, and that they had to get that back to the customers. So rather than a rebate, what they were going to do was they were going to use that. Say they'd been fined 150 million that had got to go back to their customers. Instead of giving that 150 million, divvying it out, they were just going to use that to lower the bills. But then the bills are going up because of other reasons. So we never get to see that money. That money just evaporates. It's just numbers in the ether.
Yeah.
But it does raise the question: who is auditing these organisations? That if you were running a local football club or a local netball club or something, basketball, you would have to provide accountancy for every cent, and that any dodgy transactions or journals would be recognised immediately and questioned. But it seems that these bigger organisations operate with impunity, and it's almost like a club whereby they can do whatever the heck they please.
Yeah,
and the point is that nobody ever presses charges because they're all probably playing golf on a weekend.
Yeah.
What was that other thing? And Boris Johnson needing an £800,000 loan. Why he needed an £800,000 loan, I don't know.
Yeah, but the man who gave it to him ended up in charge of the BBC.
Yeah, and he wasn't even on the shortlist to head the BBC. And he said they're not even hiding it.
No.
But it's brazen.
Why should they? Yeah, but why should they? Because the people of the UK just go.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the public outcry. I say do like in France, kick shit up.
Is apathy.
Yeah.
Make the people apathetic, and it's just like, it's those arseholes in Westminster again.
Point at black
Move
people
on.
coming across coming across that little bit of water. Yeah, look. That's where all your money's going.
Living on the street, thinking it's a fucking lifestyle choice.
She is such a twat.
Oh shit!
Such a twat.
I don't like to revel in sort of like I told you so, but everything she said over the last few days, I said to the missus, I said, I bet you anything it will kick off on Saturday in London, and it won't be the Palestinian protesters, it will be the fucking EDF or EDL or whatever it is. Fucking apparently Tommy Robinson or whatever his fucking name is, rocked up somewhere, did a bit of a whipping up of the mob,
And
Then
ran
jumped
away.
jumped in a taxi and fucked off while the rest of them all piled down trying to get into Whitehall. All dressed in their black jeans and their black hoodies with their bandanas
most
around their
great
faces because they're
military
big brave boys.
Yeah.
Parading around with a policeman's riot helmet. Oh, look what I've got. Oh,
And that's the thing, about
what a bunch of cunts.
if you're only going to have thicko knuckle draggers coordinating a revolution, if you like, that's not going to get anywhere.
No.
Very fast.
No, the way it will be done. The way it will be done is that someday some hacker is going to find their way into the superannuation system online, run by James Hay or by Abbey National or someone like that, and they will hack their way in, and they will basically zero out all of the transactions pertaining to the politicians, and they'll just quietly slip away, and all of the legacy of being able to retire on a massive sum will all be denied them, and it will happen so quietly and surreptitiously that no one will be able to speak out about it. It's almost the perfect crime, and I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, even in the guise of a James Bond thriller with Rami Malek as the villain. It has that sort of.
It's a bit like Fight Club, isn't it? When the ultimate aim is to destroy the credit organisation, so there is zero. Nobody owes anything because all the debt's wiped out because they've just blown everything up.
Let me find my Kali Linux boot drive. I'll get that.
Well, I worked for the company that put those systems in, strangely enough, Jim. So I remember that the encryption that we had to use for Abbey National and James Hay had to be DERA certified. So it had to be certified by the US folk. And if it was crackable, then the customer, the bank, wasn't happy, but DERA were proud of themselves for getting in. And if it wasn't crackable, then the customer, the customer at least knew they were safe. But DERA were very, very upset in the USA, just saying that they need to know how it was done. So either way, someone wasn't happy. It was either the regulatory authority or the bank were complaining about the outcome. Anyway, I still have the encryption algorithm here for anyone who wants to buy it.
You heard it here first, folks. This is where it fucking started.
This is the dark web.
On sale.
No, it was destroyed many, many years ago. I know the principle of it, but I can't remember because the encryption keys were created by me leaning all over the QWERTY keyboard and just making massive long keys, and there were multiple ones depending on the nature of the data. So it will be changed now, but it was a good system at the time because it didn't rely on any of the existing encryption algorithms. It was totally new, and it was a form of spectral encryption, which meant that there were multiple different keys of different lengths for different data, and you could never actually piece back all the data together in one pass. It was just too shredded. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see what the banks do. But I'd say that's the way it's going to happen. That some person will work out how to do that. Just simply erase all of the data pertaining to superannuation of politicians, and that will be the way. That'll be the overthrow. It won't happen in the streets. It won't be a Brixton riot scenario. It won't be IRA style tactics. It'll all be done, as you say, Jim, with someone with a Linux boot disk and half an ounce of sockets knowledge, going for having a bit of fun with it. Yeah.
We have plenty of rides here to make up for it. So
I'm just going to keep checking my front door because even being part of this conversation is making me
The revolution will not be televised.
door comes in.
Well, no, I mean it's not a. If you think of the scenario, it's not unlikely. That's the funny thing about it, that somebody somewhere is probably chipping away at it as we speak, and it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
It's easy to find. And look what happened to the Australian boy Julian Assange, who grew up a couple of miles from where I am right now. And he was deemed to be a very naughty boy for WikiLeaks and is still incarcerated decades later. And, you know, it just takes somebody who has that bent to be able to break their way into all sorts of systems and cause havoc, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, on that cheerful note, I'm going to bed.
All right. Well, check your balance in the morning, all right? Check your balance in the morning.
Pleasant dreams.
Yeah.
What you will or I will.
See you later.
Cheers, Matt.
See you later, babe.
Dear.
The illusion of freedom.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you think about it, governments do the other thing. Governments just simply change numbers in their balance sheets to show asset that doesn't really exist. And whole countries owe billions to whole other countries.
That doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. It's all virtual.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's real is your hunger today and a loaf of bread on the table. And really, since the 1600s, that's all we've had.
It's like the old Bill Hicks routine. Here, watch American Gladiator. Shut up. Enjoy your freedom.
Yeah. Yes, it's tenuous, isn't it? Everything's sort of poised on a knife edge at the moment, and the situation in the Middle East is grim and likely to deteriorate, and it's all being driven by people well outside the Gaza area, and that's the other scary aspect of it, you know.
Yeah, see, that's a very, very polarizing subject, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't mean to raise a spectre there. I think that there are so many different factions involved that between the people of Gaza, the innocent Palestinians, and the Hamas, who have been basically homicidal idiots, and then the difficult with Hezbollah and the peaceful Palestinians. And then the people of Israel.
British who created this whole fucking mess in the first place.
Well, no, it's been going for 2,000 years, basically, based on religion. That you know that.
Yeah, but Churchill didn't help.
No, well, but the point, I don't think there was any satisfactory solution, nor has there ever been. And I just hope they can get enough refugees out through Egypt to at least reduce the casualty of women and children, basically.
Mm.
But it reaches here. In Melbourne, we had a synagogue invaded by Palestinian protesters or pro-Palestinian protesters just last Saturday, and it's terrifying. It's happening 12,000 miles from the action, but people are taking sides, and that's the dangerous part. That once a dogma gets into position, you're going to have a heck of a time wiping out that attitude. You know.
Yeah.
The thing is, Israel has been handing out licenses for gas exploration off the Gaza coast. That's partly what this is about.
I think it's more localised than that. I think you'll find that there's money being pumped into Gaza from other interests, and that's what's driving the war effort for them. And then they managed to sneak one in on the Israeli intelligence on the October 7th incident, and it's been downhill ever since. You know, and the without taking sides, the Israelis don't want to risk another Holocaust, so they're going to be very determined in defending their faith, and yet you've got the anarchists amongst Hamas who are just ready to lob hand grenades and see where they fall. So it is a terribly precipice situation.
Yeah.
Precipitous, sorry. Yeah.
It's like Fiona said yesterday. She goes, do you know what's happening in Ukraine? No, I haven't heard a word about what's happening in Ukraine. Eyes are averted at the moment.
Yeah, it's like we've got a different problem to look at now, and then we've got all these hotspots sort of cropping up, and it's not readily resolved.
And all the while, we've got the COVID inquiry going on in this country.
Yeah, it's almost convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not getting any.
Look over there.
Any airtime. Yeah.
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 But I think, well, I remember Boris Johnson saying on a morning breakfast program there in the UK that one attitude was just to take it on the chin, and that were his words, and you can find that online from the BBC Brekkie program or whatever it was. But so their idea was a fatalistic one, to say, well, just let the carnage ensue. On the other hand, we had 180 days of lockdown here in Melbourne, which had its own dire effect. It had an effect on education and the mental health of kids. It destroyed businesses. It upset the economy. It caused a lot of division in terms of people who were pro vaccination and people who were counter vaccination. And the people who were conspiracists and the people who wanted to believe the science were all opposed. So it divided friendships and created enormous social disruption here. And the thing was, I was in an emergency department here in a government hospital working in imaging and in the emergency department itself. And everyone who came through the door was suspected COVID, and everybody was ferried to a CT or to imaging or into isolation or out of isolation, and then eventually up to a ward that was vacuum treated so that there was negative pressure and that the germs would largely stay inside. And the whole time I was there, I didn't get COVID because I was wearing masks and PPE. And then my mother died on Easter Saturday, and the family came around on Easter Sunday, and I caught COVID at a family gathering. You know, the first time I'd had my defences down on a weekend for about 3 years. So it is virulent and it was real. The other gripping thing was that I had colleagues that had contracted COVID, and I was the last person to ferry them on and off the CT table. So you're within inches of these people as you slide them disabled and completely inert onto a CT table for a scan. And when you see your colleagues in their last hours like that, it changes your perception of how bad the situation was. So no amount of inquiry is going to change the availability of vaccines or the use of vaccines or the safety of vaccines rushed in. No amount of inquiry is going to change the internal procedures in hospitals or the availability of PPE. And no amount of lockdown or non-lockdown is going to stop this thing from spreading, because you only need one little tiny chink in the armour and the thing takes off again. It spreads exponentially. So we are stuck. We are stuck with this, and an inquiry is just finger pointing after the fact and won't achieve anything.
I was going to say, is this a post-mortem inquiry or is this going forward stuff?
Yeah, no. This is sort of analysing what the government did. Whether
or
they could have acted differently. I mean, call me cynical, but I think that this Tory government thought it was probably a good way to get the pension bill down.
Thin out the herd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, even though that's their core voters right there.
What was this about? They're releasing even release Roger. He's a pickpocket.
Bigger stickers.
He's a wobber. They're releasing even violent criminals because the prison system's now collapsed. You heard about this?
No.
It's a problem in every Western country.
Got to stop reading the Sunday Sport.
Yeah.
There's words in it. Have you got this message up on your screen as well, Rob?
What message is that?
It says your guest, Andrew Pydros, is on Android Chrome, which has a bug that causes echo.
StreamYard's got an issue with Chrome devices, Android devices. If you join from an Android mobile phone or a tablet, apparently you get echo, and there's nothing you can do about it. They're working on a fix or something. So.
Yeah, but we haven't got an Andrew Pydros.
No, he popped in and then went out again. I saw it. I saw that, and then he went almost straight away. So.
Oh, it must have been MI5.
Who's Pydros anyway?
And it was just one of his silly names, isn't it?
Yeah, your government's popping in on the stream. You got talking about too much touchy stuff. So.
Right.
I don't think we've
send it to North Korea.
We haven't said anything extraordinary. We've just simply alerted them to some of the problems that they're going to have to deal
Oh,
with.
I know. Some people are assholes about that.
We're going to praise our glorious leader.
People have been spied on for much less.
I know, and if I go to jail, I go to jail. It'll probably be a pleasant change.
We can't go to jail. Apparently, the system's collapsed.
You're not evil enough. So.
Yeah.
Home detention. I've already got that. I've already got a Sicilian breathing down my neck. I don't need anything else. Thanks.
They're going to make you sit in your front room and put a heavy weight on your knees. Stay there.
Like a Fender Rhodes.
Yeah, or a big blonde. You never know.
Or a montage.
Or a montage, yeah. Tell you what, you'd have no bleeding knees left. Your knees would be in your socks. Put that on your lap.
So, oh God, I'm knackered. I've basically spent tonight filling in, doing front of house for an event where basically they didn't have anyone to do sound. 6 bands on, I think. 6, 7.
That's busy. Yeah, that's busy.
Yeah.
That is busy.
And yeah, so I ended up doing that. So I've got a splitting headache now because a lot of it was quite noisy, like noise band type stuff as well. Some of it was brilliant though. There's guy who goes the name of Daybrew Discs.
Okay.
It was really good, like just guy on his own with some keyboard setup and guitar and vocals, and it was just really, really nice. Absolute pleasure to mix.
Why did I just suddenly hear Dave Brubeck and dyslexic all in the one sentence?
No, Daybrew Discs. Or Debris Discs.
Debris Discs.
Yeah.
Take 5. Time out. Yeah. Great albums. All right. Well, so you survived the gig as a roadie, which is good.
Yeah. It was all right. There's some interesting stuff. There's this band called Dead Happy. It's like a two-piece that was just mental, sort of. I don't even know how to describe it. Sort of
thrash metal,
electro metal, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So everything through 5 ring modulators and an echo. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and just like crazy vocals and like arrangements and mental guitar going on. But yeah,
sounds good.
Kind of like Skinny Puppy.
I just had a thought. I'm wondering if Andrew Prydros is Longhurst on his phone.
I'm sure it is.
Could be.
Yeah.
It probably is, isn't it? Yeah. So he got a bug. Didn't have that last time he came on with his
Isn't it good that the government can track down your bugs for you now? That's lovely of them, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
It's probably the only platform they can't invade, so they ask you to change it. Saying,
I wish they could find the boot keys to my Mustang.
Yeah.
I don't know where I put that. Oops.
Yeah, it's probably in a CS80 somewhere in.
Yeah, it'd be all right.
Farnsborough or somewhere. Yeah.
With a bag of guitar picks. Yeah.
Yeah. A couple of drum keys, the boot key for your thing, an auto harp, 5 mouth harps, a set of bagpipes, and a banjo.
And Amelia Earhart.
All in a dumpster. Yeah, all in a dumpster.
Yeah. Amelia, that's where you went.
Serious question though. Have you ever left anything inside someone's synth by accident, Kent?
Left in? No, because
not even
normally when you stand them up, you can hear all the change running up one end, so it's all right.
Well, you put in the frozen prawn. That's a famous one, right? So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I did. Yeah, but he was a cunt. He deserved that.
Hey,
mince pie.
It's Andrew Prydros. What's that all about anyway? Andrew Prydros.
I tried to dial in by phone from next door because I've been working stupid.
Yeah, he said you've got a bug.
Today.
You've got a bug and you must leave.
Yeah, I feel a bit like it as well, but.
What's that?
It's a piano plus pad.
No, it's just a piano.
Just piano.
With reverb.
You want it plus pad?
Oh.
That's plus pad.
Okay,
Mine
can you
doesn't
do
do
piano
anything.
plus Santur now. There.
Sorry, say again.
Piano plus Santur.
No,
Santua.
no, that's one I've made up. This is one I've created today. I've been tinkering a bit.
Piano placenta.
Yeah.
Santur. Persian harp.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that
I
changed
suppose-
quickly. That changed quickly. Oh dear.
I always thought pianos came from eggs.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I've got a Montage M8X. I don't know. Probably you haven't noticed because I've not mentioned it anywhere.
No,
Yeah, but if I had a pound for every time I called it MX8.
Yeah, I keep calling it MX8. as well.
Yeah.
Just the Montage. I'm just going to say the Montage. There we go, the Montage.
Yeah, just
But
go
which
and-
version?
Stick a
Mazda.
Mazda logo on it.
Yeah,
Is there
called
more
a
than one?
Mazda, Yeah. Yeah, no, this patch is called Piano Mech. It's pretty realistic, isn't it?
I've got arthritis in my thumbs and wrists and fingers and all sorts, so I have to say I was a little
Unclean! Unclean!
Yeah, so I was concerned. Apart from when masturbating, obviously, I was concerned that this might be. Mind you, the claw hand is good. I was concerned that this might be a bit heavy. Bastard, yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, what was that?
You mustn't be heavy-handed.
What was it? What was that?
That was a photograph of you playing your montage, I think.
I think you'll find it was me shagging a Range Rover.
That
Is
was
it a
your,
Range
special
Rover or is it
function
a
interface
Land
you had for your
Rover?
montage there.
Oh,
That's
Yeah,
me
see,
shagging.
you
That's
surprised
me
the cat.
shagging a cat from the cat's point of view. Or
yeah,
I don't know. Something
yeah,
like that.
the cat is judging you. I thought it was tied with a wig.
Let's go to the outside cam to check that the Mustang isn't getting shafted. Oh, it's not working. There you go. Oh, no, it's okay.
Hey!
It's all right.
No, not yet.
I love this thing. Yeah, we go. I love this thing. I love it. I do.
Mine stopped working.
That's because you're a twat.
Oh,
You
didn't
have
say
to
that
be
in the manual.
pretty. You have to be pretty and thin, like Jim. Jim
Yeah,
probably owns one. Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Jim has
sorry,
several.
that's you. You're
That's
the eye
why-
candy Kent.
That's why you dodgy fuck, sitting there going, "Oh, shall I buy one? Oh, should I? I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll sit on this for 4 or 5 days and then get it 2 hours, before I do."
Because I'm pretty.
When Fiona was on the phone to George, she asked for
You must-
George by name, right? And she goes, when he said, "Oh, I think it looks like we can get one out to you on Friday," and she went, "Oh, because Andrew Longhurst is getting his today," and he goes, "Oh, well, we'll see what we can do." Yeah,
I
good
just
girl.
spoke very nicely to him.
Yeah, no, he's a lovely guy. Very,
I said-
very accommodating.
I said, if you can get it to me today, I'll let you share the other of the twin exhausts on this Range Rover I've got. And, he was very obliging.
Well, I tell you what, you have to be a very big boy with a muzzy,
Yeah.
otherwise you wouldn't know.
I don't know. Jim,
Yeah,
do you?
Muzzy
You look
would
like
be-
a man that's got a huge schwanger.
Well,
Well, sorry, I mean,
He's not denying it.
Bender, board, Bender whammy bar. That's what I meant.
I don't tend to use my whammy bar that much.
That's because you got a big knob.
Yeah.
You use that like me. I've got a big one. Look.
Oh yeah, big flashy one.
Yeah, mind you, I've got a tiny
Get
penis, so
arrested
there
for
we go. See? Look. Yes.
Yours sounds better, Andrew.
That's because Kent has his echo cancellation on for some reason.
Oh, do I?
Yeah, which I've turned it off now.
Oh, thank you.
And you're
Thank you.
reducing of the
Thank
mic background noise as well, so
Thank
that's
you.
off.
Thank
So
you.
try
Yeah.
it again.
Thank you.
Try yours again, Kent.
Andrew still sounds better.
I've tweaked mine. That's all. And it's got more
Filthy
reverb on.
bug.
Hello, you've
Yeah,
got a kit behind
more
you.
reverb. Yeah,
Hey, is that Bluebell?
it is.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Oh, look. There goes his back.
It's not a montage, though, is it?
No.
what is it?
Chrome?
I'm surprised it's the right way up. He's in Australia. That should be the other way round. Shouldn't that be on the ceiling? Steve Ag, mate. Was that a bag of Smarties you just bought in?
I just brought a bag of Smarties in. I actually had some Smarties this morning, but yeah, that is a big Yamaha device, but an old one. That's like three flagships ago. So
Is that a
in the last-
euphemism? Is all of that a euphemism, Steve?
no euphemism. It's a euphemism because
Ah, right.
euphemism would be yours.
Oh, that's true. That is true. That is true. Yeah.
So
Manny said it looked like you were bringing in a giant accordion.
that's what it fucking sounds like. Yeah, this is the workstation I don't use. This is the Yamaha Mod X8 or whatever it is. The flagship. Before the flagship, they put the plus on the end of before they put the flagship into the montage again. And they're going to bring back the motif next time. They're going to have a motif plus 8x plus 8x plus 8.
Kent needs motif.
Yeah, he's got a little motif
He's got a
apparently.
motif.
I need as
Ah.
many motifs as I can get my hands on.
Oh, right.
you can-
Thieving bloody Mustang. Haven't I?
Yeah. Anyway, so we've got motifs and we've got yeah. So that's basically it. So I have it at Yamaha. I don't use it, sadly.
R&B hip hop is a category I'll be pushing a lot.
I can tell.
Yeah. There's a few things on here that do feel a little home organist.
Well, my Mod X8 came with a pair of fluoro leg warmers, just so I could use the additional categories.
Sorry, was that a euphemism?
That was a euphemism.
Ah, the euphemism. Okay.
Euphemism, yeah.
Good.
Demonism.
I've always wanted a gluephemism.
Well, yeah, if you get your gluephemism, you know, like a lot of people are pro-feminism, and and the feminists can have their own way, can't they? Really?
The theramists.
A theramist, yeah, that's right. Uma Thurman. Yes, she's a lovely lady, Uma Thurman. Yeah. Kill Bill. I killed everything. That's right. Yeah.
Poor Bill. Poor
Oh,
Bill.
why did he deserve that?
Yeah, what did he do to deserve it apart from slaughtering everyone she knew and trying to murder her and taking away her unborn child? Apart from that, apart from the aqueducts.
What have the Romans ever done for Thurmanism?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the streets are
What
safe
would-
to walk
what
at
would be-
night, Reg.
What would be really good would be to have an EMOM where everyone has their own aerial.
Well, I've got two.
And you put one theremin in a room, and you pack the crowd in, and they all sort of interact with the one device.
I think I found a couple more super knobs. I can't.
Are you getting brighter?
Can we edit that out?
No.
No.
Okay.
Actually, what we do is we're going to highlight that.
Hang on.
We could repeat
There we go.
it.
Yeah. On a loop. Make it into a meme and put it
It's
on
gonna be a
Facebook.
2-hour loop. Yeah, it's just
You could do that. I'd even own up to it. That was me. In that voice, that was me.
well, it's some moaning sound effects as well. So
Right.
Well, I can't do the moaning. I can't do the moaning without the
I'm
carpet.
flagging. I'm flagging. I'm going to have to hit the sun.
Take care, Jim. Yeah.
I'm going down as we speak.
Oh, yeah.
You've been gluefamated.
Yep, indeed. All right, take care, everyone. Nice to see you.
Go yourself, Jim, mate. Take care. darling.
Cheers, Jim. I'm going to call you, by the way, soon.
Cool. No
It's
problem.
happening. It's
Shout
happening.
out the window.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Nice one. Cheers, everyone. Take care.
Cheers now.
Bye.
Take care, buddy. It is easier to play in C, though, isn't it?
It is, but
What's the correct key?
E. Oh dear. Oh, let's take the wallpaper off. I've got one of them somewhere.
If you guys are going to play, I'll go and organise to play. I think. I'll go and organise something. See what we can do.
Steve, it's good to see you, mate.
It's good to be here. Strange things happen.
Yeah, they do.
No, I'm going to set up something here. I think I can make a noise. I will make a noise. We'll let that go. Just give me a few moments to extricate something. I'll be a few moments.
I beg your pudding.
Okay, dear.
So, Ken, you know, in that piece, what are the sparkly bits? When you listen to that, you hear that there's a very sparkly pad. Is that CSA? Is that
No. That's.
It sounds to me like it's an
the
electric,
things.
a Rhodes or something, very high up, just tinkling away.
You know the little jingly bell tubes thingies.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
No, there's a sparkly pad that sits underneath it. I was trying to listen to it and break it down in my head, and I just couldn't because it's one of those things where you listen to it, but you can't concentrate on it because it's so magnificent. You wallow in its magnificence, and you lose track of what you were listening to because it all blends together so well.
Oh, incoming.
Paul, he often follows through.
Yes. That's such a good mimic of that whole thing. I've got to get that next, I think. It's very loud, Steve. So I take it that sound, Robbie, is the Hydra synth.
It is.
And what waveforms are the basis for that? Is it just two oscillators? Is it
squiggly ones?
Squiggly ones. I see.
Squiggly ones. That's kind of
sounds like a super saw.
So you've got one of them.
Yep.
So it is a saw. Pardon me.
A red raw.
I don't really know enough about this to tell you.
I've crashed the montage.
I crashed mine yesterday.
Result.
Oh.
You were with Ty earlier, weren't you?
Good evening. Yes.
You need to close one of your tabs.
Yeah,
Oh, that's quite a good reverb, that.
Tempest.
Yeah, that's from Dom's.
We're getting an echo from you.
You're echoing, Robert.
Yeah, sorry, I got it on the phone. I will be very short. Just Ted just told me that he got the montage too. He just didn't want to tell you.
No, he got it ages ago.
He got it before us.
Yeah, of course. Before they made it.
Yeah, before they'd even thought about it.
Something like that. That's everything I wanted to say. It was lovely to see him.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about sins at all.
Oh.
That's good because he knows fuck all about sins.
Yeah. Exactly.
But he's got a fine head.
I
of
have to
hair.
knock off because I got a hardcore Sunday tomorrow. Mwah.
Cheers, Robert.
He gone.
So the Vangelis thing, that's got a lovely long echo on it, ping pong, and a huge great reverb. With chorus or symphonic or something like that across it as well.
A lot of ping pong there. There's that's a large ping pong. That's quite a large ping pong. It's one of the largest I've seen.
It's got
I've not seen. It's difficult to find a larger ping pong, to be honest. Our economy can hardly afford such a large ping pong. I don't know what we're going to. I think we're going to have to apply for some sort of EU grant.
There are entire ministries of ping pong coordination who basically rank them in terms of size, line them up, and then tip them all over, all like a set of dominoes.
So, do they have to be in a particular height in a building before you tip them, so they get more bounce, you get more pong or more ping?
There are several. It's called farnakling. That's the technical name for the handling of ping pongs. And farnakling is an ancient art, and sometimes there is structured farnakling, and that's where you do have a layout. And then there's random farnakling, which can happen normally at festivals or in large open spaces. And
do you have early farnakling?
Well, early as you can get it. It depends. Sometimes you have pre-farnakling on your farnakling, which actually changes the perception of how deep the farnakling can occur.
And do you get a massive spread on your farnakling?
Look, the spread is independent of the size, and the size is independent of the quality. So
and how much of it is ping and how much of it is pong?
Well, look, there are several ingredients. There's the ping pong ingredient.
Yes.
And then you can have the Swansons. You have to count the number of Swansons to work out whether the ping pongs are valid. And then apart from the ping pongs and the Swansons and the farnakling, you can have timtellers. And obviously several timtellers counts for one Swanson. Several Swansons in formation count for a shekel mould. The shekel mould helps the farnaklers to underlie the ping pongs. So it's very important to...
I'm getting a lot of pong here. We know we've got a European pong mountain. That's what we've got, and a ping lake. We've got a ping lake and a pong mountain, and we're not sure what to do about it.
Okay, because you haven't looked after the Swansons, the timtellers, and the shekel moulds.
Oh, we've been looking after the tarantulas. We have been looking after the tarantulas. Yes.
Yeah, timtellers are terrible like that. But anyway,
this is like the retro encabulator made of flammulated emulite with spurving bearings. You ever see that video?
They used to sell them in dozens, didn't they?
Yeah,
packs of 12.
You can get a pack of 12 of those for about 50p.
Yeah.
I've just found a 7-leaf twin exhaust 8-piston 4-wheel wooden legged 3-handle moss covered Frambury Gedunzerizing left-handed completer plating springback Wurzel fobbing nut, and the thing is, it's one of two, and I can't find the other. I don't know where I've put it.
No, you've got to look for one with flutes. Yeah, no. Look for one with flutes. If you look for one with flutes and twin overhead cigarette.
Here at Rockwell Automation's world headquarters, research has been proceeding to develop a line of automation products that establishes new standards for quality, technological leadership, and operating excellence. With customer success as our primary focus, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea of an instrument that would not only provide inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal gram meters. Such an instrument, comprised of Dodge gears and bearings, Reliant electric motors, Allen Bradley controls, and all monitored by Rockwell software, is Rockwell Automation's Retro-Encabulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it's produced by the modial interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The lineup consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes, so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented.
I love the panametric fam. That's a great part. The original was made many years before that, called the Turbo-Encabulator.
Sorry. Like I say, there's another link at the base of the private chat which might be of interest, which is all about finagling.
Oh. Yeah, I said that one.
There's some good ones.
He died recently, didn't he, unfortunately?
Yeah, he did. No, a few years back, yeah.
Was it a few years? Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all happened. Wow. Clever man. John Clark we're talking about for the people at home who haven't. But his take on monetary policy in EU and all of that was as valid today as it was years ago.
The front fell off.
Yeah, well, clearly. Yeah.
What's happening, Jeff?
Yeah.
Not much. Just
that's a classic.
I was looking for some friendly faces to talk with.
Well, and you came here? Are you fucking mad? Are you completely barking?
I couldn't find any, so you know.
You're the eye candy now, Jeff. That's the thing.
That's a sad state of affair.
If you lie down on some carpet, you're all Andrews. No
yeah, and I see you've got my wife up behind you.
Yeah, yeah. The eagle, yeah.
Eagle? I thought it was a moose.
No, that's an eagle.
Stereotypically Canadian, isn't it?
Well, it's in the Rockies, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know. Steve and I were thinking of moving to Canada so we could come and bite the bottom of your beard and hang off it, swing off it like this. Like that. We thought it would make a grand performance piece, you see.
It would be, yeah.
Ontario could do with that, I reckon. Ontario is missing two large
individuals.
Individuals, Antipodean and sort of Anglo-Brit, Anglo-Welsh, hanging off the beard of a Franco-Canadian eye candy person.
We shall call ourselves the Frome Hall Sisters.
That's what we shall be, the Frome Hall Sisters.
And we shall have a concert every Christmas at the Royal Albert Hall, where we sing out of tune and play old standards like Jonathan and Darlene Edwards used to play.
Just remember,
did they play old standards? I thought they played Austin Cambridges, but there we go.
No, they and Nissan Cedrics as well. They used to play Nissan Cedrics, and the occasion Hillman Hunter they used to play as well.
Yeah, but I thought that was a specialism of Betty Goose Sniffer, the Hillman Hunter.
Betty Goose Sniffer,
and
her friend
and her thundering thighs.
And her friend Ursula Grundle Socket, who was a lovely
That's the
friend.
one. That's the one. Yeah, she was very good. She had her own finacle horn.
Yeah, she could finacle left and right tassels in opposite directions at the same time.
And with a stage that big, she could have ping and pong happening at the same time. That's
the
what
early
happened.
The early video games were modelled on a performance from 1971. That's all we'll say.
Yeah.
That's why
they had monkeys with noise in, and these monkeys would pass this noise from one bucket to another. It was a performance piece.
It was, and literally, as the sun went down, they would
on who?
No, just on the pong end of.
Okay, on the pong end.
The big end was still in sunlight. The pong end were actually still finagling well into their later evening.
I've got a pong end.
Yes, well, We could hear that earlier.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised all your initialization patches aren't renamed Pong. I think that should be a
That may be what they're all called from now on. Pong.
Pong 123, Pong 124, Pong 125, and supplementary Pongs.
My mate Jeff's Pong 01. There we go. That's how it works.
Jeff had the original Ontario Pong. He
did.
managed to get that working.
Yep. Whereas Robbie had the Alpine Italian Ping.
We can show the map of where that's happening. I'll show you right now, just so the viewers at home can work it out.
Do you have a weather system coming in? Has it got plenty of ping and pong?
There we go. There's the weather system coming in from the south.
Oh, I can see that. I can see. Yeah.
And he's just stepped in something.
He has. I can see. He needs to clean his boot there.
It's only half the country.
That's a decent half.
Yeah. That's a live map too, right?
That's debatable.
I know. Well, you can. Yeah, I know. Well, not everyone's blonde-haired and blue-eyed in Italy. The people who do the work are down in the south, and
they have a lot of lemons.
They do, and
yeah, and they use them to get into places. They use them instead of keys. It's a well-known fact.
All the industries in
lemon entry. You see, that's what it's for. Sorry, Robbie, I cut across you.
That's okay.
He said all the industries in the north. He's obviously thinking of Milan and Vienna and all the posh places.
Vienna? It's not even the same country.
The well-known Italian city of Vienna and Paris.
Sorry. Yeah. I meant the Veneto region. Sorry, I should have said that.
Turin, Milan, industrial capitals.
Full of Chinese workers.
Ontario, another well-known Italian province.
Well, sounds like it doesn't sound French, does it?
No, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not as
French.
Not as French
in
as
Quebec,
Warsaw.
so fuck. You know.
Titan. That doesn't sound French.
Warsaw is very French, I think.
Yeah.
Warsaw, yeah.
Shostakovich is French, and
is that French for water? Warsaw.
Shostakovich is French, and also portions of Belgium and Liechtenstein are French as well.
And chocolate.
And most French people are actually, not many people know this, but most French people are 14 parts Alan.
Alan.
Yeah, they are. They're 14 parts Alan. They're three quarters Rebecca.
And a couple of Nigels, yeah.
And a third otter. Just carrying on the theme.
That's a sub-otter.
A sub-otter?
A sub-otter. The periscope. It's like that.
That's a glorious sound. Any note? There we go.
Guess who can't play it in E?
No.
That was an Italian E.
Yeah.
That was an Italian E.
Yeah, it's pronounced.
I'm playing with my left hand, so you should be really impressed.
Well, you should be playing the keyboard.
Yeah, your mother should have told you about that.
Yeah, if you're going to play with your hand, nothing gets done, mate.
Well, no, I've got no feelings in it. It feels like somebody else is doing it.
That's what we all aim for, and it's why I wear glasses.
Or a sock.
A sock, yeah, a sock called
sock.
Brenda.
Yeah.
You put a couple of eyes on it, a little sock. It's a wonderful thing. Yeah.
Oh,
bit of wool.
Wank sock.
Yeah, the wank sock. You got to have a wank sock, haven't you? A crusty wank sock.
Oh,
That's a patch. That is a patch name.
Yeah.
Crusty wank sock.
Yeah.
That's coming.
Oh, that's gonna be my next song. Yeah.
This is my girlfriend, Krusty Wank Sock.
Yeah.
And Flibbity Gibbet Pads is another one. Flibbity Gibbet Pads. Finarkling Sunday is another pad. Trusty Grimace is another pad. And Trusty Grimace. Yeah.
Five Ways Bernard is a pad, I reckon.
5 Ways Bernard.
Yeah, it's got to be a pad, isn't it? 5 Ways Bernard.
I got a great
Oh,
patch name. Panty.
Panty? Oh, man. It's going down.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I need under this piano is a panty pad.
Yeah.
5 Ways Bernard. I think I've seen that movie.
I starred in it. I was one of the ways. I was one of the ways.
One of the many ways.
One of the many ways. That's exactly
many
right.
ways. Yeah.
You just stole the
Obviously-
punchline. Yeah, That's it. That's the whole film now.
We've done it. The expurgated version.
All we need now is the film stock. Oh.
Oh, that's a bit fancy.
Oh, I see.
Oh, look, the button is blue and it's spinning. Ooh. Louder.
Come on, monkey, perform.
Perform, monkey. Get
Nelly,
your barrel
Nelly,
out.
poke him with a stick. Look at her. Look at her.
Louder,
underneath
please,
there.
Kent.
Louder.
Yeah.
It's such a good sound, isn't it?
Not from Kent's thing, though. Sounds like we're hearing it through the microphone.
Yeah.
It was like this yesterday, was it not?
Mm. He's chuntering away to himself there.
You see, it's not sounding like Andrews.
No.
Well, I created this earlier.
No, but the overall sounds like it's coming from some speakers through your microphone rather than directly into your interface.
Yeah.
It has a distance.
You broke it already. Damn.
I'm hearing it okay, actually. I mean, it doesn't have any reverb or anything. I'm not hearing it in stereo, though.
No.
Yeah.
It's a mono. It sounds like it's a mono feed.
Earlier when they turned it up, it didn't change volume, so it's
Yeah.
going off the microphone.
I beg your pardon? Oh.
It says it's in stereo here.
No, definitely from the mic.
Hasn't got any bottom end.
When Andrew plays, yeah, it's very different there.
Yeah, isn't it?
Have you got your StreamYard audio set to stereo?
Let me go and check that quickly.
Click on the settings at the bottom and then go to
Settings
audio.
at the bottom. Audio. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Stereo now?
Yes, but your mic is
Yeah.
now on the left.
Your mic is, yeah, on
No.
the left.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes. Okay, can I make it go that way? Does that make any difference?
Nope.
No, all that.
This is Kent's Magical Audio Emporium.
Now I remember why I keep giving up and going back downstairs.
Go play with the dogs. Yeah, it's more fun.
Yeah. I would have written it, but I saw a dog. Mm. Oh. I don't know what I can. Welcome to the 90s.
See, yeah, that's coming out stereo.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah.
noise whatsoever.
Mad.
Yeah, that's stereo.
What's the level like?
That still sounds mono to me. I'm hearing bits of stereo-y. I'm just wondering. Yeah, it's odd. Oh, that's sounding better.
Yeah.
That's stereo now. You're looking.
Barely
You're,
hear that.
you're looking fascinated, though, Robbie. You're looking absolutely fascinated.
I don't know how he does it. I just don't know how he manages to do it. Well, this. Exactly.
I didn't do now, sir.
There we go.
Yeah.
God knows, but it's awful.
There's a lot of noise on one side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and your mic's in the left. Wrong key. So do it again. Yeah, that Hydra sounds nice. That's better, I think, a little.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. That's stereo.
Yes.
But your
That sounds
voice-
lovely. Your voice
your-
is still off to one side, but it sounds gorgeous.
Right, it's because it's going into only one channel on the.
You can on the. I'll tell you what it is. When you look at the inputs,
Yeah,
if you can select it so it's 1 and 2 or
So
one.
1 and 2 as
Up.
one
So in
thing.
which case, one of those needs to be just a mono channel. Bring it up to hear it. And
Yeah, and
Full glorious
At
monophonic.
the end. Input settings. Here we go. Oh no, that's not it.
You're right, Steve.
Yeah, I'm all right. I've just set up the Mod X8 and it's not booting up, so that spared all of you a very nasty evening, basically.
Yeah, I
Thanks
had
for
that with Slightly Susan earlier. She was, she was honestly in hobnail boots.
Delete that wire.
It was a novel massage.
It might have been. It might have been very
Challenging
good.
wank.
Yes.
Now it's stereo, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, Loopback has sorted that out. There we go.
Just give me another moment, gents. I'm just going to turn this thing on and really upset everyone.
Yeah. Not a ladder
Can't get
doesn't
his
work.
light to work.
It was that
You
far away
can't
from,
fix anything.
it was that far away from going across the room at high speed.
I think the next time I go and see Kent, I'm going to have to go and sort his audio routing issues, I think.
Yeah.
I was going to do the same thing. I bought this to do it. Out of interest, Ken,
What?
can we just check the tuning between these?
Okay.
Just trying to find anything, really. Doesn't really much matter. Well, I suppose it does matter, but having said that...
Yeah, yours is out of tune.
No.
No, his.
No, I don't think it is. Play a C.
Let me go to in it.
Play
Let me
C.
go to in it. Hang on.
Play C, Rob. C.
Play C.
I'm just trying to find the in it patch. How do I get to in it? For fuck's sake. I had this just now.
It's the top category.
There we go. Got it.
Through me.
Mother.
How did I do that? Preset, user. Just
Hey, Kent, do you know Barber's Adagio for strings?
Yeah, but does anybody else?
That's good. If you saw Platoon, you know Adagio for strings.
Oh, yes, I know the chappie. Yeah, I know the one you mean. I don't know.
Just Just give me freaking. Where is it? In it. There we go. Gotcha. Right. C. And there we go. Lovely things, all of them.
Now it sounds like classical Guitar Center. Oh yeah, fanfare for the common man. Warm, soft sin strings. Some lovely sounds here. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. So does that patch have Poly AT on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
It's an interesting rhythm section there. Steve, you're getting clipped.
Just as well, too.
It's a cancellation thing, I think.
Eric Satie, isn't it?
No idea.
Hey, Andrew, the ambient choir sounded pretty good. Are there any like real choirs on there? They're just like straight choir.
I don't fucking know.
Oh.
I'll have a look. I mean, I did come across one accidentally yesterday.
Okay.
I thought, well, that's
You don't
nice.
be doing that over a new keyboard, do you?
Completely.
We put the plastic down. It's okay.
Let's have a look.
That's everything on that one.
Because most choirs are so processed, they're not very realistic. They sound nice, but they're not very realistic.
We've got this one goes from choir. Pipe organ as well.
There you go.
On the Super Knob.
Nice.
That's why it's super.
That's the one. Which one's that, Ken?
Which one? The film choir?
Say again.
Film choir.
Film choir.
Film choir.
Which one are you playing?
That's a DX5 patch.
FM Harp.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah, I think he'll play Rob. That's straight up Ray Lynch. He did tons of DX type patches in his recordings. Do you know Ray Lynch?
No.
Kind of new agey guy. Did a lot of stuff in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s.
Never heard of it.
It's I mean, it's all DX mostly. Almost everything he does is DX. Layers upon layers. That's a good choir.
That's lovely.
I mean, it's not Dominus, but it's good choir.
Yeah, that's
Beautiful.
beautiful. Tomato fans out there.
Yeah.
Needs to be de-eyed. Isn't it?
Hey, Kent, you have to find a good whistle patch, and you can do some Tomita arabesque.
Yeah. If you think about it, there's not a lot of main categories.
No, there's not, but you can always rearrange them. And I've yet to update to bring in some of the new banks as well.
It's the opening closing music from My Dinner with Andre.
Claire de Lune is beautiful.
Definitely one of them. Yeah.
I can't find any montage or Yamaha sounds by Kurt at all, Kurt Ada. Which is a shame. Oh, actually.
Oh, wait, no. My Dinner with Andre is Gemini Petty number 2.
For the Genos, but that's not what I want. Well, I'm going to call it a night, gents. I just thought I'd pop in and show off. I've got an M8X.
Sure, it's not an MX-8.
I've only got the cheap one. If I have 2 chinchillas, 3 Swansons, and a shekel mould, and put them in, I'll be there. I'll be on the same footing.
Have you got a ping and a pong to bring with you as well?
You'd be very surprised.
What about a pang? Huh?
Pang! You love a pang. If you had a drum kit in the 1980s, you'll remember what a pang does. The first pangs of teenage youth.
Is that like hunger pangs?
That's my next door neighbour, Hunger Pangs. He's the star of my next novel.
Must learn that one day.
Yeah, I've always liked Moonlight Sonata.
Sorry about the delay.
Okay, as Bugs Bunny says, now play Minute Waltz by Chopin.
He plays it in C minor.
I play everything. In everything.
In A minor, that's even easier. It's sort of...
Yeah, I saw Brubeck before he died. One of the best shows ever.
There you go. This is going to work.
Not really, because I'm on delay, so I can't play a thing.
No. No.
I can do the bass voice.
Yes, you can.
Remember that scene in Spinal Tap? We're not about to do a freeform jazz odyssey in front of a festival crowd.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, is that your Modi X?
Yeah, it is. It has a lot of similar sounds to the other ones. It's not quite the same, but
yeah,
it's a fair approximation.
Well,
It does
you have the Morphine FM stuff too.
Yeah, it's got the AW and the FM stuff in it, so kind of interesting. I mean, for me, this would be about as close as I get to a.
I would have gotten one that had fucking aftertouch on the keypad.
Yeah, but you can still run an aftertouch into it if you really
I
need.
know, but I refuse to buy a big keypad that has no aftertouch anymore. It's just silly.
It doesn't worry me because I grew up on stuff that had nothing. You know, it was like I was lucky to have
Oh,
three
me too.
octaves. You know.
Me too, but FM without aftertouch is silly. There's so much expression there.
Yeah, but then there's so much accuracy required, and really that eludes me.
Aftertouch is the ultimate wankery.
Yeah.
Add a D-beam and then you're really wanking.
I've gone through the bases. Oh, we've got wooden strings. Here we go.
Smooth. New agey stuff.
Well, it's good night from Herbert Stokenacker.
And good night from Minister Grundle socket.
And it's good night from Jeff. Just Jeff.
Wow,
just
that's-
Jeff.
Just Jeff.
Just Jeff.
That's Jeff.
From
Jeff
Just
to his
Jeff.
friends, Jeff to his enemies, Jeff to the credit department at the local Mason.
And ping pong to his local tax office.
Yes, okay. I will bid you all a fond adieu, and if you don't like a fondue, you can always just have a creme caramel. Have a good
That'll
night.
work.
See you.
Bye,
Cheers.
mate. Take care.
See ya.
Good night,
Chew it. See you later. Yeah. Right, I'm going to bed. I love you all. Robbie, you're my favourite, without a shadow. Jeff, mate,
jealous.
don't tell him. Don't tell him it's you and me, right?
You're his favourite with a shadow.
His favourite sock.
You're my favorite sock. Yeah.
And Andrew, you're my favourite carpet manufacturer.
Oh. Even if it's crusted as well?
That's the only way I like them. Crusty with hair.
No, it's something else.
Oh, right, okay. And Kent, you're my favourite condom.
Stealth is everything.
Yeah, it is. It is. Ribbed as well. See you later, gents. Night, night. Thank you all.
Good night.
Jeff.
Yes.
You come.
Wow.
What a wanker.
So, Robbie, did you try the FGDP blah blah blah?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun.
But I mean, as a drummer,
Yeah, the layout's very natural.
the sounds
Much
are just
more
kind of
natural.
okay, right?
Yeah, then but it's $279. So I pay more. I pay more than that for Superior Drummer.
Right.
Why now?
Oh, a piano version of Vangelis.
piano.
It's nice, isn't it?
That was in that demo, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very lovely.
It's very mellow, very nice. All right, if you're playing piano, you got to play that 1492 track.
Oh, the.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, the missing theme is good too. I like that as well.
God, it's so much simply me. I really must familiarise myself with all this stuff again. I really, really must. I went down a rabbit hole a year or so ago and I haven't really come back out of it yet. I should get back into the swing of things, as they say.
And the modules just give me another distraction.
Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah, because like I said, I was messing with the brains earlier, just before I started the show up, and it was like, way. Oh yeah, but if I plug this into this and plug it into that,
yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's quite another rabbit hole.
I mean, literally just a handful of modules, you can get into trouble. So.
Yeah. Won't run out of cables. I know that much. I've got that pretty much synced. Are you creeping around, woman? I thought so. I used the word creep in its loosest sense. What? Not over the montage. Don't.
Oh.
Do not. You. UK. Front ain't much better. Hurts me.
Hey, you got mood lighting.
Too tired.
They are very good drum sounds.
Yeah.
What set is that?
The Superior Drummer.
Oh, that is Superior Drummer. Okay.
Ah, right. Okay.
This is a brush kit.
It's BFD, right?
No, Superior Drummer.
Oh, BFD's the other one, right? Okay.
One of the others, yeah. I got the BFD free one the other day, which is not bad. But
Do you have aftertouch expressions or rolls or whatever?
yeah, you can have all of that in there if you want.
Is it key switch stuff, is it?
Or like auto flams or any of that kind of stuff?
Yeah, you can have that stuff if you want in there. I've mostly got it set up to work with my kit, but my kit's been packed up for God knows how long.
I left you in here.
Ooh.
Come here. Come here. Come and say hello
Dog
to
time.
Come on. Come and say hello to Robbie.
Hello, Noah.
Oh.
Fruit bat.
There he is.
Come and say hi. Say hi. Hello. You good lad. Yeah, these injections are really, really working.
Yeah.
I mean, he's come up the stairs by himself, put it that way. Whereas before he couldn't even walk across the front room. Yeah. Jealous now. Right, little fluff. Got ya.
Some speed metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, do some Slipknot.
So what?
Do some Slipknot.
Sorry,
Triple bass drum.
Gotta put your mask on and yeah.
Because there was that guy that ran that YouTube channel where he used to play the drums along with various tracks. He was very, very, very good. And he's closing his channel now because he's just been employed by Slipknot to be their drummer.
Oh, there you go.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
But he is brilliant.
The drummer from Meshuggah is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
We're still waiting.
And
for him to
my
come back out of
Portnoy
his
as
shell.
well.
Yeah, Danny Carey, all those guys are really good.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah. Oh, Danny's he's fucking amazing. Seriously.
This independent limb thing is just nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know how his brain does that. He's got 4/4 in one hand, 5/4 in another hand, and his foot is doing something else, and just. You can't. Have you found any outrageous kind of synth sounds on there yet? Any kind of like bombastic, bizarre?
I did, but I didn't make a note of the names.
Oh.
I've got to go back because I was going to go through them all, and then it sort of went. Oh, hang on a minute, that might be a problem because there are thousands of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I only have like 2,000 on my Virus T. I've never heard all of them, so just.
Name that
Needs
song.
more cowbell.
Name that song.
Da-na-na-na, right? That's by Mountain. There are a bunch of start like that. Mountain starts like that.
Come on, name that song. I'm halfway through it.
We've got to guess it before you finish.
Oh, where the actual meme came from, right?
Don't
Fear the
Fear the
Reaper.
Reaper.
Yeah. With what's his face going crazy on the cowbell.
Will
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
I don't think I'm long for this day.
But Mountains, Mississippi Queen, that starts like that too, by Mountain.
And we're back again. Name that song.
That's from Jar. Frankenstein.
Nope. Or the Big V.
Take it away, Maestro.
One day we get to the end.
Clap, 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 clap. Very nice.
Oh dear, 3 o'clock almost.
I bet in a few quick clicks of the preset, you could find a nice combo for the end titles for Blade Runner.
Well, I've got that on. Well, I've got that on. Uno Synth Pro, I think.
I started making one on the JDXi. I never finished it. I gotta go back to it.
Yes, we need to work out some categories for it.
Do you find the majority of the patches that aren't orchestral and stuff have a DX of some kind in it? From FM?
Yeah, there's a lot of FM stuff going on.
Yeah.
Within the patches, cropping up all over. I mean, there's even orchestral FM based patches.
Sure.
The AM one, the ANX thing is turning up a lot as well. So.
I wonder what they'll call the breakout synth that I'm sure they're going to do that uses the ANX engine on its own.
ANX2?
Well, they call it now. They've got to trade off the CS, haven't they? They'll have to call it CS something.
Well, they have that app with the free AN2000 inside of it. You ever see that? Yamaha app?
Yeah.
That's pretty decent.
Right. I'll go to bed.
It is that kind of time, isn't it?
Made that decision.
Thanks for the montage action, Kent. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I need to really familiarise myself with it a lot more. I think to be able to get a more smoother transition. And staring at it, scratching my head every now and again, going.
Well, sometimes the struggle helps you remember.
Well, that's true enough. But yeah, it needs a little bit of muscle memory training on it, I think. It'd be nice.
Well, if anybody's interested, myself and Manny are going to be on Jamie's show tomorrow.
Yeah, keep an eye out for that one. I think I've got me notify me on anyway.
Good. And then next Saturday, I've got one of the most exciting podcast recordings I think I've ever had.
Oh yes, haven't you?
It's going to be very good.
So who books those for you?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do all the work.
Oh, okay. I thought they had like some kind of gophers doing it for you, and then.
Oh, I wish. No. Occasionally they might say, "We've been contacted," or "Would you like to do something with?" And then they just give me all the details, and I have to do all the legwork.
Mm.
But that's part of the fun, I think. That's why I can charge them what I charge them. So,
Yeah.
There's one coming out. I don't know. It might come out like third week, right? And probably it might be Thanksgiving, which is a really interesting one. And it's interesting in two ways. One, the subject is a very interesting person who's done some very, very interesting things. But when we recorded the whole thing, for some bizarre reason, the first third of his feed didn't record.
Oh.
Oh.
But luckily, the system, it got all my stuff, which was fine. But I managed to find sort of lurking in the system. It shouldn't be recording the video because it's kind of like an elaborate Zoom system, except it records the audio 24/48, and it does individual tracks, and basically records it locally every 2 or 3 seconds, and then uploads it, and then 2 or 3 seconds, and then uploads, and 2 or 3 seconds uploads, sort of thing. So it's kind of like supposed to be reliable, except it wasn't. And for some reason, it had recorded the video, so I managed to get a mix version, which was unfortunate because this person lives in New York City and was in their New York City apartment during, it must have been middle of the afternoon. So you can imagine, New York City traffic.
The horns and the yelling and the
horns and the sirens.
And the jackhammers.
But luckily, it was distant enough to almost, provide a lovely little ambience,
Yeah. Almost sounds produced.
Yeah. But the thing is, we needed to get it out quick. We didn't have time to sort of do, like AI separation and all that kind of stuff. So luckily, the guy that does the mastering, he said, "Let me have a go. I'll see what I can do." And he did a fantastic job of, getting rid of as much noise as possible. There's an occasional fire truck in the background or something.
So because you had to keep the original noisy feed, and you couldn't use the good part that you already had, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Because
it'd be too stark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was good enough. It worked, and thankfully, that's my nightmare. I mean, I have done it. I'm not going to say who I did it with, but I forgot to press the record button, and I did an hour-long interview with this individual, and said goodbye, and then went to download the recordings, and I'm like, oh, and you get that kind of cold, feeling.
Yeah.
Because this person was in America and is very busy, and I thought, oh God. So I had to make up a bit of a story.
Sure.
Can we do that again?
I mean, you can always blame the tech because, like you said, your tech did fail. So
it's never me.
Yeah,
it's never me. But yeah, I managed to get that. But I'm a little bit dubious because this next one that I'm recording is a round table. So there's me and there's 4 guests. So please, all 4 of them have got to record.
Wow.
But I will be doing a backup. So I'm going to take a stereo out of this and just stick it into my Zoom recorder and record. Is it Zoom? Tascam. And just have a digital mix. It'll be a mix at least. We'll have a mix, but yeah.
Because StreamYard's doing that individual recording thing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then somehow it enhances video if somebody's got a poor audio and or picture.
Yeah. Paul, was David Gamson tougher than JJ? Neither of them were tough, really. Just different topics. Well, sort of. There's a bit of crossover there, but Gampson's a real sweetheart. He really is. JJ, well, JJ's JJ. I was listening
Tony's
back
good
to
mates. Oh, JJ's good mates with Tiny.
Yeah.
Known each other for donkeys.
It's funny though, because I interview these people, and the one that's coming out this month knows JJ very well. JJ actually worked for him for a bit, which was very interesting.
Yeah, JJ seems like a regular guy, right?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I think the facades, most of them are just dudes.
Yeah, I find that. I don't think I've ever interviewed anyone. Actually, no, there was one. Again, I should remain nameless. That was a little bit up themselves. Nice, but just a little full of their own self-importance.
Yeah, but even then, it just depends on the time that you were doing it and
This is
what's
true.
happened the day before and
Yeah.
all that sort of stuff as well. And then all those outside influences.
I thought Richard Barbieri would be difficult. Not, just he always comes across, because I went to Reason used to do these things called producer conferences, which was just basically a chance to get people in the same room, get a few well-known names on stage to show you how they use Reason. And I went to one down in just off London Bridge, and Barbieri was giving the keynote thing, and I was like really, really excited. And he sat there and he was demonstrating how he uses Reason, which he still does to this day. He's a real big fan, and he was just very. It was almost like, oh, why am I sat here talking? I'm Richard fucking Barbieri. Why am I talking to you? It just came across like that. And there was a Q&A thing at the end, and I asked a question, which wasn't that difficult or nerdy, and he just basically said, "No." So I thought,
Wow.
So this was some years ago, and so when I approached him to do the podcast, I thought, oh, is he going to be that Richard Barbieri, or am I going to get a different one? And it was completely different, and he was so enthusiastic. And it was one of those ones where I thought, oh, maybe I'm going to have to really sort of squeeze to get an hour's worth of stuff out of him. I could have gone for 2 or 3, and he was more than happy to do it. So that was a nice one to do.
That's cool.
God, I was listening to the Don Lewis one again the other day, which I'm very happy that I managed to do. Yeah, so there's a few more that I've got on my list, but some of them are a little bit niche. Aye.
Did you interview Marinelli?
I haven't done for the podcast. No, we did it. Obviously we had him on the show.
You have the show, yeah.
But yeah, I'd like. Yeah, that's one I'm going to try and maybe see if I can get.
It's got a lot of info, just full of
yeah.
stuff, stories, and
Yeah, absolutely.
debunking things and all that.
Yeah, I think. I mean, we've spoken quite a bit since we did the show, and he's always up for doing more stuff. So, well, did you see his one that he put out? He played it when we were on air. He took Dr. Mix to Rob Rosen's place.
Oh yeah,
and they had a bit of a jam session. So Rob is still alive. He's still around. He's just not answering his emails.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach out to him to help Kent out because I had some questions about him about repairs anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I have an excuse to politely harass him, and then I'll slip that in. Hey, by the way,
He hit me up. When was it? Friday.
Really?
Yeah. Because Ellie had finally seen an email that I sent them, and then took it up with Rob, who then immediately phoned me up on Messenger. So we're going to try and find this front panel. But
Oh, good.
He phoned me at 5 a.m.
Mm.
It was like,
Rob who?
And it was quite amusing actually, because Siri actually looked at me really pissed off because she'd been woken up. I don't know how a dog. Somehow she just looks sort of like grumpy. Sort of like, oh, what are you doing? So yeah, so hopefully they're gonna find this thing, and then I'll have some news to give the owner, because he's threatening to sue, and it's not even my fault.
No.
So, but it turns out, as far as Rob was concerned, he had posted it to me in April. Right.
Oh.
Guess what? No.
Ouch.
So, but there was no shipping details or anything. So, he's asked somebody to ship it, and whoever he asked to ship it hasn't, and it's in one of the storerooms somewhere probably or something. So, oh,
he's back.
He's back. He's back.
I'm going.
All right, mate.
Mm.
Hi all. No, it's good. I've just been watching a few minutes, and I think, Robbie, you need to have a lot of. We need to get some antipathy, and apart from myself, of course.
Well, I spoke to Mr. Vogel and Mr. Ryrie, and they both would definitely be up for it. It's just that, I was trying to coincide a time.
Yeah, it's a bit
bastards
awkward.
are on the other side of the world,
Yeah. It's always when I come on to watch PSN, it's always about 5 or 6 in the morning on a Saturday, which is a bit grim. But no, but it's a good show, and I try to support it as I can. I don't make too many bad comments, but I think too that there are some interesting people in Australia who probably aren't on the radar, like Adrian Scott, who did all of the early Roland work on MIDI and on their digital control bus and all that sort of stuff.
Was that Adrian Bruce?
Adrian Scott it was, and then he worked with Eric Persing on the D50 patches.
Because there's a guy called Adrian Bruce who was ex-Fairlight that went to Roland and did a whole bunch of stuff there. I was wondering.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the same gentleman, but
because Adrian now lives in Japan.
There's a good video on that Adrian Scott guy talking about his patches and some other stuff.
I know Adrian really well. We catch up quite frequently, and I put up a post of some music I'd written on piano, and he went and orchestrated it using all of the BBC string sort of patches that Kent loves so much, and sent it back to me, which was really nice. He said he liked the piece. But one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, and he's of course played keyboards with Air Supply, and also with Kylie Minogue, and a few other notables around here. He still does the odd show, and but a very adept keyboard player and a lovely bloke. But yeah, worth hanging on to as a contact.
Definitely. Right, I am going to bed because it's 3:15 almost.
Yeah, it is time, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I'm fucked. So
get some rest. Have a good show tomorrow, Rob.
Yeah, Jamie's show 6 p.m.
Yeah, don't worry, mate. We'll be in the chat making rude comments.
Thank you. Wouldn't be the same. All right, guys, take it easy.
Take care.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Night, everyone. Take care.
Ciao.
Good night.